Hi everyone, and welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to be learning the basics of the Django web framework. Now, Django is a framework that allows you to build web applications using the Python programming language. And what makes Django different from other frameworks in the Python programming language, it is that it's a full stack framework. And by full stack, we mean it has most of the features that you may need to build a full web application. If you're to compare a framework such as Django to other frameworks like Flask, you may need extensions in the micro frameworks, but Django provides most of the functionality that we need, for example, databases, and it also provides a way for us to authenticate our users and some of the other features that you shall be seeing in this video. My name is Jonathan, and if you're interested in programming content, please subscribe to the channel so that you may get to learn together. Without further ado, let us get started learning about Django. Hi everyone, welcome back. So the first thing we're going to do is to set up our Django project. So we're going to be creating a Django project. Is basically going to be the root or the main entry point of our application or our project. So the first thing we're going to do is to create a folder and then create a virtual environment within that folder. So I'm going to do that with mkdir, that's the command for make directory on Linux. And then what I'm going to do is to create a directory. So I'll give our directory a name. So I'm just going to simply call this Django for beginners. I'm actually going to call it Django beginners. And once I create that folder, then I'll cd into it, basically entering the folder. And when I enter the folder, I am just going to open up my Visual Studio Code within the folder. So I'll do that by vcode dot, and that is actually going to open up our Visual Studio Code within our folder. So once we have our Django beginners folder open, the first thing I'm going to do is to create a virtual environment. Now think of a virtual environment as a container that's going to have all of our dependencies specific to our project. Now a virtual environment is important as it's going to help us to keep our dependencies for our project only specific to our project. So we won't have to actually use another version of Django that's installed on our system. So to create a virtual environment, I'm going to open up our terminal, and what I'm going to do is to come at the top of our Visual Studio Code and I'll click on New Terminal. And this is actually going to open up my bash terminal within VS Code. Now once I have this bash terminal, I'm going to create a virtual environment with Python 3 since I'm on Ubuntu, and you can feel free to run that as Python, then -m, then I'm going to call venv. So by saying -m, what I'm actually doing is to call venv, which is a module, as a command. And once I call this, then I'm going to also name our virtual environment env. Now after naming our virtual environment env, I'm going to press enter, and this is going to go ahead and create our virtual environment. Now that our virtual environment has been created, let's activate it with source env, and then I'm going to enter the bin folder. So I'm going to enter bin and then activate. And once I activate this, then I'm going to go ahead and basically install Django. So to install Django, I run pip 3. Now this is actually going to be pip on Windows, and the way I've actually activated this virtual environment is by using source. However, in Windows you may do something like env, then scripts, then activate to enter the directory, and then you activate the activate script. So I'm just going to go ahead and install our Django using pip. So I'll just come and say pip3 install Django, and this is actually going to go ahead and install the Django framework within our virtual environment. Now that Django has been installed, the first thing we're going to do is to actually set up our project. So a Django project is simply the main entry point of our application. So to start our project, the first thing we're going to do is to basically find out if we have our Django installed. So I'll do that with Python 3, and then I'll try importing Django. So I'm just going to come and say import Django. Now this is actually going to show us that our Django has been installed. So I'll stop our Python console by pressing Ctrl Z, and after doing that, then what I'm actually going to do is to now run our Django admin command. So every time we are within our virtual environment and we actually have our Django admin, our Django installed, we have access to the Django admin command, which basically allows us to create a new Django application. So if I came to my terminal and I ran this, so I press tab, and this is actually going to complete it for me, meaning that we have it within our virtual environment. So if I press enter, we now see all of the commands that this command has. So when you run the Django admin command, it basically has these flags, all these available sub commands that you can pass onto it so that we do different things. So the first thing we're going to do is to use the start project command, and this is actually going to help us to create a new Django project. So what I'll do is to clear my terminal with Ctrl and L. So I'm just going to come and run Ctrl L. So I'm going to be switching in between this terminal as well as my main terminal right here. So I'm just going to come back right here, and what I'll do is to run Django admin and then start project, and then I'm going to give us our project a name. So we're going to be creating a simple blogging project, or let's just call it a simple Django app. So I may start and call this a blog project. Actually, let's build a blog project for this series of videos. So now that we have a blog project, I am going to enter, and this is actually going to create a folder called blog project. But what you want is to have our main money.py file just within our root project folder. So I'm just going to remove it with rm and rf and then blog project, and that's going to actually remove it. So if I run the command again, I'm going to actually start the project within our main folder by specifying that we actually need this to be created within our root project folder. So once we have that, then it's actually going to create our main money.py file within our root project, and we can now go ahead and verify our installation with Python 3 money.py, and then we're going to go ahead and run server. So when I run server, we now see our server is going to run, and we can be able to access our web server at localhost 8000. So to click on this to actually access it, I'll control and click on it. So I'll press control and click, and this will actually go ahead and open up our Django. So our installation was successful. Now we are safe. Now our Django installation is working. I hope you've learned from this video, and see you in the next video. Hey guys, what's up? So in this video, I'm going to be walking you through the basic concepts you're going to be hearing all the time. So those are projects and apps. So a Django project can consist of multiple apps, and let me explain. So a project is simply a collection of settings, and these settings basically govern how the entire website is actually going to run. For example, if you are to build a website with Django, that can be our entire project, and this project can have different parts such as the blog, it can have a reviews app, it can have a wiki app, and so on and so forth. So what you have here is different apps connected to a single Django project. So the Django project basically contains mostly settings that govern the entire app, while for most of our apps will contain different functionality that we're going to actually see. We're going to actually create our first app, and we'll see how we can attach it to our main project settings. Alright, so let's see how that is done. So I'm going to switch over to our VS Code, and within our VS Code, I'm going to stop our server with Ctrl and C. Sorry for that. So I'm actually going to stop our server with Ctrl and C, and after that is done, I'm going to create our app by saying, so actually we run all our commands with either Django admin or Python money.py. So we can actually create our app with Django admin, and then we can call the start app command, and then you specify which kind of app we want to create. So for example, in this case, if we wanted to actually create one app for posts, we can actually call our app posts, and that will go ahead and create our posts app. Now let's say we also wanted to create a separate app for our users that's basically going to keep all the functionality for logging in, signing up and stuff like that, all we can do is to say Django Admin start. Actually, for this case, let me actually use the money.py, so I can come and say Python 3 money.py and then say start app, and then specify the name of the app we want to create. For example, I can call this users, and that will go ahead and create our users app. So for each app we've created, we have different files that are located, or different modules that are located within that app. So for example, if I were to look into our users app, we have the first folder as our migrations folder. So this migrations folder or package allows us to keep the modules that are specific for our migrations, just like we're going to see. Have the init.py that makes us be able to import from our users app. We have the apps.py, which is basically the main config of our entire app, as we're going to see in the coming videos. Have models.py, that's basically where we're going to write every database logic specific to how our database tables are going to be. We're going to write tests. We're going to look at views that are going to help us to actually get HTTP requests and then convert them to responses, as we're going to see in the coming videos. So basically, this is the file structure of a single app. But if we went ahead and looked at our main project, we can see settings.py. So this is actually our main settings.py file that has every setting that we shall need for our entire Django website. So if we are to look into this, what we have is a base variable, which is basically pointing to the folder in which our main project is, or our main website project is. And within here we have a secret key. So this secret key is for security and encryption, and it's basically to be kept secret, just like you even see the comment right here. Have debug equals true, which is a variable that shows us whether our app is in debug mode, or when our app is actually not in production, its debug mode is true. We have a list of allowed hosts, and this can help us to specify which different URLs we can be able to access our application. We have the installed app section, which is basically where we register most of the apps that we create. And in this case, we're going to go ahead and actually register our apps from the main apps we've created them, and then we attach them onto our main project. Have different middleware that does different things, just like the security middleware, the sessions middleware, and other middleware, and some of that middleware you can even actually go ahead and add. So we have the root URL configuration, which is a variable that specifies that we have our main project URLs in our URLs module right in here within our project. Now when we go back right here, we have templates, and these are the settings that are going to enable us to use templates, just like we're going to see. Have our main WSGI application, which is actually found in our main WSGI Pi module right here, and is specific to running our server as a WSGI server. Now this is a very important part, as it basically specifies what database we're actually going to use. So we have auth password validators and some other settings that we shall look to in the next videos. Now the first thing we're going to do is to register our apps that we have created onto our main project. So right now we have two apps, which are our posts app as well as our users app. Now we're going to go ahead and register this onto our main project. So what I'm going to do is to go to our post, and then I'll go to the main apps.py file within our posts app, and then what I'll do is to copy the name of this posts config class, and then I'll go to our blog project. So I'll go to our settings, and then within our settings I'll go to our installed app section, and what I'll do is to add, so I'm going to add a comment right here and then say these are our apps. And then the first app I'm going to add is going to be our posts app. So I'll actually paste the post config class, and then I'll have to specify where I've got it from. So I've got it from posts dot. So in this case it's posts, then dot the app module right here, and then the class that we have here. So I'll just say post.apps.posts config, and then I'll do the same for our users. So I'm just going to come within users and then it's going to be apps, and then I'll copy the users config class. And once I have this, then I'm just going to come and paste it right here, and then I'll come and say users.apps.usersConfig. Now this is just enough to register our apps, and we're going to look into the next topic, which is actually going to allow us to create our views as well as map them onto our URLs. Thank you for watching, guys, and if you've liked it, please leave a like. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next video. Bye.
Hi everyone, and welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to talk about views and their relevance in the Django web framework. Now, a view basically is a function that takes in an HTTP request and then returns an HTTP response. So basically, a view is where all the logic or all the functionality that you are required to basically call when you go to a certain web page is written. So for example, when you create a first view, so I'm going to head over to our post app right here, and what I'll do is to head over to the views module or the views.py file. So we're going to create our first view, which is going to be a simple function that's going to return for us a hello world message. So I'm going to come right in here and I'll create a simple function. I'll call this function our index function. Now this is supposed to take in a request, so I'll specify the request to just be our parameter, which is going to be a request. Now you can even specify the type of this request, because this request is always of the type HTTP request. So we can go ahead and import our HTTP request class from Django. So I'll do that by saying from Django, now say .http, we shall go ahead and import our HTTP request class, just like that. So using type hints, I can go ahead and basically state the type of this request parameter to be our HTTP request. Now that we have this, I can go ahead and specify what this is actually going to return. So what we're going to return in this case is going to be an HTTP response. So to return our HTTP response, I'm going to import the HTTP response class from Django.http. So to do that, what I'll do is to import it just like we've imported our HTTP request. So I import our HTTP response, and then I'll just come right here, and what I'll do is to say return. And in this case, we're going to return our HTTP response. Sorry for that. So this will be our HTTP response. Now, HTTP response takes in the content or the message or what you want to actually return in this response. So what I'm going to do is to specify that we just want to simply return hello world. And now this is our view function. Now, if you're to notice, what we have is a simple function that basically takes in a request object and then returns an HTTP response. Now what this means is when we head over to a URL on our app, for example, if our app was www.facebook.com, actually this is going to be facebook.com. So if our website had such a URL and we are to visit the /URL or the /endpoint or the route, what we would have is this function being called, and what we'll be seeing is our hello world message. So for now, we haven't yet attached this view onto a URL, but let's go ahead and attach it to a simple URL. So to attach this to a URL, we'll have to create a URL patterns, or actually you have to create a list of URL patterns that are going to be specific to this specific post app. So for us to be able to do that, I'm going to go ahead and create a new urls.py module within our posts app. And this URL modules is going to contain a list of all the URLs that will be specific to our post app. So what I'm going to do is to import a certain function from Django that's going to allow us to create such paths. So I'm just going to come and say from Django.urls, which is the URLs module, I'm going to go ahead and import our path function. Now using this path function, we're going to be able to map all our views, all functions, and then we map them onto URLs that we can basically access on our main website. So to do this, what I'm going to do is to come to URLs, and then I'll create a list of URL patterns. So I'll call this URL patterns. And this URL patterns list is simply going to be a list and this is the way you spell it. It's kind of a convention to keep it to URL patterns. Otherwise, Django won't be able to notice that you actually have some URL patterns here. So with that, let's go ahead and continue. So now that we have a list of URL patterns, what I'm going to go and do is to call our path function to create a URL pattern. So to create one, I'm going to just come and call this function. So it takes in the route as the first argument. So our route in this case is going to actually be our root route or our root endpoint on our application, just like I gave the example of www.facebook.com, and then when you go to slash, that will actually be the root endpoint of our website. So let me remove this, and then the second argument is actually going to be the view function itself. So in this case, we're going to specify a view function, and in this case what we shall have to do is to import our views. So I'll go to the top of our code right here, and then I'll say from dot, we are actually going to import our views module. So this is actually how we're going to be accessing all the views that are specific to our posts app. So I'm just going to come right here and say views dot, in this case I'll import our index view, and then I'll give it a name. So in this case what I'm going to do is to give it a name. So this name is going to help us when you're accessing our URL as a function, just like we're going to see in the coming videos. So right now I'm just going to call this our home. I'll just call this our post. Actually, I'm just going to call it the posts home, and this is good to go. We've created a URL for our app, but we have not been able to tell Django that we are actually going to have URL specific to posts being accessed over our project. So to do that, we're going to be able to register our URL patterns to our main app so that we can be able to actually access them within our project. So let's go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to do is to go ahead and save. I'm going to save this. I'll also save our views.py, and what I'll do in this case is to come and go to our project, which is our blog project right here. So I'll go to our urls.py file, and what I'll do is I'm going to first remove this comment right here. So what we have is URL patterns, but these URL patterns are actually similar to the URL patterns we've created right here. But the difference is that these URL patterns are actually one specific to our entire project, while these are actually specific to our posts app. Now, when we map our URL patterns from the whole project, and then we come and register them right here, what we actually do is to allow our URLs be accessed project-wise. So let's go ahead and include our posts URLs onto our main project so that you can be able to actually access them on our main site. Now I'm going to import a function from Django.urls that's going to simply allow us to get URLs from a module and then include them onto our main project URL patterns. So to do that, what I'm going to come and do is I'm going to import a function called the include function. Sorry for that. So this is actually going to be our input function. And when you import this include function, I'm simply going to come right here, and what I'll do is to create a path. So I'm going to call a path function. Now I'm going to provide our root URL, and this is actually going to be a blank URL, meaning our root URL. And within here, instead of saying views, just like we've been having here, in this case we're just going to simply include URLs from a separate app. So I'm just going to come and say include, and then I'm going to call this function so it takes in arguments. So in this case I'll provide the URLs that we want to actually include. So we shall point to the app, which is our posts app. So I'll just come right here and say posts, and then continue by saying dot URLs. Now that we have this, I'm going to go ahead and save. Now that we've saved this, we can be able to actually access our URLs on our entire project. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up my terminal right here. So we have a virtual environment, but we haven't yet activated it. Now I'm going to first activate it with source, and then env since I'm on Linux, bin, and then activate. So when I go ahead and run our project, so I'll run this with Python 3 money.py, and then run server, our server will run, and then we are going to be able to access our app at localhost 8000. We have some unapplied migrations, but do not mind about this. We shall look at this when we are looking at models. So what I'll do is to click on our localhost 8000, and this is actually going to go ahead and open up our app. So just like we see here, we have our response returned to us. So what happens each time we refresh this page is we are making a request to our localhost 8000/endpoint. So even when we go back to our terminal right here, what we have is a request made with a get method to our root endpoint, and then we also see an HTTP response returned with a status code of 200. So basically each time we create a request, so let me refresh here, we are actually requesting for the /endpoint, and our view function is going to be executed, and then we shall return a response. So let's go ahead and create a new view function. So I'll just create a new function, and then let's say this function is actually going to take in a name, and it's going to return for us a greeting for that name. So in this case, I'll come and say greet, and in this case we shall say it's going to be greeting, but it's going to take in a request because it's a view function, and then this will actually return for us the name. So let's say I want to pass this name through a query string or through a query parameter. In this case, we shall come and say return hello, and then actually what we want to actually do is to specify that we want to return a response containing our name. So let's say I want to return an HTTP response, and this HTTP response is going to be a greeting that's going to greet our name. So let's look at how we can be able to get our name from our query string. So what we're going to do in this case is to come and say that our name is actually going to be our request.get. So request.get is going to be a dictionary that's going to contain all our parameters that we're going to pass in our URL. So what I'm going to do is to actually pass in this case we can say request.get, and I'll come and specify what we need here. So that is actually going to be our name. So once we have this, then what we need to do is to return our name, or when you don't have the name, what we want to actually say is we're going to return hello world. So when we have this, let me actually close the terminal for now. So what I'll do is to come and say hello, and in this case we shall pass in our name since we want to return a greeting for our name. So when I save this, I'm going to attach this to our URL pattern. So I'll just come to our URLs of our posts app. Now that we've registered our URLs onto our project, we don't need to actually register this again. So I'll have to only add that URL to our posts app. So I'll just come right here and say path. And in this case, we shall say it's going to be greet. So in this case, we're going to have greet, and I'm going to attach the view. So I'll say views dot. In this case, it's going to be greet. So I can as well as give this a name of greet. Then let's say name. So when I have this, what I'm going to do is to go to our browser. So I'll go to my Chrome right here. So instead of going to our root URL, in this case, what I'm going to do is to actually go to our /URL. So I'm just going to actually go to /greet. And now we have hello world, meaning that's actually going to give us our name as world. So that's when we have not provided our name. So when I go right here, we have not provided our name. So it's seeing our world as our name. Now let's say we provide our name. So I'm just going to come right in here. And what I'll do is to provide our name as a query parameter. So I'll come right here and say that our name is going to be equal to, let's say, Jonah. And when we have this, we now see that it's actually returning for us our name as Jonah. So right now we've been able to see that view functions take in requests and they return HTTP responses. But now let's see how we can return some data. So what I'm going to come and do is to create a list of posts. So these posts are actually going to be some dummy data that we're going to see and use before we create our database. So I'm just going to come right here. We're going to create a simple posts list. Now this is just going to be a simple in-memory database, we're going to have posts. So each post is going to have an ID. It will have a title. And let's say this is going to be learn Django. So it's actually going to have an author. And let's say the author is Sally Jonathan. So when we have this, I can actually go ahead and copy paste this. So I'm just going to come right here and I'm going to copy paste these. So what we have here is a list of posts. Now what we're going to actually do is to assign different IDs. So I'm actually going to assign ID 2 and ID 3. So what you can actually do is to call this, let's say, learn Python, and let's say we're going to name this learn, actually it's going to be JavaScript for beginners. So once we have this, then what we can do is to actually go ahead and return this in a response. So I'm going to come right here, and what I'll do is to come and write a view function. So I may call this return all posts, and this will take in a request just like we've constructed our view functions. So this will be taking in our HTTP request, and then we are simply going to return our HTTP responses. So in this case, we want to return some content or an object. So what we want to actually do is to return, so just like you see here, we return an HTTP response class with a string as content. So what you can actually do is to just return a string of our post. So I can actually just come right here and turn our posts list into a string. So when I do this, I'm going to attach this to a URL. So I'll just come right in our URLs here. So what I'm going to actually do is to return a path, and in this case what I'm going to do is to call this path posts. Then we shall attach this to our view, and then what we're actually going to do is to specify that our view function is going to be one for returning all posts, and then we can say we're giving this a name of all posts. So once we have this, then what I'm going to do is to go to our browser and try to access this URL. So I'm just going to come right to our browser here, and I'm going to remove this. So when I come right here to our posts, actually we see that we don't have a URL for that. So let's actually see, we go to /posts. Actually this is /grid/posts, so we need to access this on our posts, and now we see a string representation of all our posts. So let's try to access one URL, actually one post from our list. So what we're going to do is to actually pass an argument within our URL. So I'm just going to come right in our project here, and I'll go to our views. So I'm going to create one specific view that's going to return only one post. So I'll do that with, in this case, we're going to return, sorry for this, so I'll just come and say return one post, and we shall have a request, and this request is going to take in an HTTP. So this will actually be the HTTP request, and this is actually going to return an HTTP response. So in this case we shall return an HTTP response, but we want to actually return is going to be one single post, so we shall return that string as a post. And now let's say we want to get that post with it by its ID, so we shall pass in the post ID. So in this case what I'm going to do is to pass in a post ID, and since we want these posts, I can come and also specify that what we want is to actually search for that post. So we can do that by looping through all the posts. So I can say for post in posts, and what we want to do is to find if that post contains that ID. Then we can say if post, since it's a dictionary, each post is actually a dictionary right here. So what you can do is to actually say if post ID is equal to the post ID, and then what we can do is to basically specify that we actually want to return that specific post. So I can come right in here, and what I can do is to return this HTTP response with that string as a post. So what we can do is to return our post and then return that post with that specific ID. So once we have that, then what we are actually returning the post itself. So in this case, we want to return the post in our HTTP response. But in case we don't have the post, what we can do is to return a message simply showing that that post doesn't exist. So we are going to just come right in here and return our HTTP request, and then let's say it's going to be not found. So when I save this, hoping that our server is still running, we are fine. So what we're going to do is to create a URL for this. We're going to go to our posts urls.py, and what I'll do is to create a path, and this path is going to be on the /posts, and then here we're going to pass in an argument within our URL. So in this case, what we want is to specify the type of that argument. It's going to be our ID, and it's actually going to be an integer. So our integer is going to be an ID, and then we shall basically attach a view onto this URL. So I'll just come right here and say views dot, in this case we want to return one post, so I'll come and say return one post, and then we shall give this a name. So this name is actually going to be get one post. So I'll save this, and when I save this, then when you go to our browser, when you try to access one post by its ID, so for example a post with the ID of 1, in this case what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to come right here, and what I'll do is to access a post with the ID of 1. So we actually return we have an ID of unexpected argument of ID. We made a mistake there, so it's actually supposed to be our post ID. So when you have our post ID within our URL, we also need to specify that as an argument to our view function. So when I come right back here and refresh, we now see a string representation of the post with ID of 1. So in this video, we've been able to look at views, which are simply functions that take in HTTP requests and then return HTTP responses. Thank you for watching, and if you've enjoyed this video and you found it valuable, the way you can help me is leaving a like so that you make this video accessible to everyone who may want to learn Django. And don't forget to subscribe if you're new to this channel. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next video. Bye. Went ahead and looked at view functions, and we discussed how they take in requests and then return HTTP responses. Now templates are just HTML documents that we may render within our view functions. So in this video, I'm going to be walking you through templates and the different concepts involved while using templates in Django. So let's get started. So we're going to start by rendering a simple HTML template within a view. So to do that, what I'll do is to go back to our code right here. So we have some of the view functions we've created, for example, our index function. So right now we are returning an HTTP response that basically creates an object that it returns to us. And in this case, we are just returning text. But what we're going to do in this case is to actually return an HTML document. So to do that, what we need to first do is to specify where this file is going to be. So I'll open up our project and then go within our posts app. And what I'll do first is to create our templates folder. So I'll begin by saying templates. And after doing this, then I'll create a simple file, which is going to be our HTML file. And it's going to be called the index.html file. Now this index.html file is going to have our HTML that we're going to render. So I'll basically create a simple HTML file right here. So this is some boilerplate code I've created with VS Code, and I'm just going to simply call this our Django template. So just right in here, I'll come, and what I'll do is write a simple heading. It's going to be an H1, and this H1 is going to have the text hello world. So I'm going to save this, and then we shall go back to our view function, and then what we shall do is to change our index view function so that it basically returns this index.html page. So to do this, we are going to replace our HTTP response object with our render function. So render function is a shortcut function provided to us by Django, and what it does is to return an HTTP response, but this HTTP response renders an HTML page instead of just returning for us just a plain text message. So the first thing we're going to do is to import the render function. So we shall just come at the top. Actually, it's already imported for us. So we have from Django the shortcuts, we're going to import render. So then we'll have to replace our index view function with this. So I'll just come right here and then remove our HTTP response. So in this case, I'll write that we're going to render. So the render function takes in an argument, which is going to be our request object as a first argument. So I'll begin by providing the request object, and then I'll provide the template name. Now in this case, you have to point to where our template is. So now keep in mind that we have called our folder templates, and this is the convention. So Django will always look in the folder of templates and then be able to locate where the actual template is. So what we've done in this case is to specify that we need the file index.html, and this file is going to actually be located within our templates folder. So since it's not in any other directory, we shall just have to access it from the root project. So we'll just come and say that we're going to access the index.html page, and then we are going to save this, hoping that our server is still running. Going to go back to our browser, and when we try to access this, then we're going to actually get our HTML. So let's go to our browser and check this out. So when I go to our browser right here, I'm going to go to our root URL, and in this case we see that our HTML page has been rendered. So HTML pages are not actually just HTML. Sometimes you may want variables from models or some variables from our backend. Now this is where templating engines come into play. So templating engine is one way that we use to express logic from our view functions into our HTML template. For example, let's say we wanted this name to be dynamic. So let's say we wanted to create a name, but wanted this name to be dynamic. So let's say we wanted to provide that name as a query parameter or as a URL parameter. So what you can do is to actually make it a variable that you can provide or provide a default. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll come back to our views. I'm going to go to views.py, and in this case what I'll have to do is to create our name. So just like we did for this example, I'm just going to copy this, and what we shall have here, I'm just going to come and say that we are going to have our name being equal to what we shall get from our request as our name, or world, the string world. So when I save this, I am going to check our server, it's still running. So once we provide this and want to access it within our template, then you have to provide a context. So context is a dictionary of variables that we may want to access on our template. So for example, in this case, we've created a name, but we want to access this name on our front end or our template. We may need to provide this name in our context dictionary. So I'm going to come right here and I'll create a context dictionary. So I'll create a dictionary which is going to be our context. So this context is going to have the name that we shall use as on our front end or our template. So we shall have that context name, and it's going to actually be the key in this case. So shall say it's going to be the name, and then we shall provide that name as our name. Now all we need to do is to pass that context within our render function as the third argument. So I'll just come right here and say that we are actually going to have our context as our third argument. Now when I save, hoping that our server is still running, we are safe. I'll head over to our browser, and when you head over to our browser, in this case, sorry for that, in this case what we're going to do is when I refresh, for the first time we're going to see that we're going to have hello world, because now our name is world. But let's say we provided our name, so I'll say slash and then question mark. I'll provide our name as, let's say, Jonah. So let's say we provided our name as Jonathan. So in this case it's actually not working. Let's see where we're going wrong. So we have name, which is actually name all gets this, and we don't actually have this name in our template yet. So what is actually returning is just our static hello world message. Now we're going to use a templating syntax that we are going to use to bring variables from our front end or carry out some logic using our data on our front end. So we're going to use a special syntax. So I'm just going to write 2 curly braces, and within here I'll provide our name. So when I provide this name is actually going to come from our view function instead. So it's still going to be a static name just like we've been having. It's going to be coming dynamically from our view function within our context. So when I save this and go back to our browser right here and refresh, in this case you see that our name is being picked from our URL and it's actually being rendered on our front end or our template. So let's say we remove this name. When you go back to our root endpoint, right now we see that we're actually having our world string being returned to us as our name. So what is confusing about this templating syntax is the way we write it most of the time. But let's take it step by step. So right now we have a name that we've been able to render within our template. Now let's say we also wanted to loop through all our posts that we created right here in our views, our dummy database of posts right here. So let's say we wanted to loop over all these. So what you can do is to actually use a for loop within our template, and then you'll be able to dynamically render some HTML elements with this kind of data from our backend. So to do that, what we shall have to do first is to provide our posts within a context. So I'll just come within our index HTML or within our index view function in this case, and what I'll do is to provide our posts, and these posts are going to be posts. And now that we have these posts, then we have them in our context. So this means we can actually access them on our index.html page. So for me, I normally use a special VS Code extension that can make life easy for me when I'm dealing with templating language or when I'm dealing with the Django templating language. And that extension is called the Janeiro extension. So when I go to my installed extensions, I have the Janeiro extension, and it's basically a collection of snippets for Django templates as well as some other Django functions. So head over to our extensions part and install that extension, as it will be so helpful when you're writing your Django template snippets. So from that, so what we're going to actually do is to go to our index.html. Now that you have our posts added to our context, we're going to actually access these posts in our index.html. So for every post that we have in our dictionary, what we're going to do is to render the title, the author, as well as the ID of that specific post in our HTML template. So what I can do is to remove our name for now. So let's say I'm going to create an H1, and this H1 is going to be list of posts. So what I'm going to do is to write a simple for loop. Now if you have the Janeiro extension installed, all you'll have to do is to say for, and then it will complete the tag for you, just like you see here. It's making your life easier. So in this case, we want to loop through each of the posts, so I can say for post in posts. All we can do is to return a simple H2. So I'm actually going to return an H2, and this H2 is going to have our post title. Now instead of writing our double curly braces, all I can just do is say var, and then Janeiro will complete for me the double curly braces. And now we want to access the post title, so I can just come and say post dot title. And when I save this, now hoping our server is running, actually didn't even need to check because this is our HTML template. So when you go back to our UI right here, or our template, when you refresh, we now see a list of posts, and it's rendering all the posts dynamically from our view function. So let's go ahead and also render the other information. So we can do the same thing for, let's say, the author. So I can write a paragraph here and say by, let's say, the author. So I can make this bold and then provide our author. So I can say post dot author. When I save this, I can go ahead and refresh, and now we have the authors of the specific posts. Now we can even add the IDs, so I can come right in here and let's say I can add the post ID. So I'm just going to add var and then say post dot ID. So right in here I can provide some separation, and when I refresh, right now we see the post of ID 1 with the title and then the author. So this is basically showing us how we can be able to display our data dynamically using our templates. Now this is just a simple part that we've covered. There are a lot of template tags out there, just like we're going to be seeing in the next videos, but let's go ahead and look at another concept. Now the other concept we're going to look at is template inheritance. So for example, if we are to navigate to different parts of our application, we shall need some way of sharing the different layouts within these templates. For example, we have our home page right here, but we cannot navigate to another template. So let's go ahead and actually create some other templates. So what you can do is to go to our views.py right in here in our posts app. So I'm just going to actually close this right here. So this is actually going to be minimized. So I'm going to create a simple view function. So I can actually just come right here, and when I say view, I can actually just write view and it will autocomplete for me because now I have general. So I'm just going to call this about, and then let's say this is going to take in a request, which is going to be your type HTTP request. Now here what I'll do is to return, so in this case I'll return render, and then I'll specify that we're going to take in our request object as well as our template, which shall call about.html. Now within about.html, I'm actually going to also create one. So let's say I'm just going to create a services page. So this services page is going to have request, and then what we shall do is to return. In this case we shall return render and then our request. Then we shall also return our services page. So right now we have 3 HTML templates that we're actually rendering. Now what you can do is to basically go ahead and create these templates. So I'll go within our templates folder right here, and then I'll create our about.html. I'll also create our services.html, and what you shall need here is some HTML. So I'm just going to call this services, and then what I'm going to actually provide here, I'm actually going to provide a services as our heading. So it's actually going to be services page, and we shall do the same thing for our about page. So I'm just going to create the same HTML. So we'll actually call this about, and then right in here I'm going to provide an h1, and this will be our about page. So once you have this, then the next thing is going to be to navigate to the different parts of these of our pages. So I'll go to our front end or our template that we've rendered here, which is our index.html. So right now we don't have a way of navigating to the other pages, but let's say if we went to the about and the services, we have actually not created URLs for them. So I'm just going to go to our urls.py, and then what I'll do is to create extra URLs for them. So I'll minimize that. I'll create a path, and this is actually going to be for our about. So we shall attach this to a view. So I'll say views.about, and then let's say we provide the name as our posts about. So once we have this, then we can do the same thing for our services. So I'll just simply go ahead and copy this, and once I have this, then I can just come right here, provide this route as services, and once I have this, then I'll be able to access the view function specific to that specific route. So it's going to be services, and now I have to also change the name to services. Alright, so now that we have this, this means that we can actually navigate to these URLs. So for example, if I went here and said localhost 8000/about, it's actually going to navigate to the about page. the same thing for our services page. So if we go to our services page right here, it's actually going to take us to our services page. So things are actually working. Now let's go ahead and look at how we can navigate to these different parts of our page using anchor tags. So let's say if I went to our home or our index.html page, what I'm going to do is to create a simple header. So this header, and this header is actually going to have links that are going to lead us to the different parts of the application. Now Django provides for us special tags that can help us to pass in URLs into anchor tags so that you can be able to navigate to somewhere on clicking these links. Now what I'm going to do is to provide that. So using general, I can just come and say URL and then provide the name that we use in our URL patterns. Now in this case, what we have is our posts urls.py. So I'm just going to close some of this. So I'm also going to close this. Now when we have our URLs, all we shall need is the names that we use for those specific URL patterns. So in this case, I am going to basically provide our posts home, and this will be for our home. So I'm just going to come and paste that in and then provide home. And once we have that, then I'll also do the same thing for our about. So this is actually going to be URL, and in this case we shall have the name as posts about. So this is actually going to be for our about page, and once we have that, then we shall have the same thing for our URLs for services. So just going to come and also copy this and paste it in. So I'm just going to come right here and paste it in. Now in this case we shall just have services. Now when I go ahead and save this, what I can do is to actually go to our home page. So I'll just come right here, and when I go to our localhost 8000, we now see the different links, and when we click these links, so this actually takes us to our home page. This will take us to our about, and when you go back to our services, you can still navigate to our services. Now problem is, if we want this shared across all these pages, what we actually need to do is to go ahead and copy all those links and paste them in the different HTML templates. Now that's kind of weird, because then it will mean that for all the 100,000 pages that we shall create with the same layout, we'll have to write them the same way. But thanks to template inheritance, we don't have to actually do that. So we shall create a base or a layout template that these are actually going to inherit from. So we shall have the same layout, but we shall not have to write the same HTML for every page. So to do that, I'm going to head over to our code right here, and what I'm going to do is to head over to our templates. Now I'm going to create a new file, and this new file is going to be our base.html. So this base.html template is actually going to be our main layout template, and this main layout template is the one that we shall share across those pages that shall share that specific layout. So to do that, I'm just going to come and copy what we actually have that's common to all pages. Now in this case, what we have is actually the HTML header, and I shall paste that in here. So once we have this, then we actually need also the closing body tag and the HTML tag. Now come and paste this here. So once you have this, you can even have a footer of sorts. So I'm just going to come right here, and so I'm going to come here, and let's say I provide a copyright. So I'll say and copy, and then so in this case we shall say Django beginners, and then say 2022. So right now it's 2022. So what you can do is to actually provide all the content within these tags. So we're going to use special tags that are called the block tags, and what these do is to dictate where in the layout the parts of the pages are going to be. So in this case, what we shall do is to provide our block tag. So I'll use general for that, and right here we can give our block a name. So let's say it's actually going to be the content. So in between these block tags is where our content for every page is actually going to be. So after doing this, then what you can do is actually share this layout across all the pages that we have. So to do that, I'll just come to index.html. So now index.html has its content, but let's say if we want this content to have the layout that we have in our base.html, we shall have to come and use the extends tag and then specify which layout we want. So in this case, it's the base.html template, and what we need is to specify our block tags and then use the same name we use for our block content. So I'll just come right here and wrap this in these block content tags. And now the next thing is actually going to be to include our content. So I'll just come right here and provide this. So when you go back to our UI right here, to navigate back to our home page, we now see that we actually have our header. So that's not the same for our about, but let's fix it. We're going to do the same thing. So when I go back here, we need to go to our about.html, and what I'll do is to remove that. So I'll do the same thing, extends, and then shall inherit our base template, and then I'll provide block content. So it's actually going to have the same content, and what we shall do is provide an h1. So h1 is actually going to be for our about page. And once we've done this, then we shall do the same thing for our services page. So I'm just going to come and extend our base.html layout. I'll provide block tags here, and then it's going to be block content and then block content. And now that we have this, then the next thing is actually going to be to provide the content that's actually going to be in between here. So I'll provide an h1, and this is actually going to be for our services page. So now that we have this, we expect that we're going to navigate to different parts of the application easily. Now I'm going to save, and when I save, I am going to head over to our Chrome, and when I refresh, we now see that the app page as well has the header as well as the footer. Now let's go to our about, let's go to services. The same thing happens. So when you go to our home page, the same thing happens. We actually have the content as well as our header. Now the beauty with template inheritance, you can even pass variables dynamically. For example, let's say each Django template is actually going to have a different title. So what we can do is to provide that within our base.html. So I'm going to go to base.html. Let me close this for now. And all I can do is to change our title. So let's say we have a title dynamically from each view that's rendering a template. All we can do is to change the title. So let's say we didn't want this to be a title just. So let me change this. I'm just going to provide a var and then provide our title. So let's say we have each view having our title. So when I go to views.py, all I can do is to provide our views within our context. So I can just come right in here and say that we're going to have our title, and this title is going to be, let's say, our home page. Now we can do the same thing for our about page. So I'm just going to go ahead and create our context dictionary, and this context dictionary is actually going to be having, so right here we shall actually have our title, because then we want it dynamic. So you can just come and say about page and then provide our context within our render function. So I'll just come and provide our context. I'll do the same thing for our service page. So I'll come and provide our context and then go ahead and create this context. So I'm just going to copy this and then paste it, but then our title will be different. So in this case we shall have services page. So I'm going to save this, and when I save this, when we go back right to our Google Chrome and I refresh, we now see that our home page has a different title. So when you go to our about page, you shall have the about page as our title. When you go to our services page, the same thing will happen. We shall have a dynamic title for this template. So in this video, we've been able to actually look at templates, which help us to bring data from our view functions and display it in dynamic ways in our HTML. We've also looked at HTML inheritance or layout inheritance that can allow us to share the same layout across different pages. If you like this video, what you can do for me is to like and also subscribe to the channel. Make this video go to as many people as possible by clicking that like button. Thank you for watching, guys, and see you in the next video. Bye.
Hey guys, what's up? So for the previous video we looked at templates and template inheritance. We looked at how we could render dynamic data from our backend or from our view functions to our HTML templates. We also looked at HTML inheritance, which allowed us to share the same layout across all the pages of our application. Now in this video we're going to look at how we can style our HTML template so that we have a website that actually looks more appealing. So let's get started. Now, static files are going to be CSS files, JavaScript files, and in some cases, images. So what we're going to do is to look at how we can be able to make use of those different kinds of data using our Django. So let's get started. So what I'm going to do is to head over to our code right here. And the first thing I'm going to do is to create a folder called our static folder. So this is actually going to be a static folder. Now in this static folder is where we're actually going to locate all our CSS or our JavaScript or our images. So what I'm going to do is to create a new, file that I'm just going to call it css/main.css. So what I'm actually doing is creating a CSS file within the CSS directory. And that's actually going to create a CSS folder and then the main.css file. So after doing that, let me close this. And the next thing I'm also going to do is to create a new file. So I'll call this file I'll call this index.js. So this is actually where I will write our small JavaScript. Now I'm also going to create a simple file right here. So I'm actually not going to create it, but I'll place it. So I'll just create a folder. So this folder is the one that's going to contain our static images. So let's say the website contains some images that you may want to render on the front end that are going to be static. In this case, we may need a folder for images within our static directory. Now the first thing we're going to do is to edit our main.css file. So I'm just going to add in some CSS properties here. So the first thing I'm going to do is to style everything with a padding of 0 and margin of 0, and then let's say we want everything to have a box sizing of border box. So I'll save this. Let's also say that we want our font family. So our font family to be, let's say, sans serif. So actually choose something like Calibri sans serif. So once you have this thing, what you need is actually a way we are going to access these files. So what I'm going to do is to go ahead and apply these styles so that it can be globally accessed by other pages of our application. Now the beauty with template inheritance is we can apply these styles to our base template, and then we can be able to access them across the various parts of our application. So what I'm going to do is to go to our template of our base.html or our base layout template, and then right in here I'm going to create our link. So I'll create a link. So this link is going to be a link of CSS, and then where we have our href, in this case we're going to use a special Django tag that's going to specify what this is actually going to come from, where it's going to come from, and this is actually going to be a static tag. Now within our static tag we specify where we are actually looking for that file. So in this case what we need is css/main.css. Actually what will happen is Django will look for the static directory and then look for the CSS directory, and then it will look for main.css. So what you can do is to actually come and say that we're going to look for css/main.css, and when we save this, when we go ahead and refresh, our cells may not be applied for now, but let's actually try it. So when we refresh, we now have our template syntax error. So each time we're going to use our static tag, we are being told that we actually did not load this tag. So some tags in Django may need us to actually load them before we actually get to use them. So we are going to load this tag. So what I'll do is to go ahead in our base.html, and then at the top of our HTML code, I'm going to use a special tag called the log tag. So sometimes you may have these tags, and these tags may not actually be loaded, so we may have to first load them first, and we shall look at how to create these tags in the future. So I may come and actually create a static tag. So after creating this and loading it, I can refresh this side, and now we have our tag being loaded. So let's actually look at what is happening. So when you go back to our terminal right here, we see that we are actually having a static CSS main.css not found. So let's say we stopped our server. So I'm going to stop our server with Ctrl and C, and I'll have to restart our server for now. So now that our server has started, I'm going to go back to our template, and when I refresh, right now we see that our styles are actually working. And the beauty is these styles can also be accessed across other parts of our page. So let's go ahead and style this up. So I'm just going to go to our main.css, and within our main.css, I'm going to style up some of the things we have here. For example, I am going to turn our header. I'll give our header a background color. So let's say our background color is actually going to be black. And when you have this, then you shall have our background color being black. So we can also give it some padding. So this padding can be something like 20 pixels, which is actually going to happen. Now we can style all our anchor tags. And all our anchor tags in this case can have text decoration of none. So we can just say text decoration is actually going to be none. And what we can actually target are the header tags within our header. So to do that, I'll actually come within our base.html, and then I'll provide each of these with class selectors. So I'll come right in here, and what I'll do is I'll actually use Ctrl H so to select multiple. So I'll just come and provide a class. So I'll call each of these a nav link, and when I have this is a selector I'm going to use to select them. So I'll go to our main.css here, and then I'll select the class with nav link, and then I'll style them. So let's say we give them a color of white. So when I save this, I'm going to come and sorry for this, I'm going to refresh, and when I refresh, we actually have our styles happening here. So we can even style up our H1s. So let's say our H1s are actually going to have a margin of, let's say, 20 pixels. And I save this. Now see that our H1s are having a margin of 20 pixels. And let's say, like in our index.html, we created our H1. So let's actually put this in a div. So I'll put this in a div with saying dot. So this actually with Emmet, it will autocomplete to a div with a class, and then I'll call this post, and then let's say we provide this in a div with a class of post. So when I come, I can go ahead and style this up. So I can say dot post, and then right in here, what I can do is to provide padding within the post container, 20 pixels, and when I have this, then when I refresh, we actually have our posts having some padding in them. And now we can see that we actually can be able to style up these different components of our application. Now let's look at how we can actually add our JavaScript. So right now we have our styles working, but let's say we wanted to add some JavaScript. So let me actually space this up. So what I can actually do is to come to our nav link and then say margin. This will be our margin left. So let's say we're going to have a margin left of 20 pixels. When I refresh, we actually have them spaced out. So we actually have some organization here. I'm not the best at CSS, but at least you get the idea. So what you can do is to actually add some interactivity by adding some JavaScript. So to add JavaScript, all we can do is to add a script tag. So I'm going to go to our our base.html, and within our base.html we need a script tag. So best practice that we have to put our script tag before the ending closing body tag, because then if our CSS is big, that means our page will load slowly. So we're going to provide the source, and then we shall do the same thing. So in this case, we shall use our static tag, and within our static tag, we shall provide js/index.js. So within our index.js, all I'm going to write is alert, and I'll just say this is your JS from Django. So I'm actually going to save this. So if we have our JS, what we're going to have is a simple pop-up, and this is actually going to have this message. So I'll go ahead and refresh our page, and now we see that we're actually having our JavaScript that's going to pop up this, telling us that this is our JS from Django. So I'm going to stop that, and now we have actually looked at how we can style our pages, as well as how we can add our static JavaScript. Now let's say we have an image and we actually want to render that image as well. So what I'm going to do is to select any image from my file system. So I'm going to open up my files, sorry for that. I am going to come to my files, and then I'll head over to pictures, and then within pictures I'll select a simple picture of myself. Now I'm going to drag this in my images right here, and all I can do for now is to render this in our HTML template. So I'm just going to come within our index.html, and let's say I want to render this in a template. So all I can do is to come and say img, and we can do the same thing. So using our static, I can come and say that I'm going to render our images. So I'm just going to call this images slash, and all I can do is so I'll rename this to my image. So I'll just call this me, and once I have this, then all I can do is to render this. So I can say render me.jpg. So we can even provide an out, so in case the photo does not exist. So I'll just come and say photo. When I save and go back to our HTML template and refresh, and now actually what we have here is we did not load the static tag. We've used it, but we haven't loaded it. So I'll go at the top of our code after the extends tag, because it has to be the first within our template, and then I'll say load, and then say static. Now I save and refresh. Right now we see my photo is being shown. So let's say we have these photos. Now we can even style this photo up. So I can provide a style of image. Actually, I can come and provide the class. So let's actually select it with a class, and this class is actually going to be a class of image. So when you go to our main CSS, all we can do is to style that up. So just going to say .image, and let's say provide a width, and let's say this width is actually going to be 200 pixels. And I save this. When we refresh, we now have my image being displayed on our template. In this video, we've been able to look at how we can style our Django templates. We've also been able to look at how we can add JavaScript as well as images to our templates. Thank you for watching, guys, and all you can do for me is to hit that like button so that you get this video to as many beginners who may want to learn the Django as possible. Thank you for watching, guys, and if you're new to this channel, please subscribe, because content like this will always be available. Thank you for watching, guys, and see you in the next video. Bye. Hi everyone, and welcome back. In this video we're going to look at models in Django. So according to the Django documentation, a model is a single definitive source of information about your data. It contains essential fields and behaviors for the data you're storing. Generally, each model maps onto a single database table. In this video, we're going to look at models and how we can use them to describe the data in our database tables. So according to this documentation, a model is simply a class that inherits from Django.db.models. So we're going to look into how we can construct our model and how we can use our model to describe how a certain database table will be. We are seeing some of the attributes of each model. For example, each model inherits from this class. Each attribute of the model represents a database field, and with all this we can actually use Django's generated database access API to make queries to our API. So Django has an ORM that allows us to create database tables using classes. Now the beauty of this is we don't have to write any sort of SQL. Therefore, we don't need to know that much SQL to be able to query our database tables in Django. So we're going to look into how to create these models and how we can query our database using these models. So let's get started. So we're going to be creating a model for the actual posts that we created. For example, we have these posts that can contain a title as well as an author. Now also going to add one extra field, which is actually going to be the content of that specific title. So let's get started. So I'm going to head over to our code, and within our code I'm going to get to the post app, since that's the only app we are working with for now, but we shall look into how to create other models in the next videos. So I'm going to go to our posts app. I'm actually just going to close some of this. So for every app we create, we have a models.py module. So this models.py module is responsible for holding all our database model classes. So within our models.py, I'm going to create our class of post. Now let me first model it out so that you can get a clear concept of what we're going to actually be constructing. So I'm going to create a class, and this class is going to be a post class. Now this post class will have a title, and this title will be a string, and we are also going to have an author. So this author is actually also going to be a string. Now we're going to have the title, the author. Let me go to our views.py right here. We're going to have the title, we're going to have an author, and we're also going to have the content. So I'll just add some content in here, and this content will also be a string of sorts. So in this case we can add a string of sorts. Now you can also add an image, just like you can see here. So we can actually just say that we're going to have a thumbnail for each of the posts that we're going to create. So we can also add the thumbnail. Now this thumbnail will be a file, so it actually be an image field. So let's just say it's going to be an image field, but I will actually store a simple image of how of the specific database table or the posts that we shall create. So we're not going to look into detail about this, but in the next video we are going to actually be talking about how to upload these images. So let's get started. So the first thing I'm going to do is to create our class. Now this class is going to be our database model, and it's going to describe how our post table is going to be in our database. So I'm going to come and create a class. This class is going to be our post class, and it's going to inherit from. So what thing we've been told from the Django documentation is that each model class subclasses Django.db.model. So when you go back to our code, we have already imported from Django.db import models. So what we shall actually access is the model class from our models module in Django. Now after doing this, we're going to go ahead and basically write the fields or the attributes of this class. So we're going to begin with the title, and in our models module we can access the different kinds of fields, and these fields can explain what kind of data is going to go in this column. So each time we create a class that's a model and give it attributes, what we are actually doing is to create a table. For example, creating a table of posts, and this post table is going to have each attribute being the column for that specific attribute within our database. So I'm going to create a model, and this is actually going to be a model COFFE field, which is a string field, and then the first attribute we shall specify is going to be the max length. So the max length is the maximum number of characters you can add onto a string field or a character field. And in this case, let's say that the longest title should be 225. And you can also provide the author, so the author is also going to be a models.COFFE field, and then you can specify our max length to be, let's say, 45. Now after doing that, we shall add content, and this content is going to be models. In this case, what you shall say is models.text field, because you want quite a lot of text and you don't have to even specify the max length for this. Now we're going to look into how to add this thumbnail. So for now, what you can actually do is to say thumbnail. Let me add this field, so you can say thumbnail, and this is going to be equal to models dot. In this case, what you can do is to say models dot image field, and this image field takes in where we want to upload this, so we can specify upload to. Let me actually see. So we can say upload to, and in this case we can specify where we actually want to upload this specific thumbnail. So what I'm going to do is to specify that we want to upload this to images. Actually, let's just say we want to upload it to thumbnails. And after uploading this to thumbnails, then we can also specify a default in case you haven't provided this. So we shall come and say that our default image is actually going to be default.png. So once we have that, then right now we have created our model. So the first thing we're going to do is to create a migration. So each time we create a database model in Django, we need to create a migration, and the migration is going to basically keep the change that we've created in our database. Now each time we create a migration, we go ahead and use that migration to be able to generate that change within our database. So when you create a migration, it's a Python file, just like we're going to see. So let's go ahead and create our first migration. So I'm going to pull up my terminal right here, and we already have an error right here that we cannot use the image field because Pillow is not installed. So to install Pillow, I'll have to first stop our server with Ctrl and C, then write pip install. It's actually going to be pip3 since I'm on Linux, and I'll go ahead and install Pillow. So Pillow is the Python imaging library, and it's the one that's going to allow us to upload these images. So we cannot actually be able to use this image field without having installed Pillow. So after installing Pillow, I'm just going to come and run our server again, and now we are seeing that we have 18 unapplied migrations. So I'm going to stop our server. The first thing I'm going to do is to basically create a migration for this post model that we've created. I'll pull up my terminal and I'll run python3 manage.py, and then I'm going to run make migrations. And when you run make migrations, as long as there is a change in our database tables or we've created a new model, it's going to look for that change and then create an appropriate migration file for that specific post for model or any model that we may create. So I'm just going to run this command, and since we have this, so we have our migration actually stored in post/migration, and that migration file is called 0001 initial.py. So now head over to our migrations within our post app. We see we have this model file generated for us, and when we take a look at this model file, what you have is it's of class migration. So it basically specifies all the fields and the name of the table of that model we've actually created. So as you look here, we can be able to actually see we have an ID, a title, an author, the content, the thumbnail, and so on, basically describing which kind of model or database table we're going to create. So now that we've created this database table, the next thing we're going to do is to actually create it in our database. So Django already comes with some of its migrations that we haven't actually run. For example, if I run our server again, we're being told that we have 19 unapplied migrations and we have to apply them. So by running these migrations, we are going to actually be creating them in our database. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll stop our server and then run Python 3 manage.py and then migrate, and this will go ahead and create these tables in our database. So if you're wondering which kind of database we are using, when I was introducing our settings.py file, I talked about our database dictionary, and this basically explains that we are using our default database as db.sqlite3, which is a file-based database. So once we have this, then I'm going to go ahead and run our server again, and then we shall explore our database tables. So I'm going to do this with Python manage.py run server, and this is going to run our server. And I'm going to open up the Django shell. So the Django shell is simply the Python shell that gives us access to our Django so that you can be able to interact with our database models and do other things. So to access our shell, I run Python 3 manage.py and then shell, and that will actually open up a Python interactive console to help us to actually deal with our Django apps. So the first thing I'm going to do is to import our models as we've created them. So I'll do that with from. So we've created the posts app, and then we shall access the models module, and then I'm going to import our post model. So right after importing our post model, I'm going to go ahead and query for all the posts. So in this case, what I'll do is to say posts, and in this case what we shall have to do is to do post.objects then dot all. And what we're actually doing here is searching or querying for all the posts in our database. So when I run this, if I say posts, in this case it's going to return an empty query set, meaning we haven't created any posts yet in our database. So for us to create a post, what we shall need to do is to create an object of type post and then finally save it to our database. Now to do this, I'm going to come and say new post. And this new post is going to be our post, and this post is going to have a title. So let's say the title for this is going to be Learn Django, and then we can also give an author. Now this author is going to be, let's say, John Doe. Sorry for that. Then maybe I'm going to give the content, so just going to give the content, and this content is going to be this is a simple introduction to the Django web framework. So right after creating our post, we can be able to access the different types of field that we put onto this post. For example, sorry for this. So when I come right here, I can say new post. And then when I specify this, I can access the post title with new post.title. So that will give us new post title. And when we say new post dot author, still we shall access the post author. Now we can also go ahead and access the content. So I'll do the same thing with content. So I'll say new post.content, and that will bring for us the post content at that point. Now in case we want to update the name, we can say new post dot, let's say, the title, and we can actually just do that. We say new post.title equals to Django for beginners. Now keep in mind that we haven't yet saved this, so in this case if I say new post.title, it actually returns Django for beginners. Now if we are to save this to the database, what we need to do is to just simply call new post.save, and this will go ahead and basically commit everything to our database.
So when I say new post.save and then we query for our posts, right now we see that our query set has one post, and this is actually showing us that it's a post object with an ID of 1. But if we want to generate a very friendly representation of our database objects, so to do that, I'll go back to our models.py module, and what I'll do is to create a simple method. So this method is going to be the string or str method, and it will take himself because it's going to run on every object that we shall be creating. Now this is responsible for generating a string representation of our object. So I'll do return, and then what I'll do is to just return self.title, or actually what I'll do is to simply write an f string, and within this f string I'm just going to come and say post, and then I'll provide the title. So I'll use curly braces here, I'll close that, and after doing that I'm just going to go ahead and save. So right after doing this, when I save that, in this case we can be able to only access them and they will be shown to us via this kind of representation. But if I get out of our shell and run our shell again, so in this case I'll first import our post model. So I'll say from posts.models, in this case I'm going to go ahead and import our post model, and after importing that, then I can say all posts, and I'll do this with post.objects.all, and when I say all posts, this is actually going to return a string representation of our object, and in this case we shall see the post title. So this actually makes it easy for us to have our posts returned to us in a very friendly way. So we can also look into how we can add other posts. For example, if I went ahead and added other posts, so I can come and say new post, and this new post is actually, so let me actually fix this. So we shall have new post, and this new post is going to be a post. So in this case we shall have a title, and our title in this case is going to be basic JavaScript, and then we shall give the author, and in this case we shall say the author is going to be John Doe, and after we can also give the content. So I provide the content, and then the content is going to be, this is a beginner guide to, so in this case we shall say this is a beginner guide to JavaScript. So maybe I'll just provide JavaScript, and when I create that, then I can simply save this by saying new post.save. So if I go ahead and basically query for all posts, we can now be able to see that we've actually had 2 posts created for us. So let's say we want to actually query for one post, so that we can query for one post by using this. So we can actually say post. So let's say we're querying for one post. So the Django ORM gives us an easy way. So we can just call the model class and then say objects, and then this gives us various fields, or gives us various methods that can allow us to query for what we want. So in this case we can use the get. So using get returns one object that has that specific attribute. For example, let's say if we wanted to search for the object that has a primary key or an ID of, let's say, 1, we can actually say post, and this will return our first post, which is actually going to be the first post that has a title of Django for beginners. Now if we run the same query, so let's say for the ID of 2, and then we run post, in this case it's actually going to return our JavaScript. So let's say we want to search for our title instead. Now what you can actually do is to say post 1 is actually going to be, let's say this is actually going to be post dot objects, and then in this case we're going to use a filter, and this filter takes in an attribute. So for example, in this case we can say title, and we can search for the title, and in this case we can say the title is going to be basic JavaScript. So once we have this, we can even specify what we want. So if I say .all, we want to return a query set of all the posts that actually have this title. So if I run post 1, this will return a query set, and let's say we want to run .first. So when I run post 1, this will actually return an individual post that has that specific attribute. We are going to look at more of this while we go on in our series, and I hope you've learned from this video.
Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to go ahead and continue from where we stopped. In the previous video, we went ahead and created our first database model, which allowed us to basically describe how we wanted our database table of posts to be. We went ahead and also looked at how we can query this table using the Django ORM. Now in this video, we're going to go ahead and look at the Django Admin, which is going to help us to be able to create our database, to manage our database models via a web interface. So the first thing we're going to do is to create a super user. A super user is a user that's going to be able to access the Django admin and be able to manipulate our models from there. So the first thing I'll do is to come to our terminal. So I'll first begin by activating our virtual environment with source env. So it's actually env, and then bin and activate. And sorry for this, so this is actually my terminal. So after activating my virtual environment, the next thing I'm going to go ahead and do is to run python manage.py and then create super user. So on running this command, we are going to be able to create a super user that will be able to access our Django admin. Now we are prompted to provide the username, so I'm going to give the username as admin, and then I'll give an email. So I'll say admin@app.com, and then I'll provide the password. So provide a simple password, and then I'll provide my password. And actually they didn't match, so you even have some validation right here. So I'll create our password again. So provide the password. Oh, my passwords are actually not matching. So let me provide my password once again. Seems like my passwords are not matching. Let me repeat the whole process again. So I'll provide the username with admin, and then I'll provide my email. So my email is actually going to be admin@app.com, and then I'll provide the password. So provide my password, and then once I've provided a good password, then our super user is going to be created. Now after creating our super user, I'm going to run our server with python 3 manage.py, and then I'll run a server. So after running our server, the next thing I'm going to go and do is to access our web UI. So I'll go to my Google Chrome, and then I'll visit localhost 8000/admin, and this will take us to our Django admin. So the Django admin is already built within Django, and it's going to allow us to manipulate our database models. So the first thing I'm going to do is to log in. So I'll log in with our user, who is admin, and then I'll provide our password. So I'm going to provide the password we used, and then log into our web UI. So the first thing we see is we have most of the database models that come with Django already created for us. For example, if we have users, we can see that our user, who is our admin user, has already been created, and we can even look at the information, their password, last name, first name, and all the other attributes that a user has within Django. So within Django, we can be able to add within the Django admin, we can be able to add any model that we create. And let's go ahead and look at that. So to add our post model onto our Django admin, we are going to go to the admin.py module within our app. So each app comes with an admin.py module that allows us to register our models to our Django admin interface. So what I'm going to do is to register our post model, and after registering this post model, I'm going to go ahead and access it within our web UI. So the first thing I'm going to do is to go to our admin.py, and then I'm going to go ahead and import our model. So I'll say from .models, I'm going to go ahead and import our post model. And after importing our post model, I'm going to go ahead and register this with admin.site.register. So it's actually going to be .register, and then I'll specify that we're actually registering our post model. So I'll go ahead and save. And when I save this, then our server is going to reload. So I'll head over to our Chrome, and when I refresh, right now we see that our post model has been added to our models. So I'll go ahead and go to our post. So we actually have the posts that we created from our command line, and these are our two posts. If we want to add the post, we can add the post. So we can add the post with the title of how to get good at programming. Then I can add the author, so I can say author Joe, and then I provide the content as this is a guide on how to get good at programming. And after doing this, then I'm going to go ahead and save. So this will go ahead and create our post, so we can be able to actually view it here. And if you want to delete, you can even tick and then select delete post, then click the go button. That will go ahead and delete our post. We can even be able to specify or customize the way we are displaying these posts. So for example, what you can do is to actually add the fields that you're going to be able to use on our home display of our post. For example, if we go to our posts, we want to be able to show the different fields that we may show on our posts home. So the way we can do this is by going back to our admin.py, and then instead of using admin.site.register, we can create a class that's going to basically describe how we're going to customize our admin. So to do that, what I'm going to do is to comment this out. And after commenting this out, now I'm going to create a decorator. So in this case, what I'll do is to say admin.register, and then in this case I'll specify the model. So our model in this case is going to be our post model. So I'll create a simple class, and this class is actually going to be, shall call this our post admin class. So our post admin is actually going to inherit from or subclass the admin.model admin class. Now when you have this, the next thing we can do is to basically specify which kind of fields we want to show on our admin. So to do that, I can come and say list display, and this list display is going to basically describe a list of the fields that we want to show on our home page of our posts on our admin. So the way you can do that is by saying title. So if I refresh this and go back to our admin, what you can do is to refresh, and when you do that, you actually see that we now have our title on our home page. Now let's go ahead and also add our author. So I can add the author field as well, and when I refresh, go back here, when I refresh, I can be able to access the authors of those fields. Now let's go ahead and also change something. So what I'm going to do is to add the date created field on all of these posts. So to do that, what I'm going to do is to go right to my models.py. So we actually forgot to add that date added field. So that date added field is simply going to be a date time field that's going to record the time we are going to create each of the posts. So what I'm going to do is to add it. I'm going to add the date created field. So I'll add the date created, and this will be models.datetime field, and here I can specify auto now add and specify this to be true. So by saying auto now add, what I actually mean is each time we create a post object, we are going to be keeping track of the time we created it. So this actually means that every time we create, each time we save a post instance or a post in our database, what we're going to do is to keep track of that specific time we created that post. So I'm going to stop our server with Ctrl and C, and then I run Python. Actually, it's going to be Python 3 money.py, and then make migrations. So this is actually going to prompt us. So we are prompted that it's possible to add the date created field with auto now add to true, but we have to provide a default. So this is because the database needs something to populate the existing rows. Now each time we have existing rows, we are going to get this prompt that's going to make us to provide a default for the post that we've already created. So I choose option 1, and then I'll choose the default time zone.now. So that's actually going to create our migration. And after creating our migration, I'm going to go ahead and run Python 3 money.py and then migrate, so that we have our change on our database table. Now this will go ahead and create our change on our database model. Now what I want to do is to add the date created field on our home page. So another thing I'm going to specify is the list filter. So this list filter is going to allow us to specify which fields we want to use to filter out our post objects. So in this case, I can come and say I want to filter them by the date at which they were created. I'm going to go ahead and save. I'll run our server again. And when I go back to our Chrome right here and refresh, we now see that we can filter by the date at which we created those posts. In this video, we've been able to get a brief look at the Django admin interface. We've looked into how we can register our model and how we can be able to customize it basically. Thank you for watching. If you found this video helpful, please leave a like. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you're new. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next video. Bye.
Hey guys, what's up? So in this video we're going to look at forms and how they can allow us to collect data from users via prompting them. We're going to look at a very interesting way that Django provides that can allow us to basically create classes that will help us to render forms in HTML. So we're going to do this using our models, but at first we're going to look at how we can create a form without using our existing model. So the first thing I'm going to do is to head over to our posts app. So I actually changed most of the code right here because I had issues with my machine and I had to reinstall my Linux. But I'm going to make sure I keep everything as simple as possible. So the first thing we're going to do is to go and create a view that's simply going to render an HTML template. In that HTML template, we shall have a simple form that will allow us to create a post. So what I'm going to do is to create that view function. So I'm going to close some of this and I'll head over to views.py. I actually created most of the view functions from scratch. So I'm just going to simply create another view function. I'm just going to call this create post. It's going to take in a request and then it's going to return an HTML template. So in this case, we're going to say return render. Then we shall have our request object, and then we shall provide some sort of context. Now in this case, we're going to provide a context, sorry for that. And this context is just going to simply be an empty dictionary for now. So I'm just going to add this context right here. And after creating this context, I'm going to go ahead and create our form. So just like I explained, Django allows us to create our forms as classes. Then those classes can help us to be able to render fields based on the descriptions we provided. So what I'll do is to create a new module within our posts app, and I'm going to call this a forms.py module. Now within this, I'm going to create our forms. So Django comes with its own app for forms. So like that, we can be able to import our forms. So I can say from Django, we are going to import, sorry for this. So we're just simply going to import our forms. And once you have these forms, you can go ahead and create a class that basically describes a form. So I'm just going to come right here. I'm just going to basically get most of our fields from our post model. So I'm just going to come and create a class
and this class is going to be our post creation form. So this is a post creation form, and it's going to allow us to create a post. So I'm just going to come right here and call this a post creation form. Now this form is going to inherit from the form class within the forms package in Django. So I'll just come and say forms.form, and right after doing this, then I'm going to go ahead and describe some of the fields we want on this form. So I'll start with the title. So I'll say that our title is going to be equal to forms. So within the forms package, you can get access to the different classes that allow us to create fields. So for example, we can access the char field, and then here we can specify attributes such as the max length. Now we can even borrow the max length from our model. For example, we can have a max length of 225. So I can just come right here and say we're going to have a max length of, actually this is going to be 225. Now we're also going to have our content. So we can just come right here and say we're going to have a content. Now this content is going to be forms.char field. So we can even come here and specify a max length. So let's make this 500 for now. And now we can also go ahead and provide our author field. So I can come right here and say that we're going to have our author as forms dot, in this case it's going to be char field, and then we can even specify our max length. So within our author, we also specified our max length to be 255 characters. So I'll come and also provide that. I'll say our max length is going to be 255 characters. Now that we have our form, all we need to do is to provide this within our context. Then using that context, we're going to be able to render this form in a template. So what I'll do is to go back to our views.py, and then I'm going to add our form to our context. So I'll begin by importing it. So I'll come to the top here, and all I'll have to say is from.forms from within the current directory or the current package. I'm going to import our post creation form, and right after importing our post creation form, now each time we create a form class, we need to create an instance for it, as long as we're going to render it in our template. So what I'll do is to come right here, I'll create a form, and this is actually going to be an instance of our post creation form. Right after creating this form, I'll just come within our context, and I'm going to create a variable called form, and that will have a value of our form. So what I have here is each time we call this form within our template, we're actually going to be referring to our form. Before we render this, let's first go and look at how this form is. So I'm going to save this, and what I'll do is to actually first open up our shell. So we're going to first explore our forms from the high level, then we'll be able to understand how these forms really work. So I'll open up our Python shell. I'll start with python3 money.py and then shell. And right after that, we are now in our Python console, so we can be able to access our forms.py module. So what I'll do is to come and import it. So I'll say from, this is going to be from post.forms. I am going to go ahead and import our post. It's actually going to be our post creation, sorry for this, form. And right after doing that, we are going to create a form instance. So I'll just come right here and say that our form is going to be our post creation form. Now right after doing this, we have this form, but this form has specific properties that are important when we are submitting that form. We have the isBound property. So once we have this, actually this is actually an attribute. Once we call this, we can be able to see that form.isBound is false. Now form.isBound is simply an attribute that shows us whether our form has some values. So in this case, our form hasn't been populated with values. Now let's look at how we can populate this form with values. So let's say we created our form with values, and this is actually going to be our post creation, sorry for that, and then it's going to be our post creation form. Now the way we can provide these values is by creating a dictionary of values. So in this case, we can provide our values such as the, so let's go to our forms.py right here. And within our forms.py, let me actually close our terminal, and when I go back to our forms.py right here, what you have is 3 different fields. Now the way we can populate our form with values is by creating a dictionary that has these keys as the fields that we've created on our form. So each of the attributes of this class is a field onto our form, and when you are populating our form with values, we use these to basically use them as keys and then provide values. So what we're going to do is to pull up our terminal again. Now we're going to start with our title, so I'll provide our title, and now let's say that our title is going to be learn JavaScript. And then we can go ahead and specify that our content is going to be this is a JavaScript tutorial. So right here I can just come and say this is a JavaScript tutorial. And once I have this, then I can go ahead and also specify the author. So I'm going to specify the author as John Doe. Actually, I'm going to come here and I make this a string. So right here we can have a John Doe, who is the author of this post. So I'm going to close this. And once we have this with values, when we check form with values dot is bound, this will return true because now our form has values. So what you're going to do is also check another attribute. So the other attribute you're going to check for, or a function, is the dot is valid attribute. So right now we have form dot with values, and when you check form dot is valid, simply a function that returns true if this form is valid. In this case, it's going to return false because then we may have some of our content not being like the way we defined it. So let's go ahead and basically check out how we can create a valid form. So I can come and say valid form, and this is actually going to be PostgreSQL. And once here we can even be able to provide some values. So for example, I can come and provide a title, and this title is going to be learn Django forms. And once we do this, then we can go ahead and also provide our content. So I can go ahead and provide our content. Now this content is actually going to be, let's say, we are going to actually provide our content as learn how to use, this is actually going to be learn how to use forms in Django. And once I provide this, and I'm also going to provide an author. And once we provide an author, so I'll say this is going to be Jen Doe. I'll close this. And once I've closed this, now we can come and call our valid form. And this is actually going to be a PostgreSQL so it's going to have valid equals to unknown, and then it's going to have the different fields such as title, content, and author. Now I want to access this form as a UL, or an ordered list. We can call methods such as, so we can come and say valid form dot as UL, and that's actually going to call a bound method onto this form. Now to call that method, we can actually just call it with this, and what it's going to do is going to print out the HTML that will be rendered in our form. Now if we wanted to render this as a paragraph, we may also call something like form valid form dot as p, meaning dot as paragraph, and what it is going to do is going to basically render all our fields as paragraphs. So if I call this, we now have a paragraph for the label of title as well as the input. Now we cannot be able to see this clearly, but this is actually the HTML that will be rendered once we render this form. Now you can also render this as tables. For example, you can come and say valid form, and when you call valid form, we can actually call dot as table, and what this does is going to render our form as a table. Now we've seen how we can be able to use these forms to collect data from our users. Now what if we wanted to render this in an HTML template? What we're going to do is to go back to our views.py, and then we're going to attach that specific view to a URL. So I'm going to close this for now, and what I'll do is to save our forms.py. So I'll go back to our urls.py within our posts app. So I changed quite a lot of things, but I'm sorry for that. I wasn't able to basically continue from where I stopped. So what I'm going to do is to create a URL pattern, and this is actually going to be for create post. Then we're going to actually visit our view. So I'm just going to attach this URL onto our view, and then it's going to be for create a post, and then I'll provide a name for that. So our name in this case is actually going to be create post. And once we have this, then I'm going to save, and I'm going to run our server again with Python 3 manage.py and then run server. So I'm going to control and click on this URL, and our project will open up in Chrome. So I actually even redesigned the whole front end. So what we need to do is to actually go, and actually what I'm going to do is to create another page or another template that's going to actually create a URL that's actually going to basically render this template. So I'm just going to come to our templates right here, and then I'll go to our base.html. Now within our base.html, I'm going to create another anchor tag within our header, and this is going to be responsible for taking us where I will create a post. So I'm just going to come and say create post. So within here, I'll just come and say that we're going to have a URL, and then we shall call our post app. So in this case, when I go to our URLs, I'll simply call the URL for creating a post. Come and say create post. And once I have this, then when we go back to our UI right here, when I refresh, we have that extra URL for creating a post. Now, since we do not have, since we don't have any context, what we're going to do is to actually add. Actually, we have join argument must be string, bytes, or path-like OS object, but not a dictionary. So what we're going to do is to go back and check where we went wrong. So I'm going to go within our views.py, and then within our, so what you have is this. So we have request, and then you have to render a template, which it did not actually specify. So I'm going to provide that template right here, and that template in this case is going to be for create post.html. So once I have this, I'm going to go ahead and save. Now when I save this, I'm going to go right in our templates and create that template where we're going to actually render our form. So I'm just going to go in our templates folder right here. I'll create a new file which I'll call create post.html. So after creating this create post.html, we have a base layout template that we actually inherit. So to inherit it, I'll call the extends tag, and after writing the extends tag, then I'll specify that we are extending our base.html. So I'll come and also provide our block tags that are going to help us to provide the content that's going to be on our page. So this block tag is actually block content and end block content. Now after doing this, I'm going to come and specify the content for this specific template. So I'm going to save this. Now when I go back to our UI and I refresh, right now we see that our page is being rendered. Now let's go ahead and render our form onto our UI. So basically what we need to do is to create a form tag. So we create a form with post. That's if we are going to create any sort of data or send in kind of data to our server. Now this form is not going to have an action for now, but it's going to have a method of post. And right within our form tag, what I'm going to do is to render our form. So since I'm using Janeiro, I'll just come and say var, and then right here I'll provide our form. Now since our form is within our context, we can be able to actually use it here. So when I say form, I'm going to save, and when I save, I'm going to refresh, and now we can see that all our form fields are actually being rendered. Now let's go ahead and style this up. So to style that up, I'm going to go to our static, and what I'll do is to come right here, and I'll come and say form, and then right here what we're going to do is to actually give it a margin top, and let's say we're going to say 100 pixels, forgive my CSS. So when I come right here, I'm going to refresh, actually our styles are not showing. Oh, sorry for this. And I come right here and refresh. We now see that our form is now away from the top by 100 pixels. Now if you want to render this as a paragraph, what you can do is to actually come and say form dot as paragraph. So when I save this and refresh, we now see that each of the fields is rendered as a paragraph. Now if you want to render this as a table, what you can do is to call form dot as table. So when I refresh, we now see that each of our fields is being rendered as a column in a table. Now we can also render our fields as a UL or an unordered list. So when I save this and refresh, we now see that each of our fields is actually being rendered as a list. So let me add some margin there. So when I come right here, all I can do is to say margin, and this is going to be 20 pixels in our main.css file. So when I refresh, right here we can even see that all our fields are being rendered as list items. Now Django provides a way in which you can be able to submit these forms basing on the is bound or is valid attributes. So let's go ahead and do that. So what I can do is to basically style up our form. So what I'm going to come and do here is to basically provide an input of submit. So I'm just going to come right here and provide an input of type submit, and this is going to be a button that's going to allow us to submit data to our server and be able to do something. So I'm just going to come and say submit, and what I have is going to be our form, but in this case I'll actually render it as a paragraph and also add a simple h1 at the top right here. So I'm just going to call this create a post. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. Now when I save that, I'm just going to come right here, and when I refresh, we now see that we have a simple form right here. So this form is actually not doing anything for now. When we try to submit, we actually see that it's required, so we can't actually submit it when it doesn't have any data. So what you can do in this case is to come and fill in a title. So when I come and fill in a title to Beeline Django, and I can come and also give in a content. So I can just come and say this is going to be our content, and when you have the author, you can basically add in an author, and then I submit. Now this is actually going to throw for us this error. So this error is what we call the CSRF error, and this is a security risk that can make hackers submit data to our server without having to basically use our form. So Django provides for us a way we can be able to prevent this error or our server from being compromised by hackers sending invalid data from invalid forms to our server. So the way we can prevent this, just like we see here, is by adding this tag, which is the CSRF token template tag, inside of each of our post forms. So what I'm going to do is to add that tag. So I'll just come to our VS Code right here, and if I'm using Janeiro, it's just a simple CSRF and then tab, and that will autocomplete for us the tag. So what we have is we can be able to submit this form, and it will be valid, and we shall be able to generate that specific CSRF token for each of our requests. Now when you go back right here, we can refresh, and when you try to send this, we actually see it's forbidden. So we can go ahead and refresh. So we can provide some more data. So we can go ahead and say this is land Django, and then I'll provide the content. So in this case, we're going to come and say this is content, and then right here I can provide an author, provide Sally Jonathan. So when I submit, we are actually going to basically post our form or submit our form without any errors. So now let's look at how we can be able to actually get this form from get this data from this form. So then we're going to get this data from this form. When we go to our views.py, that data comes as a result of our post request. Now remember, in our views and URLs tutorial, we actually looked at how we could get data within a GET request via our URL parameters. Now each and every time we actually submit a post, we send data with the request object, but that is stored within our post request. Now let's look at how we can be able to access that data. So what you can do is to come right here, and then you specify if the request method is post, then we can be able to actually access that data via that request.post. Now let's look at how we do that. So what I can do is to come right here and say if request, our request object, and we can specify if request.method is equal to post, and this is when we are submitting data from our front end or from our form to our server. So in this case, what we can do is to provide our data. Actually, I'm going to call this our data, and our data is going to be request.post. So right here we have our data, which is going to be request.post, and in this case what I'm going to actually do is to just print this data out. And once we print this data out, I'm just going to simply come and redirect to the same page. Now the way we can do that is by using the shortcut of redirect, which is also provided to us by Django. So I'll just come at the top of our code right here, and I'll simply import our redirect shortcut. And after importing our redirect shortcut, now I'm just going to come right here and I'll say return redirect. Now in this case, what I can do is to provide a URL or the name of a method that contains a URL to which we want to actually redirect to. So in this case, I'm actually just going to specify that we want to redirect to create post. Now after doing this, I am just going to simply come right in here on our form, and I'm going to try to submit some data. So in this case, I'll provide the title. So I'll say this is a title, and then I'll provide some content in here. So I'll say this is content and provide an author as well. So when I submit this form, when you go right here in our console, what you can actually see is we have a query dictionary, just like we saw for the GET request, and that query dictionary contains a CSRF token, which is this random string that's generated. We also have our title, we also have our content. Now in case we want to use our form to basically save this data or to our model, what you can actually do is to be able to access that data and then validate it with our form, then use our form to basically go ahead and save this data. Now the way we can do that is by using the form itself, or we can use Django models. So I'm going to teach you how to use Django models in the next video, but for now we're actually going to use our forms to basically go ahead and save this data onto our database. So we're actually going to get our data from our form and then basically create a new post object, which is going to allow us to save that object into our database. Now what I'm going to come and do is to print. So right now I can say print data, and then I provide, let's say, a value, for example our title. I can as well provide our content, so I can come and say print data, and in this case we can go ahead and print our content, and then we can also go ahead and print our data. And then right here we can actually say we're going to print our data, and then you can say we're going to actually access our author. So this is actually going to print each kind of data we're going to send from our form at the front end. So when I come right in our terminal right here, when I save, our server is actually going to restart. So I'm going to head over to our front end right here. When I refresh, I'm actually going to minimize this a little bit. So when I come and provide a title, so I'm just going to come and say this is a title, and I'm going to come right here and provide some content and also provide an author. Now when we submit this, when you go back right here, what we actually have is that we are logging all the values of our fields as we get them from our form. Now this is important as we're going to use this to create a new post object, which we shall then submit and then be able to create this on our database side. So to do that, I'm going to come right here. Now since we have these values, what I can do is to actually just assign them to variables. I can just come right here and say that we're going to have our title as data title, and then we shall have our content. So in this case, what I'm going to do is to say that we shall have our content, and this content is going to be data and then content. Then we can actually also go ahead and do the same thing here for our author. So I can say author is actually going to be data and then author. Now after doing this, what you can do is to actually go ahead and save a new post object. So the way we create a new post object is by saying new post, and then you're going to import our model. So I'll just come at the top right here and import our model. So I'll just come and say from dot models, or from our models module within the same directory. I am going to go ahead and import our post model. Now after importing our post model, the next thing is actually going to be using our post class to create this new post. Now I'm just going to come and say we're going to create a new post. This post is going to have attributes such as the title. In this case, our title is actually going to be the title as we've got it from our form. Now we're actually going to also consider our content, and our content is actually going to be our content from our form, and we're also going to have our author, and that is going to be the author from our form. Now after doing this, now we're just going to go ahead and save this new post object just like we saw in our database models video. So I'm just going to come right here and say new post dot save. This will go ahead and save it in our database, and we are then going to redirect to our home page. Now in this case, we're going to actually redirect to our home page. Now I'm going to do that, so I'm going to get the name we actually gave to our view function that returns our home page. So I'll just go to our URLs right here, and it's called posts home. Now just copy it right here, and once I have that, then I'm just going to come within our views.py. After successfully creating a post, we are actually going to redirect to our posts home. And now let's go ahead and test this. So when I go back to our Chrome right here, I'm going to provide a title. So let's say Django for beginners. And when I come to our content right here, I can say this is content, I provide an author, and when I submit, we now see that our post is created. So I'm going to go ahead and basically go to confirm whether that post has been created, because we have successfully redirected to our home page, meaning that our post has been created. So I'll do is to go to our Django admin. So I'm just going to go to localhost 8000/admin, and on our admin dashboard right here, we are actually going to check for our post. So I'm just going to go to our post right here, and now we have our new post created. So which means that our form is working right now. So when you go back to our post, what I'm actually going to do is to make a query to our database to render our dynamic post from our database. Now to do this, I'm just going to go to that specific view function that's returning our posts. So instead of using this post, we're actually going to use actual posts from our database. Now I'm going to get rid of this post list right here. I'm actually just going to remove it. I'm just going to remove all this posts list, and after removing, I'm actually just going to get rid of it. Sorry for this. After getting rid of it, what I'm going to do is to query and then create a variable called posts that will contain a query set of all posts. Now to do that, I'll just come right here, and what I'll do is to say posts, and this post is going to be a post, and we are going to use Django to basically query just like we did in our models video. I'll just come and say post.objects.all. So this will return all posts as they are in our database. So when I save, and our server is going to refresh, that means we don't have any errors. So when you go back right here on our home page and refresh, we now see that we have posts as they are in our database. In this video, we've been able to briefly look at how we can use posts to be able to collect data from our users. We've also learned how these forms can be able to be validated, as well as how we can use them to create new data in our database. Thank you for watching, guys, and in the next video we shall be looking at model forms and how we can use them to simplify the process of managing our data with both our forms and our models. Thank you for watching, guys, and see you in the next one. Bye. Hey guys, what's up? So in this video we're going to look at how we can create our form using our model. In the previous video, we created our form from scratch using Django form class. Now in this case, we're going to recreate the same form that we created in the previous video using our database model. So the first thing I'm going to do is head over to forms.py, and I'm going to comment the form we created in the previous video. Now I'll simply recreate this form, so I'll create a class called the PostgreSQL and instead of inheriting from our form class, we're actually going to inherit from forms.model form. So what a model form is a form that we actually create from a database model. So the first thing I'm going to do is to import our database model. So in this case, it's going to be from .models. We are going to import our post class, which is our database model. And now what we shall have to do is to just simply create a meta class. And this meta class is going to have the following attributes. So the first is going to be our model, which is going to be our post model. And the next is going to be the list of fields that you want to render on this model. So I'll just come and say fields. It's actually going to be a list. And this list will have strings, which are going to be the actual fields from our database model. So I'll open up our models.py, and I'm going to just come right here. So we have a title, a content, and an author, as well as a thumbnail. So in this case, let's first render our title and our content. So I'll just come right in here, and all I'll have to do is to say title and then content. Now when I save this, I'm simply going to see our server, which is actually okay. So when you head over to our Chrome right here and head over to our create post view, so right now we see that only fields are our title as well as our content. Now let's go ahead and render all the fields on our database model. So the way we do that is by changing our fields variable right here from a list to a single danda variable. So in this case, it's going to be quotations or a string with danda, or meaning that you actually want to show all the fields on our database model. So when I go ahead and save this, I'll head over to our UI right here, and now we are going to have all the fields that you have on our database model. Now let's look at also how we can customize these fields, as we are going to add some stylings on them to make them look more appealing. So the way we do that is by specifying each field. So I'll start with the title, and this title is going to have it's going to actually be forms.jar field, and what you shall do is to basically add a widget onto this form. So I'll just come and say that we shall have a widget, and this widget is going to specify which kind of widget this is actually going to have. So we're going to access this by forms, so it's going to be forms.text input, and then within this text input we shall specify the attributes. So the attributes are the different attributes that an input actually has, for example the class, the name, and the placeholder, and so on. So right in here we can come and specify our attributes. So we shall just simply provide a class, which is going to be our CSS selector we shall use for styling this, and I'll just give the class as form control. Now after doing this, I'm simply going to do the same for the rest of the fields. Now I'll copy this, and what I'll do is to provide the same thing for our content. So our content is going to be a little bit different because our content is a text area. Now instead of saying form.text input, in this case we're actually going to say form.text area. The attributes will still remain the same. Now for our author, we shall have the same thing. So in this case, I'm just simply going to come and say that's going to be for our author. Now when I refresh, or when I save this and head over to our page right here, when I refresh, we actually see our styles are not yet applied. So if you want to apply the styles, what I can do is to head over to our CSS, and that's within our static folder and main.css. So what I'll do is to first add .form control, and what I'll do is to say that's going to have a width of 100%. So when I go ahead and save this, I'll head over to our browser right here, and when I refresh, in this case it's not going to work, but when I had refresh with Ctrl Shift and R, in this case we're actually going to have our styles applied, and our fields are going to be having a width of 100%. Now since we have these a bit untidy, like we have our titles or our labels next to our fields, we can actually separate this and render them independently. So what we're going to render to do that is go to our template of creating a post. Now each form is simply an iterable containing the various fields, so we can be able to loop through each one of them. Now to do that, I'll simply come right here, and what I'll do is to create a for loop within our template, and this for loop is simply going to loop through each of the fields that our form is going to have. So what I'll do is to say for field in our form, for each field we shall create a form group. So I have image, so we can actually create a div with a class of form group by just saying .form group and in tab. Now once we have this, I am going to just simply come and provide the label. So I'll create a paragraph, and this paragraph is going to have a class of label. Now in this case we shall have the field label, so I'll use var to create the field label. In this case we shall have field dot label. When I save this, now when I refresh, we're actually going to have this. Now I'm also going to go ahead and provide the field itself, so I'll just come and say field, and this is going to actually go ahead and render the field. Now let's style up these forms. So I'll just simply come to our main.css, and all I have to do is to specify that our form actually have the styling for that. Now instead of having a margin of 20 pixels, I'm just simply going to change the margin to be auto, and then I'll give it a width of 50% just to make it be centered in our middle. So when I save this, I'm going to refresh, and this will be centered in our middle. I'm also going to go ahead and change this h1, so I'll simply add it within our form. And once we have this, then our form is going to be centered. Now let's go ahead and also style up our labels. So I'll just come within our main.css, and what I'll do is to say .label, since this is a selector we used. Now say we're going to have our labels having a margin top. Let's actually make it a margin top of 20 pixels. Now I'm just going to come and refresh, and now we see that our labels are actually having that margin. And we shall also style up our form controls, so we shall just basically specify our font sizes to be 20 pixels. And yeah, so we've added some simple CSS to our fields right now, and our field looks more meaningful. So now let's go ahead and look. Actually, let's first style our button here. So I'll just simply create a simple selector of a button. So we are going to remove the border from that button with border none. And after doing that, we shall provide a background color of black. We shall provide a cursor of pointer, and then we shall provide a color of white. So, and actually we shall also add a padding of, let's say, 15 pixels. So when I refresh, because we haven't actually selected our button, so I'll go right here, and I'll actually first change the value of this to submit, and then provide our class as btn. So when I save this, I'm going to add refresh, and now we have our button styled. I'll also add it into a form group. So this is actually going to be .form group, and I'll simply go ahead and save this. So when I refresh, we now have our button styled, and it's in the same levels as this. So I'm actually going to add some margin top on our form groups. So I'll just simply do that by saying form group, and within each form group we shall have a margin top of, let's say, 10 pixels. Forgive my stylings. Yeah, so now we have our button right here. So one thing we're going to do is to go ahead and basically, actually one thing we can also do is to specify the number of rows, because now our text area is taking up a lot of space. So to do that, you can actually do it within our widget. So since this is a text area, I can just come and add some attribute in here. So I'll add another attribute. Let me close this for now. So since this is a text area, I'm also going to come and specify the attribute of calls, since it's a text area. And then let's say that this is actually going to be 5. Now when I refresh, when I save and refresh, we actually see no change because we specified our form control to be of width 100%. Now let's actually say that we want our rows, because so let's refresh. Actually, now our form text area is actually reduced in columns, and now we have it styled a little bit more differently. So let's go ahead and look at how we can go ahead and save our model form, or use our data or use data from this model form and save it to create a post instance. So the way we're going to do that is by heading over to our views. So I'm just going to go back to our views.py within our post app. So in the previous video, we actually used the data from the request, which was a post request. But in this video, since we are using a model form, we can be able to use that form to create instances of our post, then go ahead and save that post. So what you shall need to check for is if the request method is equal to post, and all you shall need is to change this logic. So I'm going to remove this. And once we remove that, then I'll simply come, and what I'll do is to check for our post data and then make our form have that post data. So we're just simply going to create another instance of our PostgreSQL and in this case the instance of that data, actually the data that that form will be having is going to be data that comes as a result of us sending a post request to our server. Now if actually this is actually going to be our form, sorry for that, and once we have this form, now we shall have to check for the attributes we checked for in the previous video. So we shall start with form.is valid, and once this form is valid, then we shall go ahead and save it. So I'll simply come and say form.save. So when you call form.save, we're actually saving the instance of the post that we've created from this model form. Now after doing that, then I'll simply uncomment this line, and this will actually redirect us to our post. So when you go ahead and save this, hoping that our server is running, I'm just simply going to come right here, and when I create a post, so the post I'm going to create is going to be land docker in a month of lunches. Actually a good book I'm reading. So when I go and create the content, so I'll just say this is a good book on Docker, and then I'll provide the author. So I'll provide the author name and then choose a file. So I'll head over to my downloads and I'll select a simple PNG file. So when I select this, I'll go ahead and submit. Now our file, our post is actually created right here. So to verify whether it has been created, I'll head over to our admin. When I refresh, we see that our post has been created. But the only problem we have is our image is actually not uploaded. So what we've done is to simply create a form that basically creates our data but does not take in our files. So if we want our form to take in both our files as well as our data, what we shall need is to add an encoding type to our form. So the way to do that is by going back to our template right here. And then within our form, I'm going to add one specific attribute, and that will be the enc type. Now we have different encoding types, but what we need is a multi-part stroke form data. Once we have that, then we are also going to go to our views.py, and we shall change our form instance to also include our files. I'm going to tidy this a little bit. Now once we have that, and I'll also come and specify that this form is actually going to also contain files, so we shall access the files via request.files. And once we have this, then we're going to go ahead and create another post. So I'll go back to create post, and once we are here, I'll simply create a simple post. I'll just say this is a sample post, and once I have the content right here, I'll just simply say this is sample content. And when I have this, I'll also create an author. So I'll just say the author is Django. I'll pick up the same file. So when I go to I'll actually go to our downloads. That's where the file was. So when I select the file and submit, now we see that our post has been created. Now let's verify that our image has actually been uploaded. So when you go to our post, which is this is a sample post, Now we can see that our image has been uploaded. To upload our images. So what we're going to do is to create another view function that's going to allow us to update this post, as well as one that's going to allow us to get the detail of each post. So that I'm going to do that is by heading over to our views.py. Now I'm going to create two view functions. I'm going to create the first one, which is going to be for our post detail. So I'm just simply going to call it post detail. It's going to take in the request as well as the post ID. And what it will do is to simply return an HTML template. So shall take in a request as well as the HTML template. Now in this case, our HTML template is going to be post detail.html, and we shall also provide a context. Now I'm just simply going to leave this context as an empty dictionary for now. Now I'm going to go ahead and also create a simple view function that's going to allow us to update a post. So I'll just come and say that we shall have update post, and this is going to actually take in a request object as well as the post ID. Now once we have this, I'll also provide the context. Actually we're going to have the same thing as what we had, so I'll simply come right here and return render. Now in this case, we shall take in a request as well as a template. So in this case, our template is actually going to be update.html, and shall also have our context. Now once we have this, then I'm just simply going to create URLs for these two views. I'll head over to our urls.py and I'll simply create the path. So the first path is going to be for our post detail page, and I'll just simply call that /post/ our integer, which is going to be our post ID. And once we have that, then I'll simply also come right here and save views, and here we shall actually access the one for our post detail. And now I'm just simply going to give this a name, and that name is actually going to be our post detail. So after providing that, we're also going to create the one for updating. Now in this case, I'll just say post/update, and in this case we shall provide an integer, which is going to be our post ID. And what you shall have is to say views dot, in this case we shall access the one for updating a post, and now we shall have our name as update post. Now once we have this, then what I'm going to do is simply to go to our index.html page, and I create a link that's going to lead us to our post detail page. Now I'm going to go to our views and save, and then I'll head over to our index.html. Now each time we have a title, we're going to actually have an anchor tag that's going to redirect us to the detail page. So I'll remove our h1 right here, and then I'll create an anchor tag, and within here I'm simply going to create a URL. This URL is going to have a view function or a name of a URL pattern. So in this case, we shall have our post detail, and since this has an argument, now the way we provide that argument is going to be via post ID, and then we shall specify the value of that post ID. Now in this case, it's going to be post.id, the post we're actually going to provide within our context. Now after providing this, I'll head over to our views.py and then take care of that specific post that we're going to view the detail for. So I'll simply come right here and then say our post is actually going to be post.object. So we're going to query for that specific post from our database, and then we shall query for that post if the primary key is equal to the post ID. Now once we have that, all we have to do is to include it within our context. So we shall access it via post, and then we shall specify the value as that specific post. Now once we have this, I'm going to go ahead and go to our home page. So in a refresh, we now have different links that lead us to the different posts. So for example, if I clicked here, we actually see that our detail page does not exist. So I'll just simply come to our templates. Now create a new file, which we're going to call post detail.html. So this post detail.html is going to have our HTML for that specific page. So I'll begin by extending that base.html file, and then I'll have a block. So this block is going to be block content and then in block content. So when I save this here, I'm just simply going to come and copy the HTML for this, and I'm just simply going to come and include it here. And what I'll do is to refresh. Now we have a detail page that actually takes us to where we have the details of that specific post. Now when you go back to our home page, we can be able to redirect to that specific post. Now I'm going to add a little styling onto that, so I'll come right here and I'll give this anchor tag a styling. So I'll just say class, and then I'll say that our class in this case is actually going to be our link. So when I refresh, I'm just simply going to come to our main.css and then select our link, and this link is actually going to have a color of, let's say, black, and a text decoration of none. So when I save this, I'm going to add refresh. So we're actually on our detail page. So when I go to our index.html right here, we actually have our links as black. I'm actually going to also change that on our detail page. So I'll go to post detail, and now remove this anchor tag since we are not redirecting to anywhere. So now we have our simple detail page. So when you head over to our home page, you can be able to redirect to our detail page, which is working. Let's also create a link that's going to take us to our update page of each post. Now the way we're going to do that is by going to each of the post detail, and then we shall create an anchor tag. So I'll actually leave this anchor tag. I'll just give it a class of update link. So I'm actually going to call this update link, and I'm just going to come right here and say update. Now we shall also provide a URL. This URL is going to lead us to update post, and then we shall provide the post ID. So I'll just come right here and say that our post ID is actually going to be our post.id. And once you have this, then what I'm simply going to do is to head over to our post detail page. So we have this link that will take us to our template, but it doesn't actually exist. So when you go and create that template, I'm just simply going to create that template here in our templates folder. So I'll just come and create a new file, and I'll call it update.html. So update.html is actually going to have the same HTML as our post creation HTML. So I'll look for that create post template, and what I'll do is to simply copy this, and then I'll add it right in our update.html. But since we don't have a form defined in our context, now let's go ahead and work on that specific view. So I head over to our views.py, and what I'm going to first do is to query for the post that has that ID, the one that we want to update. So I'll begin by saying post to update. It's actually going to be post dot objects, then dot get. In this case, we want to get that post that has its primary key as the post ID. And once you have that, then you're going to create our form instance as our form containing the values of that specific post. Now the way we do that is by saying post is going to be post creation form, and what you shall have is our instance or our data, and our data in this case is actually going to be the post to update. Now we're going to provide this in our context, so I'm just simply going to come here, and what I'll do is to provide it as our form, and then I'll specify our form to be that specific form containing our post to update. So when I refresh, right now we have our form with the default values as those containing, actually we have our form containing the values of that specific post we want to update in this case. Now let's go ahead and look at how we can use this form to update our post. So what we need is to check out if our request.method is equal to post. So I'll just come and say if request.method is equal to post. In this case, what we need is our form with both the instance as well as the data coming from our request.post. So the way we're going to do that is by saying form is actually going to be our post creation form. And in this case, what we need is the instance first. So our instance is actually going to be the instance of the post to update. And then after that, we shall also provide the request data that comes out of our post request. So I'll just come and say that we're going to have our request data. So that will actually be request.post. And then actually I forgot to add something here. It seems like I have an error. So let me actually provide this. So another thing is we are actually going to have request dot files, meaning the files that will come out of this request. So it seems like we're having an error. Let me actually see. So our form is actually going to have the files which we have specified as the files. Now we also have request.form. So we have our request.post, we have our instance. So in this case, what we need is going to be the instance, and the instance in this case is actually going to be our request. Actually, in this case, our instance is going to be our post to update, and we shall also need the data. So the data in this case is going to be our request dot post, and now we shall also need our files. So in this case, I'm going to come and say that our files is going to be request dot files, and what we need actually this is going to work. Forgive me, I'm somehow tired. So once we have that, then all we need to do is to check if this form is valid. Then we go ahead and save it. So let me tidy this up for you guys. So what I'll do is to come and say if form dot is, in this case we shall say if the form is valid, then we shall go ahead and save this form. So I'll just come and say form.save, and then we shall redirect to the appropriate page. So in this case we shall return redirect, and what we shall do is to redirect to our posts home. So I'm just simply going to come and say redirect to our posts home, and when I save this, so we're now going to go ahead and redirect. So let's go ahead and test our form. So when you come right here and we change this, so let's say JavaScript for beginners. So when you go ahead and save this, we now have our title changed. Now let's go ahead and do the same thing for our photo. So let's choose a file. So when I come right to I'll actually go to my downloads, and within my downloads I'll choose the land.png file. So when I submit, we actually redirected to our JavaScript for beginners. Now when we go right to our posts on our admin, so I'm actually going to go to JavaScript for beginners. Now we see that we actually have a new photo instead of our default.png. So that means we actually have our form working. In this video, we've been able to look at model forms and how we can use them to generate our form from our existing data model. Django model forms actually make our life easier, and we've been able to look at how we can use them to both create our posts as well as to update our posts. If you like this video, please consider leaving a like. Help this video spread to many beginners who are learning Django. And thank you for watching. See you in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, what's up? So in this video, I'm going to be talking about one of the things that make Django shine as a web framework, and that is the authentication system that comes inbuilt within Django. The authentication system simply allows us to be able to tell if a user is really who they are claiming to be. So in this video, we're going to look at the different functionalities such as signing up and logging in users. We're also going to look at logging out users in this video. So the first thing I'm going to do is to swap our server, And what I'm going to do is to access our Python shell or our Django shell. So in this case, I'll do that with Python money.py and then say shell. And when I am in our interactive console, the first thing I'm going to do is to import the Django inbuilt user model. So Django by default provides for us a default user authentication model that can allow us to create users who can log in, who can log out, as well as access different parts of our app. And that is actually happening because when you run Python money.py start project, we actually install the app that's responsible for giving us that authentication functionality by default. So when I go to our settings.py right here, and then I go to our install apps. So right now we have django.contrib.auth. So django.contrib.auth is responsible for actually providing for us that default user model that we can actually go ahead and use for our authentication. We also have that django.contrib.content types that allows us to store our users within sessions. Now let's go ahead and see how we can create a user and the different things we can do with a user. So I'll pull up our terminal once again and I'll first import our user model. So I'll do that with from django.contrib. In this case, it's going to be in our auth app. And then I'll go ahead and call our models within our auth app. So I'll go ahead and import our user model. So once I import our user model, we can call different methods on this user class that can allow us to create users as well as to do other things to a user. So the first thing I'm going to test is how we create a user. So I'll do that by saying user. And in this case, we shall create each user which is going to actually be an instance of that user class. So we're just going to have our user being user.objects. Then I'll call the create user function or a create user method onto this user class. And by doing that, I'm simply going to create a user object that we shall go ahead and then save. So I'll do that with create user. So I'll just come right here and say create user. And once I do that, then I'll provide the different credentials that this user should have. So the first one should be our username. So I'll provide a username. Actually, these are the default attributes that a user who is of type user has. So we shall have our username. And I'll simply give this user a user of John Doe. Actually, this is going to be our username. And then I also provide an email. So let's say it's going to be johndoe@gmail.com. And once we have this, and we can also go ahead and provide a password. So the way we do that is actually saying password. Actually, I can just come right here and say that we're going to create our user. So this user is actually already created for us. But in case we wanted to set the user for this, the password for this user, they would actually go ahead and do that is by calling the set password function. So the set password function takes in our password as a string and then stores it in our database, but it stores it in a way that's hashed so that even when hackers get access to our database, they can't be able to actually see our password. So what I'm going to do is to call the set password function. And once we provide our password, so in this case, I'll provide our password. And in this case, our password is actually going to be a string. And our password is going to be, so I'll provide that string as simply password. And actually, it's actually not password, but we shall just provide our plain text string. And this is going to be our password. So the way we access these attributes of our user is by calling the different attributes. For example, we can say user.username. That will return for us the username. We can do the same thing for our email. That will return our email. Now we can do the same thing for our password. So in this case, when you try to access the user's password, right now what you see is a hashed string that we can't actually be able to comprehend. It's actually the user only who knows the password they provided. Now let's go ahead and also look at how we can sign up and log in these users. So when I go out of our terminal with Ctrl+Z, what I'll do is to head over to our views.py within our users. But before I go there, what I'm going to do is to separate our templates so that we can be able to get all the templates for our project within one folder. So I'll do that by going to our template settings within our settings.py in our main project folder. And then what I'll do is to change that templates setting or that templates list. So right in here, what we have is our templating backend, and then within our dash, we're going to be able to change something. So what we need in this case is to be able to attach all our templates for all the apps that we're actually going to have for our project within one templates folder. So what I'm going to do is to create that folder within our main project root or within our root directory here. I'll just simply come and create a new folder, and this folder is going to be called templates. And once you have this templates folder right here, I'm going to simply go ahead and simply create these templates or add our templates in here. So I'll start with our post app, which we have already created, and then I'll come to templates. So I'll basically cut everything. So I'll actually click on one file and then Control A. So this is actually going to go ahead, and so I'll click on Control A here. Sorry for that. And I'll select all files, so I'll cut them out of the templates folder. And after cutting them, I'll simply come and click on our templates, then Control V, so that will actually transfer all those files into our new templates folder. And once I've done that, then I'll come and just simply go ahead and delete our templates folder right here. So I'll move it to trash. Now that's working. So once I've done that, then what I'm going to do is to go back to our settings.py and tell Django that we need to locate all of our template files within our templates directory. So what I'm going to do that is by going to our blog project within our settings, and I'm going to add one directory in here. So to do that, I'll just simply come and specify, since we're using pathlib, I'll just simply say base da and then slash the templates folder. And what we are doing here is we are actually telling Django that, you know what, all its templates files for this project are actually going to be located within our template folder in our root project. And right after doing that, then let's go ahead and create views for logging in, logging out, as well as signing up our users. So I'm going to go to our views.py within our users app. So we haven't yet even created any view specific to our users. So the way I'm going to do that is by creating a function. So I'm going to call our function. The first function is going to be for registering a user or signing up. So I'll just come and say that's going to be sign up, and it's going to take in a request, and then it will return, then we shall render a simple HTML template. And in this case, what we're going to have here is going to be our template. So I'll simply come and say that shall have users slash this will be sign up dot HTML. Now, by saying this, what I mean is we're going to create a folder within our templates folder that's going to be called users, and then we shall be able to place all templates specific to users within that folder. And then I also provide a context. So our context is actually going to be a simple dictionary that's not going to contain anything for now. So I'm just going to simply copy this and I'll paste it for the different functions we're going to have. So it's actually going to be for logging in a user. So I'll simply rename this to log in user. And after doing that, then I'll also specify that it's going to be login.html. Then I'll do the same thing for logging out a user. So I'll come right here. I'll call this view function the one for logging out user, and then I'll just simply come right in here, and also actually here we are just going to pass this for now because what we need is to actually redirect when we log out. So I'll pass this for now. Now after doing this, then I'm going to go and simply create these templates. Now to do that, I'm just simply going to go to our templates folder within our main project. It seems like we created a template folder in our users app, but I'm simply going to delete it since we won't need it. Then all I'll do is to go right in our templates. I'll create a new folder and I'll call this users, and within our users I'm simply going to create two template files. Actually it's going to be two template files. So the first one is going to be our sign up.html, and the next one is actually going to be our login.html. Now once you have this, then I'm going to go ahead and simply be able to add some forms into this or some HTML content into our different pages. So the way I'll do that is by coming, the first thing we shall do is to actually extend. In this case, we're going to extend our base.html, which is our main template, and also provide a block tag right here. And this block tag is going to have block content, and then we shall end our block content. Now once we have this, then I'll go also to the sign up. I'll do the same thing. So we shall have extends base.html, and then I'll go ahead and simply provide a block content and then an end block content. Now once we have this, I'm going to go ahead and save. Now head over to our views.py within our users app. So I'll close our templates for now. And when we go to our views, right now we're going to try to attach these to URLs so that we can access them via our web UI or via our templates. So I'm going to go and create a URL.py module within our app. And when I create this, then I'll create URL patterns within our users app. So the first thing I'm going to do is to import our path function. So I'll do that with from Django.urls. I'll simply go ahead and import path. And right after doing that, then I'm going to create our URL patterns. So I'll simply come and create our URL patterns. So I'll simply call the path function. Then I'll provide the URL. In this case, our first URL is going to be for signing up. So I'll just simply call this /sign up. Sorry for that. And when I do that, then I'll attach this to a view. So I'm going to go ahead and import all our views. So I'll come and say from dot, we are simply going to go ahead and import our views. Sorry for this. And what I'm doing is to actually import our views.py module. Now once we have our views.py module, we are going to go ahead and access our views. So the first we're going to access is going to be our sign up. So I'll give this a name. And in this case, the first name is going to be for signing up. And then I'll also create a path. So the next path is going to be for login. And once you have this, then I'll come and say we're going to have views.login user. And then I'll provide this with a name. And in this case, our name is going to be for login. Now once we have this, then I'll also create one for our logout. Now come and say path, and this is going to be the one for logout. Shall we call this logout? So when you navigate to logging out, we're actually going to call the view function for logging out. So it's going to be views.logout. We actually call it, it's actually going to be logout user. So I'm going to save and then access it here. So it will be logout user. Then we shall provide this a name of logout. Just come and call this logout. Nice. So after doing that, then we are now going to go ahead and render these templates onto our UI. So remember, I have one base layout template that's dictating how our layouts throughout the entire project are. So when you go back to our templates right here, so sorry for that, I'm going to actually come to our templates. Now within our templates, we have our base.html folder. So what I'm going to do is to replace some of these URLs or some of these links within, so that we can actually just access those URLs we have. So I'm going to remove the about and the services pages. And what I'll do is to actually replace them with actual URLs. So I'm just going to come and I'll copy this. And then I'm going to paste it. So I'm going to change this, and here we shall have sign up. And once you have this, then we're going to simply come and provide our sign up link, and then this is going to be for logging in. So I'll first change the value to log in, and once I have that, then I also simply change this to login. Now once we have this, actually remove the one for post creation. Let me first undo this. So we actually need this, so I'll leave it there. Now I'm going to go ahead and create the one for logging in, and this is actually going to be for log in. So I'll leave it to login. Now we have the one for creating a post. We also need the one for logging out. So I'll simply paste this. And once we have this, then I'll simply come and provide the name of that specific URL pattern for logging out. And now this is going to be for our log out. So once we have this, then I'm going to pull up my server and run it with Python 3. Sorry for this. It's actually going to be Python 3 money.py and then run server. So when I navigate to our web UI, I'm going to go to our localhost 8000. And what we have here is we actually have no reverse for sign up. Let me actually check here. So within our URLs, what you actually have is sign up, which is not found because we haven't actually added this onto our project URLs. So I'll head over to our project urls.py, and then I'll simply provide a path for all URLs specific to our users, and these are going to be access/users, and then actually let's just call it /auth, and then we shall just simply include our users URLs. So I'll just say include users.urls. So when I go ahead and save this, when you head over to our Chrome once again, I'm going to refresh, and now we can be able to see every URL in our header. So depending on whether we're logged in or logged out, we're going to be able to view different links. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is to implement our form, so that when we go to our login form, we can actually be able to see a login form that's going to actually help us to log in. When we register, we shall be able to register via form, and shall also handle our logging out. So we're going to first create forms that are going to allow us to basically pick data from our front end, or basically pick the credentials used for creating these users. In this video, I'm not going to actually show you how to use the Django authentication views. I'll cover them in the next one. So let's proceed. So the first thing I'm going to do is to go to our users app, and then within our users app, I'm going to create a new module. So this module is going to be forms.py, and then within forms.py, I'll simply go ahead and create the two classes that are going to allow us to sign up our users. So I'm not going to be using the default UserCreationForm. We're going to keep it simple for now. We're going to look at that in the next video. So what I'll do is to come and say from Django, we are going to import our forms. And once we have our forms, I'm simply going to go ahead and create two classes. So the first one is going to be for creating our users. So I'll simply call this the user registration form. And this is going to inherit from forms.form. Actually, it's going to be from form.form. And once we have this, I'll simply pass this for now. And I also create the one for logging in. So we're going to have login form. And this is actually going to also inherit from forms.form. Now, once we have this, then we are going to basically look at the different fields we want on all of these fields. Actually, the different fields we want to have on each of these forms. So I'll start with the one for user registration. So I'm just simply going to create this simple docstring. And in this case, what we're going to have is a field for our username, and then we're also going to have our email. We're going to have our password, and then we shall have our, so let's say, confirm field, so that they can be able to confirm the password. Now, the one, actually, this is actually going to be for our user registration. Now, let's also design the one for our login. So I'll just simply come right in here, and this is going to be for our login form. Now, here we are going to just have a username and then a password. So we're just going to keep it simple for now. Now, once we have this, then let's go ahead and create these fields on our form. So I'm going to start with our user registration form, and the first field I'll provide is going to be our username. So I'll just come right in here. Actually, what I'll do is to go to our forms.py within our posts, and then be able to copy the fields as we had them. So I'll come to our post right here, and then within our forms, we created some fields that are actually so similar to what we want. So I'll just simply come right here and copy this. Let me close some of these files. So when you go to our forms.py, I'm simply going to paste this. So this is going to be our title, but in this case we shall change this to be our username. So it's going to actually have the same attributes. It will even have the form control class, so we are safe. And then I'm also going to do the same thing for our email, our password, and then our confirm. So I'm just simply going to tidy this up. I highlight it, then press tab, and it will auto indent it. So I'm going to provide our email, and then we shall have our password, and then we shall also have the field that's going to allow us to confirm our passwords. Now once we have this, then what we need to do is to actually change our password inputs. So just like we specified that our widgets are going to be for text inputs, in this case what we want to do is to collect passwords, so we shall have to change these widgets to password input. So I'll do that with forms dot, in this case we shall say password input, and then we shall check the attributes to set them to what we need. So I'll just come and simply do the same thing. So I'll just say forms.password input and then provide the attributes just like we have them there. Now I'm going to do the same thing for our form that's going to log in our user. So I'll just come right in here, and what I'll do is to copy these fields. Now here we're just going to need two fields which are going to be our username as well as our password. So I'll get rid of the email. I'll also get rid of the confirm field. Now we have our forms created right now, and now what we're going to do is to simply render them in our templates. So I'll do that by first going to our views.py in our users app, and then the first thing I'm going to do is to import our forms. So I'll do that with form.forms. I'm simply going to go ahead and import our login form as well as our user registration form. Now once I have these two forms, I'm simply going to come and I'll render the first form in our view for creating a user. So this is in our sign up view. So in this case, I'll just come and say user registration form. Now once we have this, I'll simply come and say that our context is going to be having a form, and then we shall have our value as our form. So that means we can actually go ahead and access this form via our template. Now I'm simply going to go ahead and create the same template just like we saw for creating a post. So when I head over to our posts app, in this case, I'm going to go to our post app, and within our post app, it's actually within our templates because I then moved them. So what I'll do is to go to our create post.html file, and what I'll do is to just simply copy the template as it is and paste it within our different templates. So I'll just come and do the same thing for login as well as the same thing for our sign up template. Now once we have this, then we are good to go. So when you head over to our template right now and refresh, we are actually going to have our template being shown. However, we have different fields. So I'm also going to go ahead and change our title. So for our signing up, we are actually going to have this as create an account and save. So here we are actually going to have this title as log in. So when I go back to our template right here and refresh, we're going to have create an account, which is working. Now we're going to go ahead and change also our view for logging in, so that to provide our form. So I'll do that with form, and this is going to be an instance of our login form. Now once we have this, I'll include it in our context by saying form, and this form will be equal to our form. Now once we have this, then our form is actually already in our context. So all we need to do is to visit our login template, and now we see that our login form has been rendered. This one is amazing. So let's go ahead and look at how we can authenticate our users to allow them to log in. But before we do that, we're actually going to first create our users. So to create our users, all the logic will be within our view for signing up. So within signup.html, the first thing we shall do is to need to get the data, which is going to come from our post request. So the way we access that is via our request object, And we are actually going to first check for the method, so we shall do that with if request dot method is equal to post. So that's when we are sending data to the server. Then all we need to do is to get the data. So in this case, we are not using a model form or something. We are actually using a plain form. So we need to access the data as it is from our query dictionary. So in this case, what we shall need is to access the username, and this username is going to be got from our request dictionary. So we shall access it with request.post, and then we shall get the username. Now I'm simply going to copy this and paste it so that you can access this. So just simply come right here and provide this. So when you have a username, you can even basically get our email. So I'll actually change this. So I'll just come and highlight our username, then press Ctrl D, and then provide our email. So it will basically create multi-cursors, and then the cursors will be able to update that. Now I'm just simply going to do the same thing for our password. Sorry for that. And once we have that in our password, now I'll do the same thing for the field for confirming our password. So when I come here, I'm just simply going to come and say confirm. And now we have our data. So once we have this, now the next thing we're going to do is to create a user based on the attributes we have here. So we're going to check for if our passwords match, and if they don't match, then we shall actually render a message, but I'll do that in the next video when we're looking at Django's default user creation views. So what I'll do is to go ahead and basically create a user based on these fields, all the values we've got from our front end or our template. So in this case, what I'll do is to say if our password, so if the value of our password is equal to the value of our confirm, meaning that you provided the right password. In this case, what we're going to do is to go ahead and create a user based on those credentials. So in this case, we shall just come and say new user, and this new user is going to actually be user dot objects. Actually, we don't have our user already defined, so I'll have to import that. So I'll just come and say from Django dot auth. Actually, it's from Django.contrib.auth.models. We are going to go ahead and import our user model. Now, once we've imported our user model, I'll simply come and what I'll do is to say user.objects. In this case, we shall create our user. So I'll call the create user function or method. And once you have this, then we shall provide our credentials. So in this case, we shall have our username being equal to the username we've got from our post request. We shall do the same thing for our email. So we shall have our email, then we shall have our password equal to our password. And once we've done this, then actually what I'll do is to set our password so that we hash it and store in our database. Now the way I'm going to do that is by coming and saying new user dot set. In this case, we're going to set a password to that password we've got, so it will be a string and it will be hashed and then saved to our database. Now we're going to go ahead and finally save our new user to the database by saying new user dot save. And after this is successful, then what we shall need is to also redirect to our home page. Now the way we're going to do that is by saying return, and then we shall call our redirect shortcut. So I'll import that. So I'll just come and say from Django.shortcuts, we are going to import our redirect. Sorry for this. And once we have this, then I'll just simply come and say we're going to redirect to our host home, or the name of the URL patterns for our host home or our home page. So that is actually in our URLs here. So we shall access it with posts home. So when I go right here, all I can do is to redirect to posts home, which is the name of that specific URL pattern for our home page. Now once I have this, then I'm just simply going to go ahead and try to see if our server is still running. Now once you have this, then let's go ahead and also be able to see if we can create a user with our form. So when we go back to our template right here, so I'm simply going to go to our sign up form. I'm going to try to create a user, so I'll call this user anonymous, and I'll say I'm going to have this user as anonymous at gmail.com, which will be our email. I'll provide our password as password, and then I'll also confirm the password. So when I go ahead and submit this, what's going to happen is this user is going to be created. So to confirm if this user has been created, I'll head over to our Django admin, and then when I refresh, I'm going to see that this user is created and we can be able to view this user. Now our sign up form is actually working. Now another thing we're going to do is to be able to log in this user. So let's go ahead and log in this user. So another thing I'm going to do is to basically go ahead and log in this user. So I'm going to make sure our login form is working. Actually, this is from what I was doing. So when I go here, now localhost 8000, when I refresh, we are going to go and make this login function, make login form function. So the way we're going to do this is by using special functions from our django.contrib.auth. So I'll go and import those two functions, and I'm going to come and import them. So I'll just come and say from django.contrib.auth, I'll simply go ahead and import two functions. Actually, there are going to be three functions. So the first one is going to be the login function, and then the next one is going to be the logout function, and then we shall have the authenticate function. Now we're going to look into how we can use these functions to authenticate our users. By authentication, I mean we are going to prove that a user is who they claim to be. That's when they provide their email and password, or their username and password. We can be able to verify that that user is who they claim to be. Now I'm just simply going to come right here in our view function for logging in our user. So I'll go ahead and access that data from our post request. So I'll do that by saying if request dot method, and in this case if our request dot method is equal to post, now we are simply going to go ahead and access our username as well as our password in this case. So I'll just come and say username is actually going to be request dot post, and then username. So in this case, I also provide our password. So our password is going to be equal to request dot post, and then we shall access our password. It's actually going to be our password. So now that we have these two, we can be able to verify if that user exists based on these two fields. The way we're going to do that is by coming and using our authenticate function. So our authentication function takes in three things. It takes in our request object as well as the username and the password, and if these are used to basically prove that this user exists, it's going to return the user object that has those credentials. Now what we're going to do is to come and create a variable called the user, and this is actually going to be a call of our authenticate function. Now it's going to take in the first argument as our request object, and then it's also going to take in any credentials. So in this case we're going to use our username, and this case shall provide our username as our username we've got from the post request, and then we shall do the same thing for our password. So I'll come and say password is actually going to be equal to password. Now that we have this, then we are going to check if this user object is none. Actually, in this case, we're going to check if it's none, and if it's not none, then we're simply going to log in the user. So I'll just simply write an if statement here, and this is going to be if user is not none, that's if the user exists, then we're simply going to use our login function to create a session for this user. Actually, this session is going to be persistent until we log out. So I'll simply come right in here and call the login function. So in this case, I'm going to come and say login. This function takes in the request as well as the user object, and then goes ahead and stores this user in our session. So I'll just come right here and say request, and then I'll provide our user, who is going to be our user, and then we shall have to redirect somewhere in case this user is now authenticated. So I'll just come and say return redirect, and in this case what I'll redirect to is our posts home page. So I'm going to go ahead and save. Now our server has no issues, meaning that we are safe, our things are working. Now I can even add a simple else statement here, but it's also going to be the same to actually, if this code does not pass, then all we need to do is to just render a login.html. As I said, in the next video, we're going to look at messages and how we can use them to show our form errors. So once we have this, then I'm going to simply go ahead and visit our front end right here. So based on our username and our password, we want to log in our user. So what we're going to do that is by providing our username. So I created a user called anonymous, and then I'm going to provide our password. And once we have this password, I'm simply going to go ahead and submit. Now when I submit, we are successfully directed or redirected to our home page, meaning that our logins are actually working. So let's go ahead and be able to show that this user is actually logged in. So we have our header here showing the different parts of the application, but what we lack is a way to show if the user actually is logged in or logged out. So the way we're going to do this is by checking if the user is authenticated, and then we do that is by accessing a property on the current user, because then every time we log in, we store that user within our request object, and then be able to attach that is authenticated attribute. Now if this authenticated attribute is true, that means that the user is logged in, and if it's false, that means the user is not logged in. So what I'll do is to go back to our code right here, and I'll head over to our base layout template. So I'll come right here and I'll simply go to our base layout template that's in our templates folder. So within our base layout templates, I'll simply head over to our header right here. I'm going to write a simple if statement that's going to control how we shall render our template based on whether the user is logged in or logged out. So I'm just going to come right in here, and once I have this, then I'll simply go and cut them out, and once I have that, then I'll just simply create an if statement, and this if statement is actually going to check if the user is logged in or logged out. So the way we're going to do that is by accessing the request object. We shall access the user, and then there is authenticated property. So once we have this, I'm simply going to paste all of this here, and when the user is not logged in, we expect they are going to be able to see the sign up and the login, and when they are logged in, we expect they are going to actually see the logout and create post links. So I'll just simply add an else statement here and paste this. So when we have this, simply going to add some margin here or give them a tab. So when I refresh, we shall head over to our front end here. When I refresh, now that our user is logged in, we actually see only two links for creating a post as well as logging out. Now let's go ahead and implement the logout link. So I'll head over to our views.py within our users app. So that's actually going to be within our views.py. And all I'm going to do is to call the logout function. So the logout function takes in the request, and what it does is from that request, it's going to delete any existing user, and then we shall redirect to a success page. Now in this case, what I'm going to do is to simply call the logout function, and then I'll provide our request object, and then redirect to a page. So in this case, what I'm going to do is to say redirect. So I'll actually return redirect, and then in this case, we shall redirect to post home. So I'll simply come right here and say I'm going to redirect to our post home. I'm going to save. Our server is still running. And I head over here. I'm going to refresh our page. When I click on logout, now we'll see that we're actually seeing different parts of our application. Now we have some pages that we may need to access only if we are logged in. So we're going to go ahead and look at how we protect this by using a decorator called the login required decorator. So I'm going to head over to our views within our posts. Actually, our views for creating posts are actually protected we need to access them only when we are logged in. So what I'm going to do is to go to our templates, and when I go to our templates right here, actually within our posts app, I'm going to head over to our views, and I'm going to protect those different view functions with a login required decorator. So a decorator basically affects the way a function works, but does not really change the way it works. It actually just adds functionality onto a function without changing how it works. So I'm just going to simply import that decorator. So I'll do that by importing the decorator first from Django.contrib.auth and then .decorators. I'm going to simply import the login required decorator. And once we have this, then I'm going to simply come and protect those specific routes or specific URLs that need to only be accessed if we are logged in. So I'll do that and go to our URL for creating a post. So I'll just simply create the @login. So actually going to be @login required. So that is a protected route. Then we're also going to have one for @login required for updating a post. And now we've been able to protect this. So when I go ahead and save, we can only be able to access this only when we are logged in. So let's actually go ahead and summarize this video. We shall see how to basically take care of the next parts in the next video. Thank you for watching. If you've liked this video, please go ahead and leave a like, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, what's up? So in this video, we're going to be looking at how we can change our user registration form so that we can be able to create users based on our model that we created for our user. We actually didn't create the model, but we used Django's default user model to create users. So now in this case, what we have is a form that basically creates a new object of a user and then stores that object. Now what we're going to do in this video is to use a model form that's given to us by Django, which is the user creation form. Now this model form allows us to create user object with clear validations, as most of the fields are created from our default user model. Now the first thing I'm going to do is to comment out this form and create another form based on our user creation form. So I'm just simply going to come right here and I'll comment this out. And then I'm going to import our user creation form. Now I'll come at the top of our code right here, and all I have to do is to first import our user creation form. So I'll come and say from Django.contrib, and I'm going to access the authentication app. And then within our authentication app, we have forms. Now within our forms, we are going to import our user creation form. Now once we've imported our user creation form, I am going to go ahead and use this user creation form to create another model form for creating our users or signing up. Now I'm just simply going to come right here and I'll create a class, and I'm going to call this the same name that we had for our form. I'm just simply going to call it our user registration form. Now this is going to inherit from our user creation form. And once we have this, I'm going to simply go ahead and write our class. That's going to be a meta class. And within this meta class, I'm going to specify our model to be our inbuilt user model. I'm going to go ahead and import that. So I'll just come and import it from Django.contrib.auth. I'm going to come and import it from .models. I'm going to come and import our user model. And once I've done that, I'm simply going to come right here. I'll specify our model to be our user model. And then I'll come and also provide our fields attribute. Now in this case, we're first going to render all the fields that are going to be on this specific model. So I'm just simply going to come right here, and all I have to provide is this dunder all. And when I save, our server is going to restart. Now when you head over to our Chrome right here and I refresh, what you're going to have are all the form fields that come on our default sign up screen that Django provides. Now once we have this, we're going to go ahead and customize this so that we only have fields that we shall need to create a user. Now the only fields we need in this video are going to be our username our email, our password, as well as our password confirmation field. Now when you go back right here, I'm simply going to view our page source. Now viewing the page source allows us to access the HTML that helped us to create our form. Now all I need is to access the name attribute of that specific field that you may want to include within our form, and shall be able to include it within our form. Now the first field I'm going to need is going to be our username. So I'm just simply going to come right here, and instead of having all, I'm just going to simply create a list. Now this list is going to have all the fields that we shall need to render on our form. So I'm going to first access our username, and once I have our username, I'll also access our email, because that's the name that we have right here on our email address. So it's actually our email. Now we shall also need our password, as well as our password confirmation fields that have password 1 as well as password 2. Now I'll come and change that, so I'll just come and simply provide our password 1, and then I also provide our password 2. Now when I save, our server is okay. So when I head over to our Chrome once again, I'm going to close this for now. When I refresh, we now have the 4 fields that we need to create our users. Now once this is done, we're going to go ahead and style these fields up. So the way we're going to do this is by overriding our user creation form. Now the way we're going to do that is by coming to our forms.py, and all we're going to define is our init function. So the init function is one you can create in case you want to create a blueprint on how you're going to create your different objects of a certain class. Now in this case, what we're going to do is to override the init function of the user creation form, so that you'll be able to customize the fields that you're going to render for our form. Now I'm just simply going to come right here and create a function called the Danda init function. This is going to take in self, as well as a list of positional arguments, as well as a dictionary containing our keyword arguments. And once we have that, then we are going to actually call all the methods or return all the attributes that our user creation form has. Now the way we do that is by using the super keyword. Now we shall specify that we are going to use our user registration form, we shall include ourselves, and then we call the init function of our specific user creation class. So we shall call the different positional arguments as well as our keyword arguments. And once we have that, then we can be able to access all the fields for our class. Now to do that, we shall come and say self.fields, and this is actually all the fields that our form has. So we can be able to access all these fields by accessing them with the key. So in this case, the key is going to actually be that specific name attribute of that field. Now in this case, if we want to access our username, we shall just come and say user name, and we shall be able to access different attributes such as the widget, the label, and so on. Now let's start with our label. So we're going to customize the label for our username by coming and then accessing .label, and then we set that label to what we want. In this case, we're going to keep it to your username. So when I save, our server is okay. So when I head over to our Chrome right here, when I refresh, we now have your username as a label for our username field. Now let's go ahead and customize our style. So we're going to do that is by accessing the widget attribute here. So I'll just come and copy our widget attribute. So that's going to be forms.textInput, and then we shall have our class. So I'm just going to come and simply copy this entire statement right here. And what I'll do is to then customize our widget. So I'll just come and say self.fields, and then I'll provide our username, and then I'll access this widget via the .widget attribute, and then I'll come and specify that our widget is going to be forms.textInput, and our attributes are actually going to have that form class control class. So when I save, when I come right here and I refresh, we now have our form field being styled. Our stuff is working. So I'm just going to simply do the same for the remaining fields. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to simply come and paste this as well. So I'm just going to paste it 4 times, actually 3 times, because those are the fields we haven't yet done. So once we have this, I'll come and do that same thing for our email. So I'm going to change this to email, and I also change this to your email as our label. And then I'll come within your username. So this is actually going to be for our email. Now when I save, when you go back here, our email has been changed. Things are working the way we want. So I'm going to come right here, and all I have to do is to also customize our password inputs. I'm going to come and say password, and here this is actually going to be our password 1, since this field for our password is the password 1 field that's specified in our fields right here. And then I'll come and also change this to password 1. So once we have that, then I'll change this to your password, which is the label. And I'll also go ahead and do the same thing for our password 2, which is our password confirmation. So I'll just come right here, and all I have to do is password 2. So I'll do the same thing here, and I'll change this to password 2. Now that we have this, I'm also going to come and change this to confirm your password. And once we have this, then we actually need to also specify that these are going to be password inputs, because they are not text inputs. And just simply going to come right here and change this to password input. Now when I save this, when you head over to our form right here and I refresh, we now have our form styled. Now I'm also going to change the text within our submit button right here. I'm going to simply do that in our signup.html, and then I'll have to change our value to sign up. I'm going to refresh this. Now when I refresh, we now have our value change. Now let's go ahead and use our form to create a simple user. I'm going to provide a user, so I'll start by providing a user. So I'm going to provide a user of Paul Heyman. Now I'll provide the email as paulheyman@gmail.com, and then I'll come and provide the password. So I'll just come right here, I'll provide a simple password. So when I come and sign up, right now we have a value of password. Let's see how this is actually happening. So when you head over to our forms.py, we have a password 1, password 2, specified password 1, password 2. Now let's go ahead and actually check our form. So when you come right here and inspect, I'm actually not going to inspect, but what I'll have to do is to view page source. We have our form, and it has the following fields. So we actually have password 1, password 2, email, username. Now let's actually see what is going on. So we have, actually that form is not working because the logic for creating our user has not changed. Now when you go ahead and look at the view that we used to sign up our user, we're getting form data from our post request in form of keys and values. Now this is a bit tricky because now we don't have any validation occurring for the various fields. All we have to change is the names of these fields. Actually, we're going to use our user creation field or our user creation fields to basically save our user without having to get that form data and then creating a new object, just like we did for the previous video. Now I'm going to change this logic, so I'll just come right in here and remove this. Now once I remove this, the next thing I'm going to do is to be able to create our instance of our form, which is our registration form, and then we give it the data. That's the data that's going to come from our form during a post request. Now the way I'm going to do this is by saying form is going to be to our post creation form. So I'll just come right here and say this is going to be a post creation form. And once you have the post creation form, I'll just simply come right in here and say that we're going to have request.post, meaning that this form is going to actually have the data as it comes from the post request. Now that we have this, we are going to check for the validity of this form, or if our form is valid. I'll just come right here and say if form dot is valid, and then once we have the form as valid, we shall head over to our saving. So I'll just come and call the save method on our form, and since this is a model form, we shall be able to save our user based on what we've provided within our form. Now once this is done, we shall also need a way to redirect to another page. Now I'm going to simply come, and what I'll have to do is to return, and I'll say redirect, and then we shall redirect to the URL pattern for logging in. So I'll find that in our urls.py in our users app, and that's simply going to be our login URL pattern. Now simply come right here, and all I have to do is to say that we're going to return redirect to our login, and I'm going to save. So we're going to go ahead and test this out. I'm going to close this for now, and once I have this, I'm simply going to create another user. So I'll provide a name. So I'll provide our name as Paul Heyman. I'll provide our email, and then provide our password, and then I'll simply come and confirm our password. And when I sign up, in this case we are being redirected somewhere else. Let's see what's actually happening. When you come right in here, we are seeing that we are being returned to sign up, but let's actually see the fields that we are having, because now we are having fields for another form that's actually the one we used to create our post. So let's actually see this is actually our post creation form. What we need is going to be our user registration form. Sorry for the mistake I did. So I'm going to call this our user registration form. So I'm going to go ahead and resubmit our form. Now this is actually going to bring us back to our form. Now what we have as a problem here is our form has been submitted, but we cannot keep track of any errors that this form has. Another way we're going to access the errors that this form has is through the form.errors dictionary. So the form.errors dictionary is simply a dictionary that returns each of the fields and the different errors that those fields have. Now let's go ahead and access that. So I'll open up the sign up template, and before we submit our form, let's go ahead and actually see the different errors within our form. So I'll come right here, and what I'll have to do is to check if our form has errors. So I'll do that with form, if form.errors. Sorry for that. Then I'll simply come right here, and all I have to do is to simply create a paragraph, and this paragraph is actually going to have our errors. So I'll just come right here and basically provide our errors. So I'll just come and say form.errors. Now when I save this, I'm going to come right here, and when I try to submit this form once again, I'm going to provide our password and then confirm our password again. When I submit, we now see that we have our field as our username, as well as our error as the user with that username already exists. Now what you want to do is to access that specific field that has that error and be able to display the error on that specific field. Now since we looked over all the fields, what we're going to do is to actually display errors for that specific field. Now to do that, I'm simply going to remove this, and just below our field, I'll simply come right here, and then I'll say if field.errors. Now this can also work on our specific field, so we can also access a dictionary of errors that specific field has. Actually, it's going to be a list of errors that specific field has, and then you can be able to loop over those errors. So we shall say for error in form, actually it's going to be field.errors. What you want to actually do in this case is to return an individual error that field may have. So I'm simply going to create a paragraph, and this paragraph is going to have a class of error, and right in here we shall just have to access that error. So I'll just come and say error. Now I'm simply going to format this a little bit so that to make it a little bit tidy, and after doing this, now I'm simply going to save, and when I save this, when we head over to our Chrome once again, when I refresh, and try to submit this form again, what happens is this error actually appears on that specific field that has the error. Now let's style this up with CSS. So I'll head over to our static directory, and that's actually located within our post app. Now within our main.css, I'll simply come here and basically create our class. It's actually not created, but we created it this side, and we're going to use it to access our field and our errors. So when I come here and say .error, I'm just simply going to provide the color of red and then a smaller font size. So I'll just come and say font size, and let's say our font size in this case is going to be 12. Now when I come here and try to resubmit this form, we now see that our errors are actually being shown right here. Now let's try to also do other errors. So for example, if we submit this with an invalid email, and let's say we provide a password that does not match. Now I'm going to provide a certain password that doesn't match. So when we submit, we now see that our different form errors are being shown here. This is beautiful. Now what we're going to actually do is to actually add other links that will allow us to go to the login page in case we have an account, as well as to redirect to the sign up in case we don't have an account. Now simply going to head over to our template right here, and all I'll have to do is to create that link. So I'm just going to come right here and provide a simple form group. It's actually going to be .form group, and once I have that, I'll simply create small text right here. So we're going to do something like already have an account. It's going to be a question, and once we have this, I'm simply going to create an anchor tag, and this is actually going to be a paragraph. So I'll have this small paragraph right here, and I'm simply going to create a paragraph, and I'll paste that in there. Then I create an anchor tag, and then I'll say login. So that will basically lead us to our login. And also attach that to a URL. So I'll provide the href as URL. Then I'll provide that specific name of the URL pattern for logging in, which is actually login. So when I save and refresh, right now we're going to have that specific link. Now I'm going to do that same thing on our login form. So I'm going to copy this and then paste it within our login form. So when I go to our login form right here, I'll simply come and paste this. Now this is actually going to change to do not have an account, sign up. So we shall just come right here, and all we have to do is to say do not have an account. Then we shall basically take them to the registration page. Now I'll come to the urls.py within our users app, and then we shall access that URL pattern for signing up. So I'll change this to sign up. So I'll change this to create an account, and when I save, I'm going to head over to our page right here. So when I refresh, in this case we're going to go to login, and in case you do not have an account, we're going to create an account here. Now let's try to also add some, let's try to create a user to test our form. So I'm simply going to come right here. I'll provide a name. So let's say we're going to have a user called John Doe 23, and then we're going to have their email as John Doe 23 at gmail.com. Now shall provide our password. So I'll provide our password as password, and then I'll confirm our password. So when I try to save this user, we are going to redirect to our login page. Now what we need is a success message in case we have been able to create our user. So for us to create this success message, we're going to use Django's default messaging framework. Now when we are using Django provides for us a messaging framework that we can use to show messages within our app in case something has happened. Now what you're going to do is to simply create a message that will be shown in case a user has been created. I'm going to head over to our views within our users app, and what I'll have to do is to create a message in case a user has successfully been created. So we shall come right here, And what I'll have to do is to import our messages from Django. So I'll come and say from Django dot, in this case it's going to be contrib, we shall import our messages. And after doing that, then we're going to create a simple message that we shall show within our template on successfully creating a user. So this is actually going to be within our sign up. So I'll just come right here, and after saving our user, we're going to create a message. So I'll just say messages dot add. Actually, it's going to be dot success, and then this message takes in a request and takes in the message, just like we see here, taking the request as well as the message, which is a string. So in this case, we're going to take in our request object as well as our message. And in this case, we're just simply going to say user created successfully on our login page. And right after doing that, then we shall show this message in our template. The way we're going to show this message is by looping through our messages that we'll have created. I'm simply going to go to our login page right here, and before our H1, I'm simply going to create an if statement that shall check for our messages. So I'll come right here, and all I have to do is to check if our messages exist. So I'll come and say if messages, then I'm simply going to come right here and then loop through all the messages. So I'll just come and say for messages, I'm going to come and say for messages. So this is actually going to be for message in messages. Now we are going to just simply create a paragraph right here, or I'll simply create an li. Let me just call it a paragraph, and I'll give this a class of alert. And right in here, I'll simply provide the message. So I'm just going to come right here and provide our message. Now, when you head over to our templates and try to create a new user in this case, when I head over to our create account template, I'm just simply going to come and add a username. So let's say we're going to add our username as user123, and we're going to provide our email as user123 at company. So just going to say company.com, and when I come and provide our password, I'm simply going to confirm our password again. And once we provide our sign up, our user is going to be created, and right now we can see our successful alert message. Now let's go ahead and also style this up so that it can actually appear more appealing. So I'll just simply come to our main.css, and what I'll have to change is going to be our alert. So I'll just simply come here and say .alert. So I'll provide the padding, and this padding is actually going to be of 20 pixels, and then we shall provide the background color. So let's actually call this light green, and then let's provide a color of white, and then we can even say that we're going to have this as aligned in the center. So let's try to actually check this out. So right now alert is not showing up, but let's say we created a new user account. So I'm going to delete some of the users we created. I'm going to go to our localhost 8000, and then I'll try to access our admin. So I'll provide our admin username. So I'll come and say admin, and then provide our password right here, and then log in. So I'll go to our users, and what I'll do is to delete some of the users we created right here. So I'll just come and delete them, just come and tick them, and then when I come right here, I'll delete the selected users and then go. So I'll say yes, I'm sure. This will delete all the users that we have right here. So when you try to create a new user based on the credentials we've had, for example, Paul Heyman, I'll come and create the user of Paul Heyman, a password. So I'll provide our password, and then I'll confirm our password once again. I'll try to sign up. Actually, we see our CSRF token failed. Let's actually try to refresh this page once again. So I'll try to create this user again. So I'll provide Paul Heyman, the email, the password. Then we shall provide our password again. And when you sign up, right now we see our successful alert message showing up. In this video, we've been able to look at the user creation form in Django and how it can allow us to create users based on our existing user model. We've also looked at how we can use it for helping us to validate the data we enter into our user creation form. Thank you for watching, guys, and if you've enjoyed this video, please like and don't forget to comment. Tell me what you feel about this video. Don't forget to subscribe to this channel if you're new. Thank you for watching and see you in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, what's up? So in this video, we're going to go ahead and customize our login view so that we use Django's default login and logout views. Now I'm going to start that by coming to our urls.py within our URLs for actually our users app. And the first thing I'll do is first import our authentication view. So I'll start by saying from Django.contrib, we are going to import our auth app. And then from that app, we shall import our views. And then, sorry for this, so we shall import our views. And then you're going to import these views as our authentication views. And right after importing our authentication views, I'm simply going to change the view functions of our login as well as our logout function. So I'm just going to come right in here and then I'll remove our views.login user and I'll replace it with authViews. This will be logout, actually this will be login view, but since this is a class-based view, we shall make it a view by calling that as view function. And once we've done that, I'm going to save, and when we go back to our Chrome right here, when I refresh, we now have our template not existing. So by default, Django's default login form basically has the template as registration/login.html. But since we do not have that, and one solution can actually be for us to create this template, and another solution can be to specify the template in our URL. So to do that, we're going to actually check out the template that we actually rendered for our login form in the previous video. So I'll go to views.py within our post app, and our template is actually users/login.html. So I'll copy this and then go back to our urls.py right here. So we're going to set this up within .as view. It's going to take in arguments such as the template name. Now this template name is going to be the name of the template that we're going to render for our login form. So I'll simply paste this in, and after pasting it in, I'm going to come right here and refresh. So right now we see that our template is working. However, we have a problem. Our fields are not styled like the way we styled them in the previous video. Now to do this, we're actually going to also override our authentication form, that is the form that's actually displayed on this login view. So to do that, I'm simply going to head over to our forms within our posts, actually within our users app, and within there I'm just simply going to come to our login form, and I'm just simply going to come and change this login form from what it is right now to the one that is from our authentication form. I'm going to comment that out, and then I'll just simply come and create this class once again. And once we have this, I'm simply going to go ahead and import our authentication form. So it also comes from our Django contrib auth form. So I'm simply come right here and import it as our authentication form. And once I've done that, I'll simply come right in here and provide, this is actually going to be our authentication form. So since this is our authentication form, I'll simply go ahead and customize it. So I'll copy the same function that we actually used in the previous video, and I'll bring it right here. So when I bring it here, we're actually going to change our login form. So I'll change this from UserCreationForm to login form, and then we're going to have this field. So I'll also add one field that's for our password. And once I have this, so I'm going to specify our username to be, actually it's going to be our password, because then you have a password field, and then I'll change this to your password, and then I'll go ahead and change this to also your password. Now once I have this, I'll simply save, but this is actually a password input, so I'll change this widget to also password input, And when I save, I'll come right here and refresh. Actually, these are not working because then we need to specify that the form we are using is our login form. So for us to do that, I'll simply come within our URLs and I'll provide one extra argument. So that argument is actually going to be the authentication form. And once we have our authentication form, I'll simply import our login form. So I'll just say from .forms, we are going to import our login form. And once I import our login form, I'll simply come to our authentication form and specify it to be our login form. So when I save, I'll simply come right here and I refresh. Now we see that our fields have actually been styled. So let's try to actually first change this. So I'll just come to our login form and then change our value for this input to login. When I save and refresh, we now have our login field working. So let's go ahead and try to log in our user using these fields. So I'll provide a username, and this username is going to be Paul Heyman, and then I'll provide the password. So this password is going to be our password. So I'll go ahead and log in, and right now we are being redirected to /accounts/profile. Now, while using Django's default login form, wherever we log in successfully, we are redirected to /accounts/profile. Now, the way we're going to be able to fix this is by setting our login redirect URL. So I'm going to do that by coming to our settings.py within our blog project. So I'll go to settings.py and then I'll come and say that we're going to have we're going to separate this. So I'll just simply call them login settings. And within our login settings, I'm simply going to define our login redirect URL. And this login redirect URL is going to just be a URL. So in this case, we are going to redirect to our /URL, which is our root project URL. Now, when I go ahead and save this, I'll go back to our browser right here. So when you try to log in once again, right now we are logged in. So I'll try to log in once again. When I provide our username and provide our password, right now I'm going to try to log in, and now we can see that we are redirected to our root URL or our home page. Now when you go ahead and log out, we are redirected to our home page, but we're going to actually also fix that so that we use Django's default logout view. So we're going to do that within our URLs. So simply going to come and check for our URLs, and within our URLs, I'm going to go and change this from logout user to our auth view for logging out. So that's going to be auth views.logout view. It's actually going to be logout view.as view. And then right in here, I'm simply going to save. So when we head over here and try to log in once again, when we provide our username, this is actually going to be Paul Heyman, and then we shall provide our password. So when we log in, right now we see that we can actually log out. So when you log out, we're actually shown this screen for our Django admin. So what we're going to do here is to customize the template or the view where we are redirected after logging out. So I'll simply come within our settings.py and then I'll write another login setting. So I'll just come right here and say it's actually going to be our logout redirect URL, and this is actually going to be /. So right here, just going to fix this, and when I save, I'll head over to our home page. Actually, this is taking us to our Django admin, but I want to go back to our home page. Now let's try to log in. So if I provide my username as Paul Heyman, and then I'll provide the password. When I log in, right now we can be able to log in. So when we log out, we can be able to actually go to our home page. Stuff is now working. So what we need in this case is to be able to access the different protected URLs on our website. So when you log in right now, so actually let's go and experiment with those URLs. I'll go to our posts app, and then within our post app, I'll check out our views and then try to access the one for creating a post. So when you're not logged in, what we expect is to be able to redirect to that login page so that you can be able to log in and access that page. Now let me try to access the one for creating a post, which is at /create_post. So right now we're actually seeing that the login URL is /account/login. Now to change this, we can set it within our settings. So I'm going to go to our settings.py right here, and then I'll add one extra setting, and this is going to be our login URL, and this will be /auth, because that's actually what we specified for all our users routes, so our users URLs, and then it's going to be on /login. So after doing that, I'll simply come right in here, and then we'll try to access our create post once again. Right now we're going to be redirected to our login page. So if we provide our username as Paul Heyman, and then we provide our password, we can now be able to log in and create a post. Stuff is now working. So let's go ahead and also customize our form so that you can be able to see the different errors that may occur in case users submit data. So I'm going to log out, and then you try to log in. So I'm going to log in with a user who does not exist. In this case, let me log in with a user called Diana123. So I'll provide the password. So provide the password for this user. And when you try to log in, right now we'll see that we have errors, but we are not displaying them. So the way we're going to do that is accessing these errors through our template. Now simply do that by going to our login.html, and I'll access that error, and we're going to actually access it from form.errors, and this is actually going to be a dictionary containing all the errors in the different fields our form has. So I'll simply come right in here, and before I'll actually do it right after our login. So I'll just simply come right here and check if our form has errors. So I'll do that with form.errors. And once we have that, I'll simply come and basically show a paragraph. And this paragraph is going to be showing form.errors. So I'm going to come right here, and when I try to resubmit this form, so I'll provide a password once again. When I try to log in, right now we see that our error is being shown. Now what we need is to be able to show this error in case we do not have any of these matching. So what we actually need is to basically show a message in our form in case we are not able to log in with that username and password. So I'm simply going to change this, and if we have any errors, I'm simply going to come and style this up. I'll give it a class of alert and then error. So when I save, I'll simply come right here, and instead of giving them a hint about the field, so we shall just come and say invalid username or password. So when I save, when I come back in our CSS, I'm going to be able to style that. So I'll begin by selecting that specific paragraph with alert, error, and then I'll simply give it the same stylings just for our alert. But in this case, our background color is actually going to be red. And I'm going to go ahead and save this. So let's try to actually submit this form. So we actually have our errors: invalid username or password. Our styles are not yet working. So I'll try to hard refresh this. And now we see that our error is actually showing. So when you try to log in with credentials that do not exist, we're going to get this beautiful alert message right here. And let's say when you try to log in with our user who is existing, we're actually going to be able to log in. In this video, we've been able to look at how we can use Django's inbuilt user login system to log in and log out our users. We've also looked at how we can be able to display error messages in case the user shows credentials that are not in our system. If you've liked this video, please help me by hitting that like button so that we enable this video to reach as many beginners as possible. Thank you for watching and see you in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, what's up? So in this video we're going to be looking at class-based views and how we can use them to handle our requests and responses as an alternative to our function-based views. Now we've been using function-based views that are simply functions that take in an HTTP request and then return an HTTP response. Now we're going to go ahead and modify some of the existing functions we have so that we turn them into class-based views. We shall also be exploring some of the differences between our normal function-based views as well as our class-based views. So let's get started by creating a simple class-based view. So the first class-based view I'm going to create is going to be our index or our home page, just like we have here. So I'm going to start by importing our view class from our Django.views. That's going to allow us to create all of our class-based views. So I'm going to start by saying from Django, we are going to import our views, and then from our views we shall go ahead and import our view class. Now each of the view functions that we create here, we can go ahead and create each class that inherits from our view class. And when we inherit from our view class, what we're creating is a class that's going to return an object. Now the beauty with this is we can even go ahead and extend the functionality of such views and be able to use those views to basically return HTTP responses, as we're going to see. So I'm going to start by creating our class. I'm going to create a class, and this class is going to be our home page. Now this home page is actually going to be the function that we are going to modify this function that return it into a class-based view. So I'm just going to call this a home page view, and this is going to inherit from our view class. Now after doing this, the next thing is going to be to basically state the HTTP method that we're going to use in this case. Now for this example, we only have a get method, since all view functions take in the get method as their default method. Now what I'm going to do is to define our get method. So since this is a class-based view, each HTTP method we explain as a method of this class is going to take in self as well as our request object. Now since we have this, then we can go ahead and also explain how we're going to return our response. So to return our response, I'll simply come and return, and in this case we can go ahead and return our render function. Now that we have our render function, we can do it just like we did for our function-based views, and I'm just simply going to come and copy our template, actually put in our request here, and then specify our template, then I'll also give in our context. So what we have here is a function that takes in a get method, and when we take in this get method, we basically return an HTTP response, just like the way we do for normal function-based views. So I'm simply going to go and come right here, and then what I'll do is to basically put in our context right here within our method. And once we have this, then I can go ahead and save, and then we need to attach this to our URL patterns. So to attach this to our URL patterns, we need to remember that these are classes and therefore they return objects. Now the way we do that is by calling the .asView method that helps us to basically return HTTP responses, as we're going to see. So I'll begin by commenting out this view function that we have here, and after commenting it, I'm going to go ahead and save. Now when I save, I'm going to head over to our urls.py within the same app, which is our post app, and then I'm going to basically change our view function. So I'll come right here on our index, and then specify that this is actually going to be our home page view. But since it's going to be an object, we need to call the .asView function or the .asView class method that is on each of the view classes that we have. So in this case, what I'm going to do is to say .asView, and right after doing this, this is actually going to return our home page view as a function that will take in any number of arguments, just like we're going to see. So I'm going to go ahead and save, and when I save, hoping that our server is running, our server is restarted. So when you go back to our Chrome right here, what you're going to do is to refresh, and now we see that our home page is returned successfully. Now the beauty with class-based views is you can be able to specify our variables just like we give class attributes, and those class attributes may be the ones to use in each of our methods, as we're going to see. So in this case, when we go back to our views.py, what we can actually change is our object, or we can actually change the way we are returning our template. So instead of saying that we're returning index.html for this request, what you can do is to come and specify our template name, and this template name is actually going to be our index.html. So I can just come right here and say this is going to be our index. Sorry for this. I'm simply going to come and change this to index.html. And after doing this, then we can use object-oriented programming concepts to basically return our template name. So instead of rendering our index.html, I can go ahead and change this to self dot, and then I can specify that we need our template name. And when I go ahead and save, our server is restarting. So when I go ahead and save and return back to our Chrome right here, when I refresh, we now see that our view function is actually working correctly. Now, another beautiful thing about these class-based views is that we can be able to extend them and be able to actually do different things with them. For example, I can come and create another class which is going to inherit from our homepage view. So I'm simply going to come and call this the About Page view, and this is actually going to inherit from our homepage view. And once we have this, we can go ahead and just simply change the template that's going to be rendered. Now I can go ahead and comment this out. So I'm going to comment about template out, or about view function out. And once I have done that, then I'll go ahead and specify that instead of returning our view function, what you're going to actually return is our about.html. I'm simply going to come right here, and all I'll have to do is to change our template name. And in this case, I'm just simply going to come and say that our template name in this case is going to be about.html. So when I go ahead and save, when I start our server, right now we see we have no attribute about, so that means you have to go back to our urls.py and then change our view. So when I come to views.about, I'm simply going to call our about page view, and then since this is an object, we shall call that .asView function. And once we call that, we shall go back to our routes here. So when I refresh, there is no error. So let's try to actually go to our about view. So when I go to localhost 8000/about, in this case, we're going to go to a blank HTML template. So this is actually showing us that we can have another view function that's basically inheriting from another view function. Now the beauty here is you can have one class-based view that, like we see our homepage here, and then if we want some of the functionality that is to the homepage view, we can create another class-based view and then be able to basically override the functionality of our homepage view. This is wonderful. So let's go ahead and look at how we can implement different methods in a class-based view. So let me go ahead and look for one that has post and get methods. So when you look at our function for creating a post, or our view function in this case, we actually have two HTTP methods. So for the first case, we have our get method, which is the default method. And for the second case, we have our post method, which goes ahead and saves our post. So what you can do in this case is to basically create this as a class-based component, and then we'll be able to look at how we can carry out different HTTP methods. Now the beauty with class-based views is instead of allowing us to do branching of our HTTP methods, just like you see by default we have a get method, but when we want to call a post method, what we need to do is to actually do conditional branching, where we have to specify if request.method equals post. Now that is actually different because when we are using our class-based views, we actually just write them as methods of our view class. So let's go ahead and import and basically change this. So I'm just simply going to comment this out, or let me not actually comment it, we're going to write it the way it is. So I'll just come right here, and what I'll have to do is to create a class. I'm going to create this and call this create post view. And once I do this, I'm going to simply come and I'll inherit from view. And once I've inherited from view, sorry for this, and this is actually going to be our view. And once we have our view, then I'm going to specify what's going to actually happen. So what I'm going to do is to basically specify our template as our class variable. So I'll simply come and say that our template name is going to be, in this case, it's going to be our post. It's actually going to be our create post.html. And right after doing that, we shall also look for another attributes, which is going to be our form. So I'll just come right here, and all I have to do is to write our form class. So we are basically handling this file for both our post request as well as our get request. So our form class is actually going to be the post creation form. And once we have this, then we're going to go ahead and implement our methods. So these methods are HTTP methods, but they are basically functions that you write or methods that you create for our view function. So if you want to create a get method, all you do is to call the get method, and then we write our get method, then we provide a request object. Sorry for this. So I'm just simply going to come right here and specify that we need a request object. And once we have this, I'm simply going to pass this for now. And when we have a post request, I'm simply going to come right in here and I'll provide self and then our request and then any number of arguments, but I'm just simply going to leave it like this for now. Now the first thing we're going to do is to take care of our get request. So what we have in our get request is simply a function, or actually an instantiation of our form class, and then basically an HTTP response that's going to basically render our template. So let's go ahead and do this. So to begin, I'm simply going to come right in here, and all I have to do is to call our form. And since we have our form as our form class, what you can do is to call it with self.form class. And then in case we want to put any initial values in here, we can actually come right here, and all we have to do is to specify our initial values. And we can basically make this a dictionary containing keys and then values. So this is actually going to basically have it's actually just going to have an empty value for now. But after doing that, so what you can come and do is to basically state that our initial values for this form, sorry for this. So our initial is actually going to be equal to our self.initial values. And once we have that, then all we have to do is to create our context, just like we see it in our get request right here. So I can just come right here and then call our context. So I'm just simply going to create our context. So this context is actually going to be a dictionary, and the first thing it will have is going to be our form. Now when you have our form, it's actually going to be the form that you created as a result of creating an instance of our form class. And once you have that, then you can go ahead and return this render function. So I'm simply going to come and copy this. So I'll simply come right here and paste it, and this will actually return our template. So I'm going to go ahead and log in to confirm if our things are actually working. So I'll click on our login page right here, and I'll provide credentials for our user who is existing. So I'll provide Paul Heyman. I'll also provide the password and then log in. So this is actually going to take us to our home page. When we go to create a post, we can now see that our view function is actually returned. Honestly, this is beautiful. So when you go back right this side, what you can do is to actually also change the way our form works, or change the functionality of our template in case you are sending a post request. So in this case, you have a simple branch here that's actually saying that if the method is post, then you have to create an instance of our form class that it will have the request data as well as the files that come with the request, and then you go ahead and use that to save. So what I'm going to do is to just simply come within our post method right here, and the first thing we're going to do is to create an instance of our class. So we shall create it with self.form class, and this is actually going to have both our request data as well as our request files. So to do that, I'll just simply come right here and then say request dot. In this case, we need to call our post, since we need the data that comes as a result of our post request. And then we're also going to call our files. So we need to access the files that come with the request. So I'll just simply come right in here. And what I have to do is to say request load files. After doing this, then we're simply going to write the logic that's going to be in our post request. So I'm just simply going to come and copy this code right here, which is actually going to check if our form is valid, then save our data. So I'll simply come right in here, and all I have to do is to check if our form is valid. So just simply going to put it in here and then go ahead and save. So this is actually going to go ahead and return our post home. So this is actually going to take us back to our home page. So when I save this, I'm going to go and check our server. So our server is running. We are good. So what I'll actually do is to go ahead and basically create our post. So when you go back to our URLs right here, all I have to change is our view function to a class-based view. So I'll just come right here and call our create post view.asView. Then what I have to do is to also come and call the .asView. And when I save, hoping that our server is running, we don't have errors. So I'll simply go back to our Chrome right here. So let's actually try to create a post. So I'm going to first refresh. We actually have an error here. We have PostgreSQL object is not callable. So let's try to fix this. So when I go back to our views.py right here, we actually did a mistake. This is actually going to be a PostgreSQL. So I'll save. And when you go back right here, when I refresh, we're actually going to have our form working perfect. So let's go ahead and use our form to save some posts. So when I come right in here, I'll provide a sample post title, and then I'll go ahead and also provide our content. So I'll provide a sample comment, and once I've done that, then I also say that our author is Sally Jonathan. So I'm not going to choose a picture for now. So I'll go ahead and submit this, and when we submit this, you see that our sample post and our sample content have been created. So this actually has shown us how we can handle our forms. It has actually shown us how we can handle our forms within our class-based views. So let's go ahead and also look at how we can decorate our class-based views. So normally, just like you saw for the previous videos, when we need to log in to access it, an endpoint or a route or a URL on our website, we need a login required decorator on that specific view function. Now in this case, we're going to go ahead and decorate our class that's going to be for that specific request. So I'm simply going to comment this out since we are not using it. And after commenting this out, then we're going to also comment our login required decorator right here. So what you have here is basically how we're going to be able to use the same functionality to decorate our class. So we're first going to look at how we can call our login required decorator for our class-based view in our URLs. So what I have to do is to come to our urls.py right here, and then we're going to go ahead and import our login required decorator. So I'll do that with from Django.contrib. In this case, we're going to access our auth decorators, and then from there we shall have to import our login required. Right after doing that, then what we shall need to do in case we need to protect a route to access it only when we log in is to come, for example, when you come to our create post view, we'll need to decorate the result of our create post view.asView, actually, which is actually going to be the function that's going to take in our request and then return our response. So what we need to do is to actually wrap all this. So it's going to come right in here, and what you shall have to do is to say login required, and then basically paste what we have for our view function right in here. So when you go ahead and save, we don't have any errors right now. So I'm going to basically go back to our Chrome, and what I have to do is to log out. So in this case, when I log out and then try to access that route that creates a post, so I'm going to actually access create a post. Right now we see that we are being prompted to provide our username and password. This is beautiful. So this is one way we can be able to do that. Now in case we want to do it on the class itself, we're going to override the function called the dispatch function on that class, as we're going to see. So I have to undo this. So we have things just like they were. Now we're going to head over to our views right now, and the first thing we're going to do is to import a simple decorator from Django that's going to allow us to decorate our different methods on our views. So I'll come at the top of our code and then I'll import this from Django.utils.decorators. We are going to import our method decorator class. Our method decorator function. And the purpose of this function is to allow us to add decorators on top of each of the methods that we create for each of the methods that we have for our view functions. Now what we're going to do is to basically override our dispatch method for our create post view. So now if you're wondering, a dispatch method is one that actually does the changing of an HTTP request into a response. Now in case you are wondering how these work, these functions have all these classes, these class-based views have a lot of functions, and the function that actually does the view part is the dispatch function. So let's go ahead and basically override the dispatch function of our create post view. So I'll do that by coming right here and then I'll say def, and in this case I'll call dispatch, and this is going to take in self as well as positional arguments and keyword arguments. Now right after doing this, then what we're going to do is to basically return our class. So we're just simply going to override this by coming and then returning super, and then after doing that we shall just come right here and then call our dispatch, and then we shall provide the same positional arguments as well as the same keyword arguments. Now right after doing that, what we have to do is to go ahead and decorate this function that's responsible for receiving requests and then turning them into responses. So I'm simply going to come at the top of this function, and what I have to do is to say add method decorator. So this method decorator function takes in the exact decorator, and it can either take them as an iterable or takes in two things, and that is the decorator as well as the name of the function that you want to actually decorate. So in this case, what we're going to do is to just simply provide our login required function, and by simply doing this, we actually are done with decorating our method as a login required view. So when I go ahead and save, we don't have any errors right now. So when we head over to our Chrome right now, I'm simply going to go ahead and try to access our create post function. So I'll do this again by accessing our localhost 8000 and then /create post. And this is actually going to work the same way. Now to make this easy, all we can do is to actually go ahead and decorate our class. So what we've been doing is to basically override that function that does the actual changing of an HTTP request into a response. So to avoid doing this and to have cleaner code or a cleaner non-confusing syntax, what we can do is to actually come at the top of our class view, and what we can do is to get rid of this, and now we can actually just call the method decorator on our create post view. So I'll simply come right here and then call the method decorator. Now right after doing this, I'll simply come and provide the decorator, which is going to be our login required decorator. And once you have this, then you can also go ahead and name a string that's going to stand for that specific method that you want to decorate. So in this case, it's actually going to be a dispatch method. So when I go ahead and save, when you head over to our Chrome once again, and I try to access our create post function, so when you go back right at our localhost 8000, and then you try to access our create post function, right now we see that the same view is actually being returned with a login screen. So I have to provide our username as well as our password and be able to access that part of our application. In this video, I've been able to give you a simple introduction to class-based views and how we can use them to handle our HTTP requests and HTTP responses. If you've enjoyed this video, all you have to do is to click the like button and leave a comment. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new. Thank you for watching and see you in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, what's up? So in this video we're going to be looking at pagination and how we can use it to turn this long list of our posts into a post list that has a defined number of pages. Now we're going to do this with pagination, which is simply the concept of taking a query set and then splitting it into a number of pages. Now we're going to be using the paginator class that comes from Django that allows us to get an object list or a query set in this case and then split it into a number of pages. It also provides for us a way to define the number of items that specific page is going to have. Now the first thing I'm going to do is to take you to the views.py file within our post app, and right here what we have is our post object, which is actually a query set returning all the posts just like we see here in our home template. Now I'm going to simply come back right here and I'm going to stop our server. Now I'm going to be querying for all our posts as we have them on our database. So I'll simply stop our server with Ctrl and C and then run our shell. So I'm going to create some space right here and then I'll call -3 manage.py and then shell. And right after doing this, I'm simply going to go ahead and import our post model. So the way I'm going to do that is by saying from posts.models, I'm simply going to come and say we're going to import our post class. And right after importing our post class, I'm simply going to go ahead and what I'll do is to also import our post or our paginator class in this case. So I'll do that from Django.core. In this case, we are also going to go ahead and import our paginator. So I'll just simply call our paginator and then I'll go ahead and import our paginator class. Now after importing our paginator class, I'm going to go ahead and create an object of the paginator class. But before I create the object, I'm simply going to go ahead and query for all our posts from our database. So I'm going to create a post variable, and this post variable is going to be post.objects.all, which is going to return a query set of all objects. So when I call posts, we're going to have all posts as they are in our database. I'm simply going to clear this with Ctrl and L, and then what I have to do next is to be able to call our paginator. So I'm just simply going to call and create a paginator object, and this is going to be an instance of our paginator class. Now the first thing we're going to provide here is going to be our object list. Now in this case it's going to be our post query set, and then we shall provide 3 as the number of items we want for each page. Now since this is unordered or it's a query set that's not ordered, we're going to get this warning, but do not mind it for now. Now right after having that, what we can do is to actually specify pages. So I'm going to just come and specify pages is by creating a variable. So let's say this is our page 1. This page 1 is going to be our paginator, so I'm simply going to call our first page, and then it's actually going to be paginator.page, sorry for that. Then we shall have our first page. So if I call page 1.objects list, in this case it's going to return the first page and all the objects of that first page. Now I'll do the same thing for page 2, so I'm just simply going to say page 2 is going to be our paginator. Oh, sorry for that, it's actually going to be paginator, and then I'll call .page, and right after calling .page, I'll simply give our page number, which is going to be page 2. So when I say page 2 dot, in this case when I call our objects list, in this case it's actually going to call and basically return a list of all posts for that specific page. Now you can also go ahead and check the next number or the previous page number as well as the next page number. The way we're going to do that is to call page2.next. In this case you can say next page, sorry for this, so it's going to be next page number, and this is actually going to return the next page number as 3. Now we can do the same thing for page 1. So in this case if we say page 1 dot previous page number, so in this case when I say previous page number, since it doesn't have previous pages, it's actually going to return an error showing us that this page has no previous page. Now the way we're going to do this is by actually carrying this out in our template so that we can be able to return a list of posts having only 3 items so that we can basically navigate through our posts via pages. Now I'm going to navigate back to our VS Code right here, and the first thing I'm going to do is to create our paginator object. So I'm going to begin by importing our paginator class. So I'll say from Django.core, and this case is going to be from the paginator. We are going to go ahead and import our paginator, and right after importing our paginator, I'm simply going to come in here, and all I have to do is to create a paginator object. So I'm simply going to come right here and say we're going to have our paginator being equal to our paginator, and in this case we shall pass in our posts. Now we shall also pass in a number of items per page as 3. Now once we have that, we shall need a page object for every page we shall be able to access. So the way we're going to do that is by getting a page number from our request object. So I'm going to create links in our template that are going to allow us to navigate to the next page as well as our previous page. Now simply come right here and say that we're going to have our page being equal to our paginator dot, in this case I'll say get page, and in this case we shall pass in a number that's going to return a valid page. So we shall get this page number from our request object. So I'm simply going to create a page number, and this page number is actually going to be request dot get, and in this case we shall get it from our query dict as our page variable or our page key. Now right after getting our page key, I'll simply pass that page number into our page. So I'll simply come right here and actually call this our page object so that you can be able to substitute our posts into our page object. Now I want you guys to observe what will happen. So when I go ahead and save, I'll restart our server. So I'll press Ctrl Z to get out of the shell, and then restart our server with Python manage.py run server. So when we run our server again, when I head over to our Chrome right here and refresh, right now we see that only 3 posts are returned, which means we are on our first page. Now what we're going to do is to create links that are going to help us to navigate to different parts of our pages, or the different pages containing our different posts. And in this case, we shall be able to basically navigate through our posts via pages. So the way I'm going to do that is to go to the template that's rendering all these posts. So that is our index.html page within our templates. So I'm simply going to come right here and I'm going to simply create a div, and it's actually going to be a div with a class of, so I'm just simply call this Pagination. It's actually called the Pagination, simply rename it to Pagination. And once I create this class, I'm simply going to add links. So the first thing I'm going to add is one that's going to take us to the previous page in case a page has a previous page. Now the way I'm going to do that is by coming and writing an if statement. Now with Janero, I'm simply going to press if and then tab, and what I'll have is to check if our posts object, which is a paginator object in this case, if it has next, we are simply going to put a next link that's going to take us to the next page. Now in this case, I'll come and provide our anchor tag, and once I provide this anchor tag, I'm simply going to come right here and then I'll say it's going to be our next link. So when I come right here, all I have to do is to provide the link or the URL for that specific view function for our home page. Now simply do this with URL, and when I provide this, so our URL for this specific URL pattern is actually going to be the post home, if I'm not mistaken. So I've got urls.py within our post app, and that's actually our posts home. So when I come back to our index.html right here, I'll simply provide the URL as posts home. So I'll provide this as posts home. Now since we have a query attribute or a query set attribute that we shall be accessing from this URL, I'll come and provide a question mark right here, and then I'll provide our page, and in this case our page is actually going to be the next page. So the way we shall access our next page is by coming and saying posts, and in this case we shall say dot next. sorry for this. So this will actually be our post.next page. So we shall have post.next page number. And once I have this, when I go ahead and save and refresh, what we shall have here is going to be our next link, because this is actually going to have a next page. So when I click this, we now have posts that are on a different page. Now this is working. So when I go ahead and also press next, we have the post that is on our last page. Now what we want also is to basically display that page we are currently on. Now I'm going to come right here, and all I have to do is to display our page number. So I'll just simply come right in here, and all I have to do is to create a simple paragraph. Now this simple paragraph is going to have the page we are currently on, as well as the number of pages our paginator has. So in this case, what I'll have to do is to say posts. In this case, we shall say .number. So when I go ahead and save and go back right here, when I refresh, we have our number 3. So when you have that, I can basically say that this is page and then 3. So when I refresh, we have page 3, and all I have to do is to say that it's going to be page 3 of. Then I'll have to access the number of posts that we have for this specific paginator. So I'll just come right here, actually number of pages. So this will be posts, and then we shall access the paginator, and in this case we shall have the number of pages. So we shall access that with num pages. So when I go ahead and refresh, when I come here and refresh, we shall see that this is actually our last page, which is page 3 out of 3. So I can as well do the same thing for our previous page. So when you have a previous page, what you want to do is to go back to our previous page. So I'll just come right in here, and all I have to do is to I'll cut this and put it just here, and then also do the same thing and put this right here. So I'll come right here, and all I have to do is if. So we're going to do the same thing if post dot has. In this case, we're going to check if our page has a previous page. Now if we have that, then we're going to have a link that's going to redirect us to a previous page. So I'll simply come and provide our URL here, and this URL is going to have our posts. In this case, it's going to be our post home. And once we have our post home, I'm simply going to come and provide our page, and this page is going to be equal to. So we shall come right in here, and I'll say we're going to have post dot. In this case, we shall have our previous page number. So in this case, I'll just come and say post the previous page number. And once I have that, then I'll provide the value of this anchor tag or the text in here as previous. When I refresh and come back this side, so right now we have previous. So when you go back to previous, it's actually taking us to our previous page. And when you go back to previous, we now see that you're on page 1 out of 3. So when you go to next, we are page 2 over 3 or 2 out of 3. And when you go to page 3 out of 3, have previous, and then page 3 out of 3. So what I'm going to do is to actually style this up with CSS. So I'll go to our main.css and then provide our class of pagination. So this class is going to be having a display of flex. So I'm simply going to come right here and say display is going to be flex, and then right in here I'll say that our justify content is going to be our space. Actually, it's going to be justify content. So just going to come and say justify content, and then maybe I'll say it's going to be space between. Then I'll also give this a width of, let's say it's actually going to be a width of 30%. And I go ahead and refresh. Sorry for that. So basically this refresh right here. I had my Django docs open right here, but when I refresh, let me actually go back to our VS Code right here. So when I refresh, what we have is basically this kind of style. So when you go to our previous page, we actually have a next page right here. When you go to our next, so if we're on our first page, you have a next link. When you go to our second page, you see that our pagination is working. And when you go to our last page, you now see that we are at our last page. In this video, we've been able to look at pagination and how it can help us to basically navigate through a long list of objects. And this is helpful as it's going to allow us to navigate through our posts, as it's going to give us pages. If you've learned from this video, please leave a like, don't forget to comment and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Thank you for watching and see you in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, what's up? So in this video we're going to be looking at how we can test our Django application. For the previous videos we've been building some functionality that can allow us to use our application to this point. Now we need a way in which we can be assured that our application will continue running the same way even when we are given different inputs or different data. So in this case we're going to go ahead and write tests that are going to be automating the process of testing our application. So normally we can use our application with end users, but in this case we're going to write code that's going to define how our database or how our different functionality is going to work given different users. So let's get started. Now the first thing we're going to observe is the tests module within each of our apps. So each of the apps we created here, for example the users app, has a test module, as well as our post app right here. It also has a tests module. So we're going to be writing most of our tests in these different modules. So let's begin by creating a test. So the way we write Django's test is by using the inbuilt test framework. So Django allows us to write tests, but it does it in a way similar to the unit test. Actually, it's built on top of unit test, the inbuilt Python library module that allows us to test application. So this works in a way that you create a class which is a test case, and within that class you describe different functions or methods that allow you to test different functionality. So let's go ahead and create test cases for both our posts as well as our users. So I'm going to begin by creating a test case for our posts. So in this case I'm in my post test.py module, and then I'll begin by creating a post test case. And this test case is simply a class that subclasses our test case class. And right after doing this, I'm going to pass int for now. And after doing this, I'm going to also do the same thing for our users test. So I'll just simply bring this here. And what I have to do is to write a class, and then I'll call this the user test case. And this is actually going to inherit from our test case class. And now simply pass this for now. Now after doing this, the way we basically run our tests in Django is by using our Python manage.py management script. So I'm going to pull up our terminal, and when I run Python 3, actually I'm on Linux, so when I run manage.py and then test, in this case we see that we don't have any tests. So the way we write tests within our test cases is by writing methods into these test case classes that allow us to test different functionality on our specific apps. So when I go to our test.py within our posts, I can come right here and define a test. So the way we write a test is by defining a method and then calling that method test and then underscore, then define whatever functionality we may want to define at that point. So for example, in this case, we're going to define the functionality of our home page. So I can just come right here and say test home page and then call this self, and then pass this for now. Now I can create another test case. So for example, I can come right here and then say test, and what I have to do is to test our post creation. So I'm just simply going to come right in here and I'll test our post creation, and then it's going to take in self, and then I'll pass this for now. Now let's say I wanted to test some functionality within our users, so I can come within our users.py file right here, and then I'll define a function. So I'll call this test, and I'll say this is going to be testing our user creation. So I'm simply going to call this user creation. Next, going to take in self, and then I'll pass this for now. So what we've done at this point is to create tests within our post test case as well as within our users test case. So now if we pull up our terminal right here and we run our manage.py test again, in this case it's going to tell us that it has found 3 tests. We can also observe that we are creating a test database for alias default, and this is important. Django provides us a way in which we can create a separate database for testing that we can actually use instead of our default database that we use for storing our data during development. So I'm going to go ahead and test our first functionality. So the first functionality we're going to test in this case is going to be one for our URLs. So we're going to be testing some of our pages or a page on our posts URLs. So I'm going to go within our posts app right here, and then I'll go to our URLs. Now we're going to test our home page. So the way we're going to test our home page is by creating a client. So this client is provided for us by our test case. And this client provides a way in which we can imitate a real user using a real web browser to carry out requests. So I'm going to come within our tests here, and I'm going to come within our test homepage function or our test homepage test. And then I'm going to create a client. So this client is going to be self dot. So in this case, I'm going to access the client object. And then I'm going to call an HTTP method on this client object. So in this case, we're going to call a get. So we're going to make a request to get the home page. And right after doing this, then I'm going to simply go ahead and assert if the status code returned to us is one for a successful HTTP request. Now I'll do that with self, and I'll just come right here and say self.assert. And in this case, we can say assert equal. Then what we're going to assert in this case, we're going to first get our response. So then we're going to do that. Actually here, we're going to actually call this response. Sorry for that. So I'll simply call this our response object. That's a result of us making a get request to our URL for our home page. And then we shall assert if our response status code is actually 200, meaning successful status code. So now I say 200. And I'm going to go ahead and save. So when we run this, when we run our tests now, we now see that our home page is actually working. So our tests have run and they are successful. We can also be able to look at how we can test our templates. So we can be able to test if the template returned as a result of this request is actually our template. So when you go to our views.py right here, the template we're returning for that specific page is our index.html. So we can come right in here, and let me close this for now. So you can also test if the template returned is actually our template for index.html. So I can just come right in here and say self.assert. So basically the test case class provides us these assert statements. So I can just come and say assert template used. So when I assert template used, I provide the response object. So this is actually going to be the response object which we've created with our client. And then I'm going to specify which template I want to test in this case. So I'll do that by providing the template as index.html. And when I go ahead and save, I can simply run our test again. So I'm going to pull this up. So in this case, we see that our tests are running, meaning that our home page is actually returning our template of index.html. Now, the other thing we can do is to test some of the content that's returned with our response. So when I go ahead and run our server with Python 3 manual.py run server, this is going to run our server. So when you go to our Chrome right here, I'm going to go to our localhost 8000. Now we're going to test if our response actually contains any of the things we have here. So I'm going to test if we have the word list of posts within the response. So I'll copy this, and then I'll come back here, and what I'll do is to check if our response basically contains that specific word. So the way I'm going to do that is by coming and saying self.assert, and then in this case I'm going to call the assert contains function, and what this does is to take in the response and then check if that response has a specific word. So in this case we're going to have our list of posts. So I'm simply going to come right here and put in our list of posts. Now when I save, I'm going to come and stop our server right here. So when I run our test again, it's actually going to be our test. So if I run Python 3 manual.py and then test, right now it's going to run our tests, and we see that our tests are actually passing. Now we can be able to also go ahead and test other functionality. So let's go ahead and test our post creation. So the post creation is going to be dependent on our post model that we created here. Now we're going to be able to create a dummy post, And the beauty is we have a different test database that we create each time we run this post. Now I'm going to begin by importing our post model. So I'll come at the top of our code right here and then say from dot models. I am going to go ahead and import our post model. And right after importing our post model, now what I have to do is to go ahead and create a dummy post that's going to be in our database. So this dummy post is going to be created each time we are running or are first running our tests. Now the way I'm going to do that is by coming right here and then saying def, and in this case it will be our setup function. So if you've used unit tests, the setup function is one that runs each time we are beginning our tests. And this is important for things such as creating any data that you may want in the database before testing. So what I'm going to do is to come and say self, and within here I'm going to basically create a post object that shall find in our database and use for testing. So I'm just going to call that self.post, and in this case what I'm going to do is to use our post model to create this object. So I'll just say self post and then I'll say object, and then in this case I'll call a create function, and then I'll specify some of the attributes we want this post to have. So each post has a title, a content, and an author, and I'm going to go ahead and specify those. So I'll give in our title, and our title is going to be our test title. Now also give in an author, so I'm just going to come right here and say that we shall have a test author, and then we're also going to have so in this case we have an author, a title, and then we shall have some content. So I'll just come right here and provide some test content. Now right after creating this post, we can go ahead and basically test if some of the attributes actually match the given post. So I'm going to remove our pass statement right here, and what I have to do is to basically query for this in the database. So I want to actually check if it exists first, and then we check if its title matches the title of the post we created in our setup function. So I'm just simply going to come right here, and what I have to do is to search for the post or query for it. So I'll just say post to test, and this is actually going to be post dot objects dot get, and in this case we shall get if the ID is equal to 1, meaning the first object that will be in our database at that point. And once we have that, then I'm going to go ahead, and what I'll do is to basically check for some of the attributes of this. So what I'm going to do in this case is to check for the title. So I can just say post title, and the post title for this post will be the post title. So I'll just come and say post dot title, and once I do that, actually it's going to be post to test dot title. And once I have that, I'm going to go ahead and use this to test if this title is the same as the title for the post we created on starting our test. So I'll do that with self.assert. In this case, we shall say equal to, and in this case, it's going to be our self.post.title. And in this case, we shall provide our post title. So once I've done this, I'm going to go ahead and save, and then pull up our terminal right here and run our test with Python 3 running.py and then test. So right now we see that all our tests are running, and now we are okay. So each of these dots represent a past test. So when you go and change this, so let's say we change this to post title, or let's say we change this to, let's say if we change this to our wrong whatever. So in this case, we can just say wrong title. I can go ahead and save. Now when I pull up our terminal right here, I can run this, and right now we see that we have an error. So test title is not equal to wrong title. So I'm going to put this back, meaning that our post creation is working. We can also assert if our attributes are actually the same. So I'm going to come here and self.assert, and in this case we're going to assert equal. So we're going to assert equal, and then I say self. In this case we shall say self.post.title, and in this case we shall check if it's equal to our test title. Now go ahead and save this, and I'll do the same thing for our author. So I'll say .assert, and then I'll say equal. Then in this case we shall pass in our self dot, in this case we shall pass in our post, and then dot author, and let's say in this case we shall actually check if artist author is artist author. Now when I save this, I'm going to simply come right here and I'll run our test again. Now we see that our tests are all running, we are safe. Now let's go ahead and also check for our users app. Now in our users app, we basically have one test that's going to allow us to basically test the functionality of creating a user. So we're going to start by creating a dummy user. So I'm just going to simply come right here and create a test function, or actually it's going to be a setup function, and this will take in self. And right after having this, then you can go ahead and basically go and create a simple user. So I'm going to use the get user model function that allows us to get our current user model. So I import that from Django.contrib, and in this case we shall import it from our auth app, and then I'll go ahead and import that function, which is get user model. So I'll simply come right here and then assign our user to self. So just say self.user, and in this case is going to be equal to get user model, and then after I'll just come right here and say we're going to get our objects, and then we shall basically create a user based on these credentials or these attributes. So we're going to have a username, and our username is going to be our test user. So I'll just simply call this the test user, and then we shall provide our email. So I'll come right in here and say our email is going to be testuser@company, then this will be .com, and then we shall also have our password. So in this case I'm just going to come right here and then let's say test123, and right after having this, then we can go ahead and test if our user is actually having these attributes. So what I'm going to do that is by querying for our user. So I can just come and say that our user is going to be equal to our get user model, and then we can call our object. So I'm just simply going to come right here and say dot objects, then we shall get that user with the ID of 1, since it will be the only user in our database. Now I can go ahead and assert. So I can begin by asserting if this user is a super user, which is false because we haven't assigned that. So I can just come and say self.assert equal, and in this case we can say user.is, in this case staff, and in this case let's say assert is false because this user is actually not a super user, who is not a staff user. So if I come right here and run our test again, right now we see that all of our tests running, and this means that our user is not a super user or is not a staff user of our application. Now I can do the same thing. So I can go ahead and assert, and let's say assert equal, in this case we can say user, or let's say in this case we're actually going to say if our self.user.username is going to be equal to the user's username. So in this case we shall say user.username. So once we have this, I can just come right in here and run our test, and right now we have an error. So we have user test case has no attribute. So I made a mistake here. It's actually going to be assert. So when you run this, we now see that all our tests are running, meaning our user is not staff, and then our username is the same username of that exact user appearing within our database. In this video, we've been able to look at the basics of testing in Django. We've been able to look at how we create test cases as well as how we write our test functions. And we've learned how to basically go ahead and test some of the functionality that we have within our app for now. And if you found this video useful, please leave a like and don't forget to subscribe if you're new. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, what's up? So in this video we're going to be continuing from where we stopped. So we have built our application to the point where it has most of the functionality that it needs, And now we're going to go ahead and style it up as well as to allow our media files to appear. Now if you are to recall, we have images attached to each of these posts. Now we're going to start by configuring our settings so that we allow these photos to actually be displayed on our front end. So what I'm going to do is to go to our settings.py. So I'm going to close some of the files we have here. And after closing them, I'll head over to our blog project and then in our settings.py. Now I'm going to add extra settings. Now these are going to be for our media. So the media settings are going to allow us to dictate how we want our media files to be shown on our front end or in our templates. Now the first thing I'm going to set is going to be our media root, and the media root is simply that directory from which Django will look for our media files. Now I'm going to come right here and I'll specify this to be best.dar and then slash. That will be our media directory within our root project folder. So the first thing I'm going to do, so what we've been having is an empty media folder for now, and if you haven't created it, please go ahead and create it. But when we uploaded our photos for the previous videos, they were actually stored within our thumbnails folder. Now what we want to do is to specify that our media root is our media folder. For currently we are actually having this as our photos. So let's say if we configured our server to display our photos for each of the posts we have here, it's going to pick them from our thumbnails, which we don't want. We want all our photos to be got from our media root. So we're going to go ahead and basically configure this. Now I'm going to basically go ahead and configure this, because even on our models, when you go to our posts, when you go to our models of our posts, we have our default image being default.jpg. Now the first thing I'm going to do is to provide our default PNG file within our media directory. Now I'll come on our file system, and on my file system I'm going to go to my pictures directory, and what I have to do is to basically copy my default PNG file and then copy it within our media folder. So each of the photos we did not specify an image for is actually going to have this as its default image. So I'll basically put it in our media folder just like that, and then I'm going to close this. So after closing it, I'm just simply going to come right here and I'm going to come and basically set up our images. So Django provides a way of us to be able to access our uploaded files during development. Now I'm going to go ahead and search for that. So I'm going to say static files in Django, and this is going to take us to our documentation. So right here we're going to have how to handle static files during development, and this is basically how we handle them. But what we're looking for in this case is how to handle our media files that are uploaded by a user during development. So right now we've configured our media root, and that's where all our images will be looked for. But then we also need to configure our media URL, which is simply a URL on which all these are going to be good. So in this case, I'm going to come and say this is going to be our slash media. So all of our images will be got from slash media. I'm going to go ahead and save, hoping we have no errors. Our server is still running. And now the first thing I'll have to do is to basically allow Django to locate these on our file system during development. So that will happen within our project level urls.py. Now head over to those urls.py, and then I'll go ahead and basically add the following settings. So these settings allow Django to basically be able to pick all our files from our media URL as well as our document root. I'm going to go ahead and set this up. So I'll begin by importing settings from Django, which is just a variable that's going to allow us to access our settings. Now just come right here and say from Django.conf, and in this case we shall import our settings. And right after importing that, then we're going to go ahead and basically copy this setting right here. So just going to come, we actually also need to import our static. So I'll just come and say from Django.conf.static. It's actually going to be .conf.urls.static. We're going to go ahead and import our static. And right after having this static function, now we're going to just simply add this onto our URL patterns. So this static function basically takes in a prefix of the URL that's going to be for our static files. And in this case, I'll just come right here and say that we're going to have our static files, and then we're going to take in a URL, and in this case our URL is going to be for our media files. So I'll just simply come here, and using our settings variable, we are going to be able to access our media URL that we specified in our settings. So just going to call it our media URL, and then I'll also add our document root. So in this case, our document root is going to be our settings media root, just like we set it up right in here. So I'll simply come right here, and all I have to do is to say settings and then dot media root. And right after doing this, I'm actually going to correct this. I'm going to go ahead and save. So our server has restarted. Now when I go back to our web browser right here at our localhost 8000, I'm going to refresh. Seems like most of our files are not showing, so let me actually see what's happening. So we actually don't have the images displayed because we haven't had any images displayed within our template. Now head over to our index.html template right here, and then I'll create our img tag. So this img tag is going to have our images, and these images are actually going to have their sources stored within our database. So I'll provide it within our source attribute, and right here I'll just simply come and say, in this case we're going to have post. So I'll go to our models right here within our posts, and within our models here, what we actually have is this thumbnail. So I'm just going to come right here and say post dot thumbnail, and in this case we need the URL. So I'll provide the URL, and then I'll provide the alt as the thumbnail in case the thumbnail does not exist. So I'll head over here and save this. So after saving this, when we go back to our web page and refresh, we now see that our photos are actually being shown. So for some of the photos we are having are not actually being shown. That's because they are not found. So if I were to open our server right here, it can't be able to get thumbnails/land png. So what I'm going to do is to actually move our thumbnails folder into our media root, and then we shall be able to track those files. I'm going to simply move this within our media folder, and when I save, I'm going to restart our server. So I'll stop it with Ctrl and C, and then run it again. And when we refresh, we now see that all our photos are being displayed. Now let's go ahead and style this up so that it can look more appealing. So I'll head over to our CSS. Our CSS is actually located within our posts app. So I'm simply going to come within our posts app, and then within our static files and CSS, I'm going to style up our image. So I'm going to give each of the images a class. Just give it a class we shall use for styling with CSS, and this is going to be a class of image. Now I'm going to come right here within our main.css, and then I'll go ahead and style each of the images. So here we shall have our image as, let's say, having a width of, let's say, 400 pixels, and let's say a height of 200 pixels. Now when I save this, I'm going to head over here and refresh, and right now we see that our styles are actually working perfect. So right now our styles are actually working. So right now we have been able to display our images. Now let's go ahead and actually look at how we can make this more organized. So I'm simply going to come right here and look into our posts in our index.html. So what we have here is our post div. Now this post div is having all our post components. Sorry for that. Now this post content also actually has our post content. So I'll give it a class of post content, and then I'll simply come right here and let's say I'll give this a class of, let's actually give this, actually it already has a class of link, so I'll save. Now I'm going to go to the CSS and let's say give our post content. So In this case, I'm going to give it a post content, and when I give it a post content here, we're going to have, let's say, a margin of top. So I'll say margin top, and let's say it's going to be 20 pixels. So when I save and refresh, now see it has some margin top of 20 pixels. Another interesting thing I can do is to make this of display flex, but I'm going to do that, or actually remove this list of posts. So I'm simply going to go in our index.html, and I'll remove this list of posts. And another thing I'll do is to basically wrap each of our posts, or the for loop for our posts, inside our post div, so that we actually have some styling. So I'll just come right here and then wrap each of everything that's within our for loop here, within our template, and then I'm going to create a div which I'm going to call posts, and this is actually going to have each of our posts within our for loop. So I'll simply come and style this. So what I'm going to do is to actually make it centered. So I'll just come and say dot post, and then I'm going to give this a width of, let's say, 60% of the entire screen, and then I'll give it a margin of auto. So when I save and refresh, we now have all of our posts basically rendered right here. Now we have some styling right now, and our page kind of looks better than how it was. Now I'm also going to go ahead and style our pagination div right here. So our pagination div right here has a width of 30. So let's actually increase it to 60, and then you also give it a margin of auto. So when I save and refresh, we now have this kind of page, and we can even give it a background. So I'm just going to give it a background, or let me not give it a background, but let me go ahead and style it. So I'm just simply going to give it a padding of 20%, actually 20 pixels, and then when I refresh, it's actually having this. We can also go ahead and make our header fixed, so that you don't have to actually do the whole work of scrolling without our header. So I head over to our header right here, and then I'll give it a top of 0, and then let's say I'll give it a left of 0, and then I'll give it a position of fixed, and a width of 100%, because we want it to fit our entire screen. So when I refresh, right now we see that you can be able to scroll, and this is working, but then our post div is actually below what we have. So to fix this, what I'm going to actually do is to come and make it be having a margin top, so that it can actually come down. So to do that, I'm simply going to come within here, and then I'll style our posts. So let's say here we've specified our margin to be 60%. I'm just going to come and give a margin of top, and in this case our margin of top is going to be, let's say, 100 pixels. Hope that works. So when I save and refresh, right now we see that our posts are actually working. So this is beautiful. So let's say if we went to our next page right here, we can actually see that our posts are actually being shown. When you go to the next page, you can actually see that we are on our final page. Stuff is working the way we want it. Now when you go to our detail right here, we can actually do the same thing. So what I'm going to do is to head over to our post detail page, and that's within our template. So I'm going to go to our post detail, and then I'll have to basically make this be our top. So I'm just going to create a container, and I'm just simply going to come here and say container, and then I'll press tab. So within our container, we're going to have a margin of top. So I'll just simply come right here and then say dot container, and then here we're just simply going to have a margin top of 100 pixels. So when I save, I'm going to refresh, and now we have our post title and then the sample content. So when you go ahead and update, we actually have this being taking us to where we have to log in. So actually this is also so near the top. So let's go ahead and fix it. So when I go to our login HTML, that's actually going to be login. So we actually have our form right here, but we're going to put this in a div. So let me actually give this also a container. Next save, and we come back right here, have our login page. So I think that's what we also need for our sign up page. I'm just going to come and do the same thing for our sign up page. So I'll just come here and then remove our form and give it a container. And when I press this, when we go to our sign up, we actually have our page also. So let me try to log in. So I need to log in with our user, Paul Heyman, and then provide our password. When I log in, right now we can be able to access our posts. So when you navigate to all our pages, for example, for updating, and it seems like that is also messed up, so I'm going to simply also give it a container. And that will work for now. So when I refresh, we actually have it working the way we want it. So when we basically submit, we now have our posts working, and now our blog is working successfully. This video has shown you how we can be able to style up our application. Now we're also going to look at how we can take this application to Heroku, which is a platform as a service tool that can allow us to share this application via the internet. Thank you for watching, guys, and see you in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, what's up? So in this video we're going to be deploying our application to Heroku, which is a platform as a service tool that makes it easy for us to deploy our applications. Now we're going to be looking at how we can use tools such as GitHub to deploy our code, as well as to use GitHub with Heroku. Now if you haven't yet created a Heroku account, please create one, and we're going to be using Heroku's free service for deploying our application. We're also going to be using GeoUnicorn as our server in production, and we're also going to look at how to use tools like White Noise and DJ Database URI. So let's get started. Now the first thing we're going to do is to change some of our settings here. So I'm going to go to our blog project, and then within our settings, I'm going to be changing some of the settings for production. So I need to remove some of the comments right here, and now I've removed these comments. So the next thing is going to be to change some of our settings. Now I'm going to change some of our settings in here so that we can be able to read them as environment variables instead of variables. So the first thing I'm going to do is to install Python decouple, which is a tool that's going to make it easy for us to read these environment variables from our environment. Now what I'm going to do is to pull up our terminal. I'm going to stop us out with Ctrl and C. Then I'll pick 3, install Python, and then decouple. So this will go ahead and install Python decouple, and we have it installed successfully. So I'll pull up my terminal, I'll pull down my terminal, and what I have to do is to first import a variable called config from decouple. So what this variable is going to help us to do is going to help us to basically read our environment variables using their respective keys. Now I'm just going to come right here, and what I'll have to do is to say from decouple, we are going to import our config. And right after importing our config, now I'm going to go ahead and change some of the secrets that we may have. I'm going to begin with our secret key right here. And this secret key is supposed to be kept as a secret in production, so we shall need to change it. I'm going to come right here, and what I have to do is to remove it. So I'll just come and declare it as config, and then I provide the key as secret key. And the next thing I'm also going to do is to do the same thing for our debug. So I'm just going to run our app with debug, and this will also be an environment variable. So I'm just going to set it with config, and then I'll come right in here and then change this to debug. And what I have to do in this case is to also state the way we want to cast this variable. Now by default, Python decouple reads our environment variables as strings. So if we're to read our boolean as a string, it will come as a string, and we want to actually use this as a boolean. So we'll have to cast this to a boolean. So I'll just come and say cast is equal to boolean, And this means that we're going to read our environment variable as a string, but then we shall get it as a boolean. Now within here we'll have our about host, and I'm simply going to come and change this to star, meaning we are going to play around with most of the URLs we shall have. And this has actually given us the permission to use any URL for our app in production. Now I'm going to also go right straight to our database settings right here, and I'll have to change our dictionary for databases. Now by default we are using SQLite 3, but in production we're going to be using PostgreSQL to deploy our application. Now all I have to do is to remove this. I'm going to come and get rid of this, and we shall have an empty database dictionary for now. Now the next thing I'm going to do is to head over to our DJ database URL website, which is on our pipe right here. And the first thing I'm going to do is to install DJ database URI. So I'll copy this and then come within our project, and what I have to do is to install our DJ database URI within our virtual environment. So after installing our DJ database URI, I'm going to go ahead and use DJ database URI to set up how our database is going to be run, or how we're going to connect to our database in production. Now I'm going to come to the website right here. So we basically have some of the descriptions in here, and I'm going to just come right here. So we have the DJ database URL config method that basically returns the database connection. Now I'm simply going to go right here, and what I have to do is to import our DJ database URI. So I'll do just that. So I'll come on the top of our code and then import our DJ database URL. And right after importing it, I'm going to set up our first setting that's going to allow us to specify how we're going to connect to our PostgreSQL database. I'm just going to come right here, and all I have to do is to paste this code in here. So I'll go to where we have our database settings, and I'm going to simply set this and save. Now after doing that, I also come and provide a default database we want to connect to. Now I'm going to be reading this from my environment variable, so I'll copy this and I'll come and paste it right in here. So instead of having this as a PostgreSQL URL, we're going to read it from my environment variable. So I'll just come and fix some of this, and then I'll say config, and in this case it's going to be database URL. Now right after doing this, I'm going to go ahead and set up our file. So we actually have some of these settings, and I think we are done for now. Now let's go and also manage the way we're going to be deploying or showing our static files in production. Now Django's web server cannot be able to run all these static files in production, but thanks to white noise we can be able to serve these static files with ease. So white noise is a tool that helps us to simplify the way we serve our static website files like images, CSS and JavaScript in production. Now I'm going to open the white noise documentation right here, and the first thing we're going to do is to install white noise. So I'll just come right here and install white noise. I'll pull up our terminal and then install white noise. So after installing white noise, sorry for this, I'm going to go back here, and what you're going to do is to set up our middleware to allow us to use white noise. Now we're going to come right here in our settings.py, and then we go to the middleware section. So the first middleware we're supposed to have is the one for our security middleware. So we already have that. Now simply going to add our white noise middleware. So I'm simply going to come right here and add our white noise middleware right here, and then save. So I'm also going to go ahead and set up our static file storage. So I'll just come right here and change this to static file storage. So I'm going to copy. I'm actually going to paste this within our static file settings right here. And right after adding that, now I'm not going to forget one very important setting, and that is our static root setting. Now just come and add this here. So I'm going to come and say that we're going to have our static root, and this static root is going to be equal to our base dar. Sorry for this. So this will be our base dar, and then slash, and In this case, we're going to say it's going to be a static folder. So, hoping that everything is fine, we're going to go ahead and now set up our application to run in our Heroku environment. So the first thing I'm going to do is to set up our, when you're in development, you shall have most of the variables we've configured as secrets being read from our .env file. So I'll create one. I'm just going to come right here and create a file called .env. And right in here, I can have things such as our secret key, and now we can have the key as well as the value. So in this case, we're going to have value, a secret, and I can even make sure that you have a database URL. So in this case, we're going to have database URL, and shall keep it simple. Shall keep it one SQLite database, and this will be our db.sqlite3. So we're also going to have a debug value. So in development, we're simply going to have this debug, and this will be having a value of true. Now, after having this, then the next thing is actually going to be to, I think we are done for now. We've set up most of the variables we need in development. So let's say we were to run our server again with Python 3, money.py, and then run server. Now in this case, our server is going to run, meaning that we have set up our environment variable as well. So if I were to run Python 3, sorry for this, I'll come to the terminal right here and run Python 3, money.py, and then migrate. So right now we don't have any migrations to run, but let's go ahead and actually check out our. So what we're actually going to do in this case is to set up our server so that you can be able to run it in a Heroku environment. Now the first thing we're going to do is to install a driver for Postgres that's going to allow us to connect to our remote PostgreSQL database. So I'll pull up our terminal right here, and the first thing I'm going to do is to install our driver. So I'll do pip3 and then install, and then I'm going to install this driver. So it's going to be a binary, and I'll go ahead and install that. So after installing it, now I'm going to freeze all of our requirements to requirements.txt file. That's going to allow us to basically be able to keep track of all the packages so that we inform Heroku that those are the packages we're going to use for our project. Now what I have to do is to freeze this. So I'll say pip3 and then freeze. And then I'm going to go ahead and freeze this to requirements.txt. So after freezing this to requirements.txt file, we have all of our requirements here, which is good. Now we're going to go ahead and also create a runtime.txt file that's going to inform us about the Python version we're going to be using for our production environment. Now simply come right in here and I'll create a new file. So I'll create this file and call it runtime.txt. And right after creating this file, I'm going to specify our Python variable. So I'll say Python. I'm going to pull up my terminal here and check out the version that we are using, which is 3.9.7. I'll run out of the shell. I'm going to pull down our terminal, and then I come right here and say that we're going to have Python 3.9.7. So I'm going to go ahead and save. And after saving this now, I'm going to create a proc file. So the proc file is a file that's going to contain the gunicorn command that's going to run our server in production. So the first thing I'm going to do is to install gunicorn. And after installing gunicorn, I'm going to option import it to our requirements.txt file. So I'm just going to come right here and install our gunicorn. So after installing it, I also add it to our requirements.txt. And after adding it to our requirements.txt, I'm simply going to go ahead and create our proc file. So the proc file is a file that's going to allow us to make it easy to basically run our server in production. Heroku will check for the proc file and then be able to run our application. So I'm just going to come right here, and what I'll have to do is to create a new file. And this file is going to be the proc file. And once you have the proc file right here, I'm simply going to come and state the command that's going to run our project. So I'll start with specifying that we're going to use web, and then we're going to write the command that's going to run our server. So in this case, it's going to be gunicorn, and then we are going to specify the app to run. So for example, if I pull up our time right here, we have JUnit installed within our environment. I'll simply call our project folder, which is blog, and then actually it's blog project, and then within blog project I'll have to give a call to the WSGI file. So this WSGI file is a file that exposes our WSGI callable that can run our application. So I'm going to pull up our time again, and when I run, in this case it's actually going to be .wsgi. This is actually going to run our server at localhost 8000. So this is the exact command that we are going to run our server with in production. I'm just simply going to come right here and then specify that we're going to have blog project. And in this case, we're going to say blog project, and we're going to access the WSGI file. And in this case, we shall have to also keep track of values, or specify log file and save. And right after doing that, I'm simply going to come right here. And now the next thing I'm going to do is to be able to run this, deploy this to our GitHub repository. Now I'm going to create a git ignore file that's going to allow us to basically ignore some of the files that we don't want to push to our project in production. I'm going to create a new file here, and this is going to be a git ignore. And this git ignore file is going to have the different files that we don't want to keep track of when we are pushing to GitHub. So I'll just come right here and I'll search for the Python git ignore. I'm just going to come right here and say Python git ignore. And the Python git ignore includes all files that you may want to leave out when basically dealing with your Python project. So I'm simply going to come right here, and all I have to do is to copy everything that we have here. So I'm just going to come and copy all these. And right after copying them, I'm simply going to paste them within here. And once we have that, I'm going to go ahead and create our Git repository. So I'm going to come and pull up my terminal, and then I'll say git init. So this is going to initialize a Git repository right in here. We can see that some files are even tracked and some are left out. Now the ones that are left out are the ones that are actually part of our git ignore. So after creating our repository, I'm now going to add all of our files. So I'll just come here and say git add all, and then I'll commit this. So I'll say git commit, and then in this case I'll come and say we're going to call this our initial commit. And right after doing this, now the next thing is going to be to actually I'll first add all of our requirements to txt, and then I'll repeat the process so that you don't leave anything out. And after doing that, I'm going to go ahead and basically push this to my GitHub repository. So I'm going to come on my GitHub repo here, in my GitHub account. So on my GitHub, I'm going to create a new repository. And what I'm going to do is to give this repository a name. So let's say we're going to call this Django. In this case, we're going to say Django website. And I'll simply come, I can give a description or leave it out. I'm simply going to go ahead and create a repository. Now we also have some comments here that may allow us to create this repository. Now I'm simply going to come and copy our URL here. Since we've added everything to our Git repository here in development, we're now just going to inform GitHub that we're actually going to inform Git that our remote repository is this repository right here. So having our URL right here, I'm just simply going to come and specify it as our remote URL. So I'm just going to come and say git remote, and then I'm going to add origin, and I'll paste in our URL. So right after doing that, I'm simply going to go ahead and rename our main branch to that main branch that we have. So I'm just going to come and say git branch. In this case, I'll say -m, and then I'll come and say main. And right after doing that, I'm going to push to our main branch. So I'll just come and say git push u. In this case, I'm going to say we're going to push to our remote main branch. And this will go ahead and push our code. Now when I go this side and I refresh, we now see that our Django application or our code has actually been pushed to GitHub. Now that's ignoring all the files that we actually ignored in our git ignore. So the next thing is going to be to deploy our app to Heroku so that you can be able to share it on the internet. Now so if you're going to come here on our Heroku, now having created a free Heroku account, you can have access to this dashboard. So on the dashboard, I'm just going to come right here, and within our app section, I'm going to create a new app. And when I create an app, I'm going to give it a name. So I'll just come right here and let's say I'm going to call this Django for beginners. This name is existing, so I'll just come and create this app. And right after creating this app, we're going to be redirected to the deploy tab. So within here, we can specify the different ways in which we may want to deploy our application. Now, since we have our app on Heroku, on our GitHub, I'm simply going to come and connect our app to our GitHub repository. Now, I'm going to be prompted for our repository names, or our repository name in this case is actually Django website. So just simply going to come here and say Django. In this case, we're going to have it as Django website. So I'll search. And now our repository is here, so I'll connect it. And after connecting this, now I'm going to come here so we can be able to easily push to the branch that is our main branch, and then be able to see all of our changes when we specify that we want automatic deploy. So I'm going to enable them, and I'm also going to create our first deploy. So in this case, I'll just come here and deploy our branch. But before I do that, let me actually first come to our settings. Now before I deploy anything, I've decided to basically go ahead and set up some of our settings as we have them in our environment variable. So I'll just come right here and reveal our config verse. Now the first config verse we're going to set up is going to be our secret key. And right after setting that up, now I'm going to give it a value. So I'll head over to our VS Code. Now I'm going to use Python secrets to generate for us a figure that we shall use as our secret key in production. So I'll just come here and say it's actually going to be Python 3. And then I'm going to import secrets. And right after doing this, I'm going to simply come here and say secrets.token, in this case X. And this is going to generate this figure, so I'll copy it. And right after copying it, I'm going to paste it right in here. Actually, I haven't copied it. So I'm just going to simply come and copy it and paste it in here. So this is actually our secret key. I'm going to add it. Now another thing I'm going to add here is going to be our debug. So I'm just simply come and state this. So I'm going to keep it to true, but we shall set it to false after we successfully deployed our app. So the reason that's why I'm keeping it true is because if you have any errors, you shall be able to actually know the exact error that we have. Now another thing I'm going to specify is disable collect static, since we're not going to be keeping track of our static files or collecting our static files every time we are pushing to our remote repository. So I'm just going to come here and say disable collect static, and then I'll give it as 1, which is actually true. And right now we have all this, but if you go back here, we have our env file, and this env file has a database URL. Now for development, we've been using SQLite, but in production we're going to be using Heroku's PostgreSQL database. Now I'm going to come right here and provide for us a database. So I'll come to resources, and then I'll have to search for an add-on, and in this case we're going to be using Heroku Postgres. So Heroku Postgres is the free Postgres database URL that's provided to us by Heroku for deploying our projects. Now, when you order for it, you're given a submit form, and then you have to choose the plan. But since we do not have money, we're going to use our free plan. I'll submit the order form. And now I'm going to simply go and basically we've been able to attach this to our project or our app. So when you go back to our settings and our config variables here, we have our database URL set for us. Now, since we've already attached our project to our GitHub repo, now it's time that we basically go ahead and deploy it. So I'm just going to come here and click deploy branch. And this is going to go ahead and basically deploy our branch. So just like you can see here, it's going to install all the dependencies that we have for our project. And it's going to read them from our requirements with txt. So right now we see that our project has been deployed to this URL. So I'll come at the top of our code right here, at the top of our website, and then open our application. So right now we see that our database does not exist because this table for post does not exist. So what we shall have to do is to run our Heroku shell or our bash shell to help us to run our migrations. Now I'm simply going to come right here to more, and then what I have to do is to run our console. And now I'm going to come and say that we're going to run our bash shell. So this is going to provide for us a Linux terminal that's going to allow us to run our migrations. So when I come right in here, I can run ls, and we can be able to see the various files that we have within our project. Now that we have this, I can simply come and say -3, since we are on Linux, and then I'll run manage.py, and then I'll simply come and say migrate, and this is going to run our migrations. Now hoping that that is fine, I'll simply come right in here and refresh, and now we can see that we've successfully deployed our application. Now the problem is that when we don't have any posts, we actually have this blank page. Now this is something that we're going to fix right now. So to fix this, I'm simply going to come right within our project, and I'm going to head over to our index.html template because that's our home page. Now here we have our posts, and this is actually specifying that for post in posts, now we shall have for post in posts, now we're going to actually have our posts and then their titles. But in case we don't have any posts, we're not actually having anything that's going to display our posts. So I'm going to make a book search here, and I'm actually going to search for how to determine the length of our query set. So I'm just going to say length. I'm actually going to search for length in Django template. So in this case, we're going to search for the length of a Django template. So in this case, I'm just going to simply read. Just going to find out how we do that, so that we actually determine how. So in this case, we see if products, then number of products, then length, and if no products, then that is going to actually be no products. So here we have products length is greater than 0, then we can be able to show the length. So I'm actually going to change that. So what I have to do is I'm just going to simply come right in here, and what I have to do is to check if our list of posts has posts, and if it does not have, then we are going to basically make sure that we show no posts. So I'm just going to come and say if, and within this I'm going to say if posts, and then we shall use the filter of length, such as going to be posts length. And in this case, if the length is greater than 0, then we are actually going to do something. So I'll actually render the post if our length is 0, is greater than 0, and if we do not have any posts, and I'm just going to add an else here, and within here we're just going to simply create a div of no posts. So I'm simply going to create this and call it no posts, and this is going to actually just contain one statement that's going to show us that this has no posts. Now I'm just going to come in here, and what I have to do is to create an h1, and this h1 is going to be centered, so I'm just going to call this, give it a class for no posts heading, or let's just call it head. And in this case I'll just say no posts, and when I save this, right now we have this, so we actually have, when we have posts, we're going to show the posts, and when we don't have posts, we're going to show no posts. So I'm going to run our server to verify if this is actually working. So I'll just come and say Python 3 manual.py and my server. So when you come right here, I'm going to head over to our localhost 8000, and when I refresh, we actually don't pass the reminder, so it seems like we've done an error here. So I'm simply going to come, and what I have to do is to check our syntax in our template. So we actually have if post length shall actually see let's actually change this to if posts. So I'll just come right here and say if posts, and when you save this, simply going to head over to our template here and refresh. Now we see that we have our posts. So let's say in a case where we don't have posts, so let me actually commit this so that we'll be able to see our changes. So I'm going to stop our server right here and then add all the changes we've done. So I'll say git add all, and then git commit, and then I'm going to say that is going to be our, so I'm going to say change posts list, and whatever commit message you may create. So I'm just going to push this to GitHub, and when I push this, we're going to notice something happening. So in this case, since we have automatic deploys, whenever I push to GitHub, our project is also going to be deployed to GitHub. Deployed to Heroku. Now we see that our changes are being pushed. So let's wait. Actually, we can even do the build progress. So it's now compressing, and it's going to actually deploy our app again. So right now our application has been deployed. So when I head over to our project here, I'm going to refresh. It's actually not working. We are not seeing our posts, but let's try to create some. So I'll go and sign up. So I'll sign up with the user. I'll just say the user is going to have a username of Jonathan, let's say 35. So I'll provide an email, and let's say our email is going to be this email. Now I'll provide the password, then I'll also provide the password here, and now I'll say sign up. So the password is too similar to the username. Our validation is working, so maybe I'll provide another password. And then say sign up. So password is too common. So I'm actually going to create a stronger password. So let's say I'm going to say that we're going to have a password that's, and then I'll provide our password. I'm going to change this to something else. I'm finding it hard to come up with the password. And then I'll come and provide this as our password, and then sign up. Now the password is also too common. Our validations are actually working really well. So let's say I'm going to provide another password. Now when I sign up, right now application has created our user account has been created. Now if I want to log in, I'll provide our username, which is Jonathan35, and then I'll come here and provide our password as our password. Now when I log in, right now we've been redirected to our page, so I'll create some posts. Hey guys, so in this video I'm going to be showing you the finished application after deploying it. I somehow got a problem when deploying and that actually interfered with my presentation. But what you have here is the way we create our posts. So when I come and create a post, now we can be able to create a post, so I can provide a sample title and I can provide content. So this is, I can say this is content, and then I provide an author, so I can choose a file here. I'll go to add downloads and then I'll choose a simple file, and when I click submit, right now we see that our post has been created. So if I go ahead and create another post, I can just come here and say this is going to be a sample post 2, so I can say content 2. And then when I come here, I can provide our author and choose a file here. And I go to our downloads, I provide a thumbnail. And when I come and submit, right now we see that our post has been created. We can even move within our pages, so we have our second post right here. And our application has actually been created. So you can also look at things like how we can update this post. Now we can be able to change this by also showing the thumbnail right here. I'll leave that to you as a task. So we can be able to update this. So let's say it's going to be Django course for beginners. So this is going to be for our 4th post. And when I come right here, I can submit. And now when I go and see our 4th post, our post has actually been updated. In this series of videos, we've been able to look at how to develop web applications using the Django web framework. If you enjoyed this course, please click the subscribe button, and please leave a like. Share this video with as many people as possible. And do not forget to check out some of the other videos I have on the Django web framework. Thank you for watching, guys, and see you in the next video. Bye.